Good morning. Good morning. It's our fifth day. What am I sharing? Fifth day today. We have some exciting news that Senator Mian Atik is on his way, and that's exciting. He's going to be a little bit late, but let's chat a little bit because Pakistan is moving into the first senator that really has a shift in the actual public sector. And that's exciting because he's working on, being the first digital senator in the world, which really makes the world shift, right? It's a system change. So as we grow, as we expand, as we create, things are changing, and that's a beautiful thing. That's what Torch is all about, the organization for realizing change in humanity. So I'm going to light the candle. He's running late. It's the first thing in the morning here in California. It's 6 a.m. Pacific time, 9 a.m. in the eastern states of America. I've lit the candle. May we have a beautiful day. Let's do our reading. And we'll ring in the bells. The Christmas tree lights got on. The Hanukkah candles got lit. The Mayan light got lit. We lit candles for Mayan. We'll continue to light candles. I pray for a beautiful day for the Torch family. There's a link below that you can see our schedule. Our tech friend is also in traffic, so our back office is up to date, but some of the pictures are a little off with the first two visitors because there was some change at the last minute. So we're doing our best here. I'm going to pick another angel card. I just feel it this morning. As we move into the ideas around change and Torch Health, there's so many different ways for us to find the support system that we need. And it takes responsibility. And she's holding up the world. How's that? We have to hold up the world together. The angel of Findhorn. These cards were made in Findhorn, Scotland. It's the homeland of my ancestors. But Findhorn is a very special place, and she's holding up the world. What is it for us to hold up the world? What is it for us to hold up something that we stand for? And he stood for, Mian Atik stands for the first digital senator, and Rabia puts that he's the first one in the world. Now, I can't guarantee that. I don't know that. I'm sure there are tech teams all over, but I'm sure Rabia has a lot to say about this. And Rabia is definitely in the forefront. She wants to be the first 100th, one of the first 100th women of the world to really make a huge difference. And she wants that by 2024. So she's going to be coming on too. Rabel Mahmoud. So we're going to have quite the morning, and the lineup is so beautiful today. So let's read Thich Nhat Hanh. Feeding our love. Each of us has to learn the art of nourishing happiness and love. Everything needs food to live, even love. If we don't know how to nourish our love, it withers. When we feed and support our own happiness, we are nourishing our ability to love. That's why to love means to learn the art of nourishing our happiness. That's Thich Nhat Hanh this morning, How to Love. I'm going to read out of Rudolf Steiner's book. He was one of the most enlightened men of Europe. He brought forward a huge a huge responsibility for the world. I'm hoping we're broadcasting from our website, so let me just double check. You can go to this bottom link and we're broadcasting from there. We're waiting on technology here a little bit. Just 1 minute, please. I've got my morning coffee. We're here for a brand new day. We've got quite a crew from Pakistan coming up. We've got Iram at 8 p.m. Pakistan, 7 a.m. Pacific. Then we have Dr. Shahzad. He was here with us for Torch Peace, and he's here with us now. Dr. Shahzad brings together a wealth of information also, and he is a scholar in really modern day living and ideas. He's done a lot of work in bridging or looking at both Christianity and the Quran, and I am working on that as well, so I love to learn from him. Rosie Ayala is up at 9 a.m. Pacific time. She's going to talk on abuse and what it is to come up out of abuse and then have a healthy life, which is really wonderful. And then we've got our wonderful Julie Down, and she's going to be talking about, you know, her beautiful meditation, but she's going to go into some of the work. At 11 a.m., we have Sherry Brinks from Hawaii. Julie Downs, by the way, is from New York. Rosie Ayala is from the LA area, San Diego, I believe. But Sherry Brinks from Hawaii is going to bring a wealth of knowledge. She's a health coach and counselor, and she's wonderful. Aliki Ko is coming in at 12 o'clock, and many people know Aliki Ko. She's from Switzerland. So she's actually from Greece, but she's coming in, I believe, from Switzerland. We'll hear more. She might be traveling again for change, but that's very exciting. And then Lisa Vincent for a yoga session for health. So we're starting out the day a little bit with business today, and this is very exciting. We've got a great lineup. So let's see how we're doing with our stream. Hopefully it's up and running. Yay, it's working. So you can go to that stream underneath and see us. Torch Health. So Senator Mian is here from Pakistan. He's on his way. And it's very exciting. So let's keep this moving. Let's keep the ball rolling and keep things moving in such a beautiful day. I'm getting tech messages. Let's see here. We're still working out the kinks. Give me a couple minutes. Barira. I want to celebrate our beautiful Torch Health logo. And I am so impressed. And I've had a little bit of a amazing time. Oh, good. Rabia's here. Waiting for Rabia. She just popped in and now she's off. I'm waiting for Rabia. Rabia, come back in if you're here. It's very exciting to have you. We're very excited to have Rabia. Our Barira is supposed to come, I think. Let's see. Raheen is coming. So we're just, we're ramping up this amazing stage full of our hosts. Let's bring in, the back office needs a little bit of work, so just go with it, please. It's on the 11th hour. We're doing our best. Let's see.
Okay, I'll send it. I'll send that way to Barira as well.
All right, let's see here. Da, da, da. Let's see if we have the right link to our girls. We're waiting for Senator Mian Atik. And, I've been on SDG. We've been on the SDG Academy and together. And SDG Academy was started by Amar Jaffrey. He's an entrepreneur from Pakistan. And Sadaf runs the show with the CEO, and a lot of the women are getting into the CEO positions in Pakistan, and this is a great thing. They've done a wonderful job, and I lectured for SDG Academy in Pakistan, and I was in Karachi last year, and I really want to share with you how much it's been a pleasure to work with people from all over the world. The Torch family started its major sessions in Pakistan because we grew there, and most of our members are from Pakistan. So if you're joining us from America and you're wondering, what is all this? The Torch really is in 9 countries. We're in Africa as well. We have Kenya and Ghana in Africa. We are in India with 2 different gurus, which is really sweet. They came in and said, we want to be part of this world peace. And so that's been fun. They're busy people, so they don't really come into the show that often, but they have been here for every event. So not sure where our wonderful friend is from India this time. We're in Nepal with Akash Gapti, and actually the Minister of Peace in Nepal and I are in touch. And so we're building out where we build out. This year, we really want to say that we've entered Brazil with Mark Lund. We've entered so many different areas. You know what's really cool right now? We could go to the Mayan Fire, I think. Let's see if we can get on. I'm waiting for Rabel to come, and I'm waiting for Senator Atik. So let's get on. See if we can stream into the fire this morning. This is Jose. Who knows? He does a lot of work for peace. He started a school. The Torch family's been part of the work with him. He's an amazing, I would say, Mayan keeper. He calls himself a timekeeper. And he's been a very prominent part for some of the indigenous, and I believe the indigenous communities really need to be brought in right now. The keepers of time are some of the great wisdom of our time. And for system change and how we make a difference, it's huge. So as we work on health and system change for the next generations, we want to really stand for all the different areas that I would say make a difference in the world. Just 1 minute. My kitty's playing mischief. My kitty. So it's been a beautiful time bringing it up. So many different cultures, so many different ideas, so many different ways of being, so many people opening the door. Mian Atik is from Pakistan, and he's bringing this new world change, which is really huge for everyone. It shows how countries are going to make a difference for the people of Pakistan, for the people of India, for the people of the United States. We need good government, but it's going to take the grassroots in such a way for us to move what we need to move. We decorated the tree last night. We had a little bit of a party. I got the lights on. I didn't decorate the tree yet, really, but I put the lights on, and Joel Woolner showed up. And I just want to give a shout out to Joel. He's been at the forefront of Torch. Torch, the acronym, means the Organization for Realizing Change in Humanity. And lighting the spark for peace is one of our main goals. You know, really, what will it take for a world platform? What will it take for the world to really say yes to the people and nature herself and really develop a relationship? I'm a theologian. I have been working on world peace issues for the last 4 years, but really for 30 years, I've been working for peace. And I started out with the natural food movement in my 20s. And when I start looking at the natural food movement, feeding people well, the organic food movement, Micho and Aveline Kushi are at the forefront of that in the United States. They were the founders. In Pakistan, we have an amazing movement of really great sustainable goals. And when I lectured there in 2019, there wasn't a lot happening. And in 2 years, I have to say, or a year, almost 2 years, in January, it's gonna be a huge difference in society and development. So I'm really excited. So it looks like they're starting up oh, there he is. Yay. There he is. All right.
Hello. How are you? I'm sorry I was stuck.
I can't hear you. You're on mute. Are we on mute?
No, I'm not.
Okay, hang on. It might be me. No, I've got my...
Your mic issue.
Yeah,
your mic problem.
We've got it. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's great.
Fantastic. We're here together. I met you at...
Yeah, finally we are.
That's fantastic. I'm so happy you're here.
Same do I.
Yeah, thank you so much. As I was sharing with the audience, I've been to Pakistan twice. I lectured in Karachi for SDG Academy in January. And it's so nice to have you. And so
it means you already know our joint friend and my elder brother, Mr. Amar Jafri.
Exactly. Yes, he's doing fantastic work. I lectured at Pakistan in 2019. Yeah. And I lectured in his office with his team, and I spoke about UN SDG goals and natural way of life with organic food and healthy living. So I'm a registered nurse, great. And I'm also doing a doctorate in theology.
That's great.
Yeah, so
good luck.
Thank you. So share what you have to share. I hear that you're the first digital senator in the world. So introduce yourself to the audience. We're so happy you're here. And let's see what you have in store for us about a healthy new world. Like, government needs to get involved in the next generations. And I'm so pleased that you've taken that initiative.
Thank you very much. as you ask about the digital senator, and then at the next stage, the first digital senator of the world. So Google claimed that they are having all the information about the world, about there is no need for any encyclopedia, there is no need for any dictionary, but I can claim it that before this COVID-19, digital senator was no word in any dictionary of the world.
Mm-hmm.
As I become the senator in 2015, and I am a technology lover. While in the days of these COVID-19, especially when it comes all over the world, and in the first half of 2020, in March, the first lockdown in Pakistan started. So let me tell you one thing and introduce myself, as I am the self-made man, started with scratch, raised a group of companies, given the opportunity to lot many people towards the Pakistan, not only even other parts of the world as well, and provide them the jobs. So right now I'm running a group of companies in which about 1600 plus people are working for us, and we believe in professionalism. The one thing which is from the childhood in me is that I'm a technology lover. Again, I tell you one thing, that I have never wanted to be a IT expert, IT master, or a network designer or network engineer. I never took any degree in IT field, but I do believe in one thing, that even in the era of 19th century, that no one can move faster and faster without having technology, without having the basic knowledge how to use the gadget of today and technology of today. So when this COVID started in the March, and few friends of mine, they are elite in the doctorate section and healthcare. So they told me that this COVID will run many months, and this will not clear in a year even. So when I go back to my home, offices were closed, shops were closed, business was closed. It was all lockdown in Pakistan, and especially in our capital, Islamabad. So I sat there and I started thinking that, shall I go for PUBG to play on my iPhone, or I'll go and watch Netflix, different types of serials, or I will go, as our Prime Minister said, that in the days of COVID and lockdown, most of the people in our country were watching Ardagal, one of the most favorite series in Pakistan, from Turkey. So I didn't do that, because I believe in one thing: life is the most precious thing, and there are two parts of it. One is your time, and second is your health. If God has given you the health, you should utilize your time perfectly, whatever you can. So in that day, I got a call from a friend of mine that they are going to have a webinar. I said, what is this webinar? These are the blocks, and many of the leaders are sitting there, and they are going to have their meeting on this web Zoom meeting. I said, sorry, man, I have no idea at all. But he told me that this is the topic is very informative, and we should share. And the topic was post-corona era, post-COVID era, and how the COVID is coming to Pakistan, which was of my interest. When I sat in that, then I realized that word has not changing, but it's already changed. Again, I repeat, this is when the COVID was coming to the world. That was the day I realized. And then I entered in this digital world. I started learning the digital world. I worked day and night. And then I started to implement all the digital parts, whatever in the digital world is, whatever in digitalization is. As I am the member of Information Technology Committee and Science and Technology Committee, Then I am in the healthcare. I am the chairman for health committee of Senate of Pakistan. Then in foreign services, and as well as in my finance. So I am one of the most active senator of my era in my parliament. So I started doing it, that why not to go for a digital session of our Senate, as the Senate could not meet because of this corona for more than 10 weeks. So when I started saying this thing to my people, opposition said nothing doing, because this is not the part of our constitution. So I will not at all allow. That's what the chairman said. That's what the opposition leader said. But, ma'am, even then, thanks to Allah, I'll appreciate the efforts from my friends, that we made finally in the month of April the first official session, that is the digital Senate Zoom session in for the Senate of Pakistan. So we made it. That was our first achievement. Then I raise a group of friends with this, that we have started our digital Pakistan network. So Alhamdulillah, we have started with this digital Pakistan network. The first thing was this, that we have moved with the digital session, and then I started the first ever digital senator show. In that senator show, I have conducted myself every day on daily basis. Our motive was to take the parliamentarians on this point, that Pakistan should be digitalized, and digitalization is the only solution to link up with the world, even if we want to achieve the SDG goals, which is the motive of United Nations, WHO, every organization of the world. Even the world want this SDG. So SDG's target cannot be achieved if we don't make our country the digital country. So I started convincing my all the parliamentarians of both the houses, the National Assembly and as well as the Senate. Then we managed to organize first digital parliamentarians summit for our parliamentarians, or on our national day, 14 August. Alhamdulillah, we did that. So that was another achievement. While going in the Senate, I have raised a lot of questions. I have moved a lot of discussions on the digitalization of Pakistan. Then the chairman of Senate officially announced that he is the digital senator of Senate of Pakistan. Then President of Pakistan officially announced that I am the first digital senator. When I put this thing in Google and in Wikipedia, you will never found any senator from any developed world who claim that he is digitally involved in all the activities, even of his day-to-day affairs. And this become the product of COVID-19, which is again become the its uniqueness, that I am the senator or the parliamentarians who work hard in these COVID days whilst working from home, and I managed to learn all the parts of that. And then we announced that we should go for first digital global summit of the parliamentarians. So for that matter, we managed to, Alhamdulillah, by the grace of God and the friends from the UK Parliament, which is the mother parliament of all the parliaments, and then from the House of Lords, from European Union, European Parliament, EU Parliament, and from even the Russian Parliament. And so we managed to organize many parliamentarians who ready to attend our summit, this summit, global summit of first of its kind, in which our motive is they are the friends of Pakistan. We just delay it because of that of this election in US, and now the election has passed. It's now going to the changeover process. So let it complete by the end of January or first week of February. We are going to have this first digital global summit of digital parliamentarians. Inshallah, we will do that. Then on the other hand, I have taken this task that the Digital Pakistan, which is the company made by, which is the group announced by Prime Minister of Pakistan under the supervision of Prime Minister Secretariat. They were the lady who was the in charge of that. She quit and she left. Now, Prime Minister has given me this task that I should take up the Digital Pakistan as the national flag of Pakistan. And I am moving ahead, alhamdulillah, with this motive that my country should be digitalized and every person, every Pakistani should take part in it, that how we can proceed towards the digitalization of Pakistan, how I can be the best part of digitalization of Pakistan. That's all, ma'am, what is my story is. Over to you. Sorry, your mic is.
I have a question. Thank you so much. This is so exciting. You've got so much energy, and it's first thing in the morning here in California. So I've got to catch up to you because you're vibrant. And thank you so much. My gratitude to helping support. As you know, digitalization and system change, like the deep way that we need to move all of our countries in order to sustain the SDG goals, the Sustainable Development Goals. I've been working on them for 20 years. I've been working on the UN goals and development.
That's
and
great. That's great.
And the Torch family actually is doing all 17. And as you go forward, how can you influence people from the world to be able to move together in a way that we help each other in this digital forwardness that you're doing and you're taking a stand for? Because I've been working on connecting kids to kids globally through growing seeds. That's what this conference is about. It's about getting 10 million heirloom seeds to 1 million children. And heirloom seeds, Pakistan has brought in a lot of genetically modified seeds, and I'm very much against this for Pakistan and the world, because the farmers need independence to be able to grow their own seeds. And they need to save their seeds yearly. And we have a farm in Chitral that has donated land to the Torch. And we also have a farm down in Chakwal that I visited that has started a farm school. And I hope both of these will be supported, because it's really the first seeds to really stay. We're going to take a stand, because the standards are important, the organic standards of Pakistan, but digitalization has to go at the same time. So it's going to have to work together. It has to bring together. But my child, Balochistan, one of the first sustainable schools in Pakistan that I worked with, it's amazing what happened. You could see the kids become alive. You could see the children really stand up. So go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. You got a very right question, and it is the real essence of all the activities which Digital Pakistan Network is doing. So first of all, let me clear, our motive is youth empowerment and women empowerment. We work for youth empowerment and women empowerment. This is very clear. Now, how we can do this? First of all, the basic thing is that Digital Pakistan Network is going to provide the opportunities to understand the kids on the school, at the college level, at the university level, that how they can be the part of this digital world which is developing after COVID-19. That's what, because if we talk about the digital world, so that becomes so enormous all over the world, and no one can live without entering, without learning, without being the part of digital world. So this is very clear. As all the group, we have started with this thing. We are having more than 500 people. They are our working strength internally. And now we are expanding to up to 5,000. They all are youngies. They all are youngsters. We are going to provide them. We are going to give them the path. We are going to give them the learning, how they become a good freelancer, how they can run their own IT company, how the girls, they are from the remote areas, from small town, and for this no degree required. It is just the basic learning which can be. And a student of grade 8, grade 9 can very easily learn and work on these digital parts of digital world. Then if we say, it is true that Pakistanis got a special mind from the childhood because most of us are self made. So they know they can work 20 hours a day. 18, 16-hour working is normal. Every self made person in my country, in my nation, is ready to work 16 hour, 18 hour. And especially what my motive is very clearly to provide the ladies, the youngsters, the youth, women of Pakistan. जी सर पहुंच गए. हेलो जी जी. ओके ठीक है सर. ठीक है सर. ठीक है. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So, sorry. So, I want to clear this thing that our first preference is for those girls who are qualified, who know the basic knowledge, and they can run their show from their home because they need only two things. One is a smartphone or any gadget through which they can work smartly. Secondly, they need only a reasonable connection for this Wi-Fi or internet connection, any type of. That's it. If they started doing with this, so they can be a successful freelancer. Secondly, while having small, short courses. Now, we have started our university in UK. That is the London University of Digital Studies. London University of Digital Studies. We have already started that. The structure is almost completed. And we are going to have a campus in Dubai, UAE campus. So the university is from UK officially, and there the studies will only and only be on the digitalization, on the digital world, and the digital component. All are going to be, we give the studies virtually, online studies to all over wherever we, and our motive is not only Pakistan, number one. Then we are going to have an organized campus in Dubai. From there, we can monitor and we can rotate all the things. Then I am going to have an institute in Islamabad. That is Institute of Digital Studies, where we are going to provide only and only the digital studies towards the youth and those who are sitting at home. And our motive will not to make money. We are going to provide all the students, all the youngsters, the digital studies free of cost at their home. That's what a part of this hour. And then the second thing is our preference is women empowerment, which is needed. When we are talking about my nation, my population, 61% is the woman strength of Pakistan. So why not to utilize that? So in the last 70 years, people have talked a lot. I don't want to be, I never wanted to be a traditional leader, even leader. I would love to be a practical Muslim and a practical person. So I take the task, I take the matters, I plan only those things which we can deliver, which we can show off. That's what I have done in the parliament, and now I am doing out of the parliament, especially while making this digital Pakistan network. Why we have, and now we are talking about as you ask me how torch can help us or how we can join hand with torch, I learn a lot, not so much, but again too much. And I appreciate your efforts. You have given your life to this cause, so your cause become a cause of digital Pakistan, which is very clearly, very clearly to give learning, how they can learn, move forward, get their bread and butter even while sitting at home. And we are talking about whom? And the way the things are moving on, I personally feel the student of 5th grade plus at the age of 10-year plus can easily start learning graphic designing, the virtual marketing, then digitalization, digital marketing. It is just a learning, and it is just, we have to convince the parents, don't stop your kids while they are sitting on the laptop, while sitting on the smartphone. Let them do whatever they want to. Just teach them, just try to brief them, give them what, give them, just tell them this is the right path and this is the wrong path. If you want to succeed, this is my humble request to all my kids, even my kids, my son and my daughter. If you want to be a successful person in the life, forget about big degrees. There is no match of experience learning with any degree, because degree is now obsolete in the era of 21st century. You need the degree for what? You need the degree to have the job on the government level. Now my Pakistani government is not capable enough to provide more jobs. They are going to squeeze all the jobs. Now my youth want to have something for their bread and butter and for their respectable living, because I know any kid don't want to put his hand like this to his or her parents. So what we can do, being the policy makers, I would love to make that legislation in which my youth can freely run all their IT companies, do whatever is the part of digitalization and digital world, any job which can be done remotely in the digital world. I will provide that legislation at both the houses, in the Senate, in the National Assembly. My party is with me, and today, being the part and the most important component of the government, the sitting government, we can legislate for this. And again, the vision, as per vision of the Prime Minister, he also want to give something to the youth. And what he can give is that a respectable way to earn their bread and butter by themselves. All the girls, my daughters, my sisters who are sitting at their home, they could money in a respectable way from their home. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Barbara?
Thank you very
Okay.
much, ma'am. I'm sorry I talked too much.
No, not at all. I just want to introduce Barira
There is
Ali.
some internet problem.
Yes, she made the torch logo for us. Barira.
Hello.
Yeah, Barira made the torch.
What I-
She made our torch logo for this event. And Barira, tell Senator how old you are.
Mama Lynn, there's a distortion in your voice, so can you repeat it again? There's a distortion.
Okay, I think, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. So yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now very clearly.
Yeah, I think the distortion came from Senator's office. So hopefully they'll come back on in a minute. And
Yeah.
So I just wanted to tell him how much we are proud of you. There we go. We are
Thank
proud
you
of
so much.
you making this. We are, Senator. We are so proud of this young woman. She our slow, Senator Mian Atik for Torch Health. This young woman. Tell Senator how old you are, Barira.
Well, I am 11 years old, and my birthday is coming soon in 31st December, and I'm turning 12.
Excellent. So I'm going to let Senator talk now, but I just wanted you to introduce yourself because she has made the Torch logo for the world for Torch Health 2020, and we're so proud of you. It's a
Thank you
beautiful
so
logo.
much.
It's a beautiful logo. She's really made a huge difference in the world, and I just want to bring her up to speed. She just lost her grandmother, so we've been in a really deep witness of you and your family, and we send love, Barira. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure, and thank you so much for appreciating me, Mama Lynn.
We love you. We love you.
Wow, great.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, Senator, we're going to give you the stage. And I just appreciate it so much because the youth have been really at the forefront. Hamad Safi came and picked me up and I lectured at his college. I mean, I've really developed with the youth in Pakistan. A really great speaker, Abdullah Samin, is on our team, Torch, and he said, without you, Mama Lynn, I wouldn't have rose up to really want to do this passion. But it's the parents that really want to witness their kids. And I think if any message I send to parents today, you have to witness the passion of your children. But I still want to go back to farming because our food is important. Our health is important for Pakistan. You know, diabetes is on the rise worldwide. I'm a nurse, and I really, you know, as a registered nurse, we have to take hold of the health also worldwide, globally. And as one of the SDGs, digitally, I've started a table talk healthcare plan, and I'd love to implement that with you in Pakistan because people have to use traditional methods just as well as modern methods because the people in the outskirts of Pakistan have been using these methods for so long. So as we bring forward healthcare, I think sitting around the table with people is so important as well. So as you go forward, I'm excited to work with you. I'm excited to hear what your passions are. You're vibrant, you're fun. You've got a great vision for the world of Pakistan as well as the world. I'm so eternally grateful, and Torch would love to partner with you. So go ahead and say what you need to say.
Thank you very much. I'm really honored. And trust me, Sister Lang, when I've gone through your activities, I have seen on the web, and especially when I Google you, I have found your efforts and I appreciate, salute to you, the way you have given your life for the betterment of coming generation of my nation. That's what it is. Trust me, if 100 senators, parliamentarians, the big eminent people from our Pakistan stands with you, even then your work is much more stronger than that. That we are just thinking, we are planning, but you have done it and you have started it in Pakistan. So I assure you, on behalf of all my team, my executive members from this digital Pakistan network, that we will stand with you side by side, not at our level, even at the government level as well, wherever you want the support, because as being the sitting senator and an active one for the youth empowerment, women empowerment, which is the basic motive of our prime minister. He would love to do something. He would love to give that platform. Like just now, as I told you, our this daughter, she is of hardly 9 years of age, but she is from a remote area. And as you said, yes, there is a need, a vibrant type of move, which can be a moment among all the parents, that we should raise our voice, that for God's sake, save the future of your kids, of our nation, of our country by providing them opportunity to be the part of the digital world. So, inshallah, now I beg leave. I talk too much. You must have your own other guests as well. But with this assurance that Digital Pakistan Network, even inshallah, will have a official handshake with you, and we can make a MOU, as this is a non-profit organization. It's not one person's organization or a group is running it just to make the profit. No, we have made it a non-profit organization. Officially, we are working for the betterment of our nation, especially our youth and women. That is our target, and we will more than obliged to. We would love to serve. My team will be under your experience, under your guidance. Whatever your motive is, we will stand with you and we will provide you our all strength. Thank you very much. And I beg leave now. If you want to ask any last question, I'm ready for that. Please.
Well, again, we have at the forefront another leader. She's been at Torch events, and she's just been an amazing. Raheen is here, and I'll let her say hi to you because she's been at the forefront at Torch Peace and
Oh,
and Torch Health as well. So she's been at the forefront of talking to leaders in the Torch family and interviewing people, and she's an amazing wisdom keeper. She's been at SDG Academy. So,
yeah.
and
I
Senator,
know Ramin, she is also one of the most active, our daughter here in the digital world.
yes. So we want to support her as well. And I just want to ask you one more thing. When we
Please.
start working for children to connect to children around the globe, there's no greater leaders than what Raheen. I told her yesterday she's like a doctorate already. She already has her own doctorate, and I told her that yesterday. I said she's got such witness of wisdom, and I'm eternally grateful. And that's what children carry. And I think putting knowledge in is one thing, but coming from the heart and really helping children grow spiritually, emotionally, physically, there's no greater need than kids to help kids connect. So what were you thinking about kids connecting to kids? If we could
Look,
build that.
I personally feel that that will be such a marvelous program and a great program, which is the need of today. While talking about the kids of developed world, as we have the technology available and our kids can move that technology, for that matter, there is no need to make friend on Facebook. There is no need to make new friends of different types, having no authentication or their verification. But if a student recommended by Torch, I would love to, my daughter, my son should have friendship with him or her to make or to learn more and more about the digital world, about the developed world. I think for that matter, we will take this part as one of the tasks of Digital Pakistan Network. We can create a team for this, and especially the teenagers, or even less than under teenagers, the students. We will try to give them the platform of Torch, if you allow us, and we will raise your voice at all the schools, that make friends not anonymous, not those to whom you don't know who they are, from which family they are, what is their background. Why not to have some elite class from the developed world under the this umbrella of Torch? That's my suggestion, and I'll stand with you at all the levels. Please.
But I want to say one more thing. We want to say an initial of the initial moment. Raheen, we are claiming that Mian Atik, Senator Mian Atik, is an official Torch member. Yes?
Yes, we are. I am. I'm proud to be. If you allow me this opportunity,
Please.
really, I will proud to be a Torch member of this Torch family, and this Torch will definitely wake up the families and the students of third world of Pakistan, especially remote areas of Pakistan. So
Beautiful.
my team, I can offer you this thing with the Rahimin and my team. We can also plan some program which is your program, and we are going to adopt that and take that program among our community and our level. There's no problem in.
Beautiful. Amen. All right. I am so grateful you're here with us. And Raheen, do you want to say something to Senator Mian Atik before he goes? He has a busy schedule, I'm sure, as well. We just appreciate your time. But go ahead, Raheen.
Yes, I want to say thank you so much because I mean you are part of the Senate, and it might be hard to just say yes to something like just like that, like what Mama Lynn said. So thank you so much for supporting the children in Pakistan. And I've seen you on TV since our interview. So I said thrice. So I'm like, oh my God, I talked to that person. So thank you so much for always being there, and I would love to help in any way possible for this
One,
initiative of yours.
my request is this, Ramin. Either you come in my digital senator show and explain even Mama Lynn and as well as your program. I will tell my team to contact with you, and we will take you on board in our next digital senator show, and we will have a special show only and only to elaborate the working of Torch and the mission of Torch in Pakistan. I hope Mama Leen
Definitely.
I'll make one program with Mama Leen as well, but that would be afterward. First, I will take the program with you. Okay?
Thank you. I'm also the Torch ambassador, so I feel that this is part of my duty to Torch, part of my
You
job,
are
part of
always
my
welcome.
contribution to Torch.
You are
So
always welcome.
definitely.
We are honored. Torch is raising up into the world, and I appreciate so much. And I just want to put a shout out to Haji Khan Faroch. He's been with us we've run programs with Torch Peace, so we hope you'll join us. We would love your Senate, your team to run Torch Tech with us in February.
Definitely we will. Definitely we will.
Let's
That's my assurance.
Yeah, let's create something really dynamic. And really, that's our 4th conference of the year. And our mission is very important. So he just left us, and I'm excited. And here we are. Raheen, very nice.
Mama Lynn, things work so fast, and I'm honestly so honored as well. Firstly, being your ambassador for Torch, and secondly, you know how fast things are working between you, me, and Senator Miyatik, and I feel that this is very nice of him that he offered us this, because I would love to be on his show representing Torch. That's like a dream, you see.
Nice. Yeah. So let's move on. Kids. What we'll do in the next little while, just want to thank Mian Atik for coming on and taking the leadership in Pakistan for Digital Pakistan. So as we move into the next relationship to build a global relationship with USA children, Africa children, India children, Nepal children, all over the world, Canada children, we really want your help. And part of our mission is to buy the 10 million seeds. So if any of you just listen to this, we would love your support. And 10 million seeds is going to take what it takes, but we want to get 10 million seeds into the hands of 1 million children, and that will be the start of our program. From an academic standpoint, these kids can really make a difference, theologically, spiritually, emotionally, and physically, with good health, good awareness, good development for this next generation of kids. And I think, as you and I have talked, Raheen, the simplicity of this mission, simple actions for global change, building a 4-person team with peace, health, environment, and tech, just a 4-person team in your local area to pick up the garbage, to pick up the relationship of building a sustainable town, to build up the health programs that we can put together, to build up the relationship of peace. It will be really fantastic. So I really hope that we keep it in a really powerful way for all of us. I know Rabia was supposed to come on, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure. But Iram and her team are going to come on from women entrepreneurs, and she's going to talk about um, healthy women organizations. So this will be a really nice talk coming up. We're waiting for her at 8 o'clock Pakistan time. It's 7 a.m. here. So I appreciate so much with that big exuberance that Mian Teek just came to us with. He just came with a very strong leadership. So
Yeah.
I really appreciate it so much. It's, government, I've been wanting to be the bridge. And even when, I just want to tell you, the rhetoric that happened for me around the American presidency recently, I was so much in pain because it's falling on the ears of children. And
Yeah.
America has a beautiful gift to many nations around the world. And we need to stop the rhetoric. We need healthy government to help lead us. And with no further ado, here's our Iram.
Hi, how are you? That's
Good.
how you're old. How are you?
Walaikum salam. Nice to see you, Iram.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So glad to have you. Raheen, do you want to host this one? Do you want to host
I love to. I mean, I've known Iram for quite a while now, so love her. And this is like our second interaction, like real interaction, right?
Great.
Yeah, yeah.
She's bringing her team on, and we can all come back. We can let you have the stage, but introduce yourself, Iram, to everyone. I don't know if you just saw, but Mian Atik was just here.
Oh, that's very wonderful.
Yes, so that was really wonderful, and he just became a torch member. So,
That's
Iram,
wonderful.
you're a torch member too. You've been with
Yeah.
me from the beginning.
Yes, yeah.
Let's make this go. He was so excited about taking our initiative and bringing it into Pakistan and into the education. So I want
Okay.
to shout out to Saeed Azimi because he pushed the torch. We have 55,000 kids in Sindh, in your area, Iram, and we have 20,000 in Islamabad that want our programs, and Hamad Safi School as well want us to come. So let's build this 10 million seeds to 1 million kids project, and let's create some of these older relationships to how we move all of it, how we move the relationships. So I think Robbie is here too. I'm going to let her come on for a minute because she brought me on. So I'm going to let her come on. There's going to be 4 minutes. And here we are. So I just want to touch base as we give women and children that we make a change for the next generations of all of us when we create something. So Rabia, thank you for bringing me on to us. And it's very exciting that he wants to be part of the torch. And Rabia has been part of the torch since this is her second conference. She was there at Torch Environment. And it's been really, really exciting to see what's happening here. So go ahead, Rabia. Say hi to everyone for a few minutes, and then we'll let Hiram take over.
Okay, thank you so much. Firstly, I want to say hello to Iram and Raheen as well, and thank you so much, Mama Lin, that you have created this event for Torch Health this year as well, and giving all of us an opportunity to come together and share our experiences here. So I'm really excited about my topic. Like I am working on it since 2.5 years before. And is it my turn that I speak on the topic?
Actually, Iram is on now with her team. So let's get you back in. We're gonna get you back in, no problem. But I want to give Iram her time. But Iram, can you wait till 7:15?
Lynn, it's okay. Let her finish. Let her finish. What she want to do?
Excellent. Mian, I think, was stuck in traffic, so this is the flexibility of women. Yay!
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, let's have you have the center stage, and then we'll be right back with you, Rabia. So we'll give you 15 minutes, and then we'll let all of us come back on and let Aram have the stage. Okay, so Rabia, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Mama Lynn, that you have given me chance to speak here. I want to start with my belief. Like I believe that a woman should have a vision and passion and courage. Vision to see the dreams, passion to pursue it, and courage to take first step and make it done. My vision is to become number one among the most 100 most influential women in the world by 2023. If I say that this vision is a blessing of this social network, which is today's my topic to talk about. So my name is Abia Nasir Mahmood. I am from Multan, which is a small and developing city of Punjab, and I am representing South Asian women. From there, my journey started on social media 2.5 years back, and I just started talking to people, knowing about them, with the belief system that every human is very good, and they have a deep human bond and human connection and kindness in their hearts. And this brought when I brought this, like when I come up with this kind of thought and this kind of intention in the social media, and connect to the people, whether they are from the USA, whether from the Kashmir, from the India, and all over the world, and Costa Rica, and everywhere. Then I get to know that we all humans are the same. We just need to trust that we are we have the kind hearts. We just remove all the barriers that society maybe build around our minds, you can say, or they believe on the false assumptions. So yes, my topic of conversation today is like how to build healthy social networks. Before coming on the topic, I want to say that in this year, in the April, I came up as a speaker here on the torch as well. And at the time, we were, I think, talking about technology. And you people know that how technology bringing change in not only our own specific community levels, but globally as well. So I am really I feel really honored that I came here on the second time. Currently, I am running a project which is a Digital Pakistan Network, B2B model, and I am here away from my home in Rawalpindi, staying here, focusing on my project. This is one project, Digital Pakistan Network. A part of that, I am managing Digital Pakistan. A digital senator show and the digital Pakistan summit as well. The digital Pakistan summit actually conducts different summits on the national and international levels, and we are aiming to grow more. As the guest before me told that, because he is the founder and the chairman of Digital Pakistan Network, and I am the project director of that. So he told that we are within one month we develop a huge network of external and internal team with us, and we are really excited to grow more and to launch global digital global parliamentarian summit in at the end of the January, or maybe in the starting of the February as well. So this is all about my work, and I'm so excited. I believe that a woman is more powerful than she thinks about herself. So the topic of my conversation is today how to build healthy social networks. So as I told you that my journey started 2.5 years back, when I just started talking to people, taking interviews, and I know that my first 10 interviews was not only from Pakistan, it's from USA, Costa Rica, and Kashmir and India. So in the first 10 interviews, I get to know that people from different cultures and different languages and different nation are same if we connect with them and ask them to come and join us and to talk to us. They just came and joined. What I believe is that only the one step, the first step is difficult. If we take it to any other any to any task, and when you take that first step, when you make a decision and have a courage to take that one step, the another steps will came eventually and easily, I guess. Yes. And this is happened in my life as well. So within this period of time, I interviewed more than 1000 people around the globe, and having 21,000 plus followership is a blessing and the responsibility as well. And this responsibility, I think, enlightened my mind, enlightened my soul, and giving me this courage that I can think about myself, that one day I'll be the number one woman in the Forbes 100 list of most powerful and influential women. So I think that this is the power of social networks, talking to the people, seeing that how things happening in their circles, seeing that how they have, what kind of mindset they have, what kind of soul set they have, what kind of heart set they have, and how they are working and pursuing their tasks. So since then, when I decided that it should be my destination, I am working and uh, uh, I am working and I am trying to go towards my dream. And this dream brings me here in Islamabad. And although this is my first journey, which is I am living here in Rawalpindi without my family, and although I am that kind of kid who is very pampered by her parents and her brothers. By the way, I have four brothers and four sister-in-laws, and I have huge joint family system, which like I have nephews and six nephews and four nieces. So I have a huge family joint family system, and I grew up there. I lived there at that level of my age, and now I came here for my work. And I think that this is my I think that this is my decision, and I make right decision, instead of regretting that one why I didn't pursue my dreams. It's better that I took the decisions. I feel the pain of separation from the family members and from my home. I am a home lover. I'm a Cancerian woman, so I even love the walls of my home. I am that kind of person. And I remembered when my family members go here and there for enjoying and for staying in my relatives' homes. I stay my home with my father. He and me, we just stay home. Whether my all family members go anywhere, we stay home, and we are some home living homey persons. So by my I am sharing my story, like when you really have some kind of dreams, and the dream that blesses you courage to take the steps towards it. So I'm so blessed having that kind of social networks that strengthened my inner self and given me courage to take one step of that. So this is the power of, I'm just telling you that this is the power of social networks. Because I change my friend, when my friend circle changes, when I talk to most successful billionaires or most successful human beings who are satisfied from their hearts, I get to know that this is easy. We people just to need rethink our belief systems. We just rethink about our mindsets. We just to um, remake, I guess, remake our um, or we should, I guess, um, clearer our mirror of our hearts, so we can connect to not only the humans but also to God and this universe as well. And then when we have that kind of strong connection with the human, with ourselves, with humans, with this universe, and with God, I think things will become easy in our way. And this kind of thing happens that you just think, and the thing happen to you. So this is the power of social media. This is the power of social networks. When when you expand, or when you talk to the people, firstly it will remove your limited belief system, limited false assumptions. It makes you a better person when you talk to people, when you connect with them with a kind and compassion. I know that in my network there are so many people who are when they are growing in their networks, they face little bit troubles and little bit discomforts. But I feel that if you decided how you grow your network and what kind of value you put in your life through this network, and what kind of value you will put in that network, I think you can refine and you will be on the top all the time. So I have made some decision before moving and coming into this in this social networks. Number one, I will make friends. Either I can learn from them, or I can they can learn from me. This is a simple rule that I made in the starting. And that's why today, after 2.5 years, I just have 3,000 friends in my list. And I know that they are all valuable. So I'm not that kind of person who just made friends. And after that, when she or he have lot of friends, they started unfriending them. So decide earlier. My point is decide earlier. One thing. Secondly, I know in the starting, I know that how trust can impact our lives. I don't have anything in the starting. I don't have that much bigger dream for myself. I just have a love and the compassion that the other person to whom I am talking about are the same as I am. And this kind of belief system I just want that every girl should have, rather a limited mindset or limited belief set that the world is not good, or the human are strange, or this kind of, rather this kind of belief system. Every girl, I think this is the more important for the girl, because I believe that a girl can make a better change rather a male person. She is more powerful. She has the nurturing power. You can see her in the role of mother. She is just a person who gave unconditional love to anything. If she attached to any project, if she attached to any persons, if she is a mother, if she's a daughter, if she's a sister, she will always in the mode of serving, always in the mode of giving, always in the mode of loving. So I think my number 2 point is having that mindset that I can easily trust to people in the starting. So I just have the same mindset today as well. So I think I am a very loving human being. I am very caring, and that's why I can connect to a lot of human souls who I can understand. And third most important decision that I made in the starting of this network is that I thought that there are two kind of people. One are positive, who gave me positive comments, who supports me, and one are negative, maybe who don't match with my thought system, or my belief system, and the way I think, the way I see the world. You know, then I thought that they people who are on the positive sides, they always be with me, they always support me, and I have 99% in my circle who always say something positive to me, who don't show up but give some message to me, you are doing some great work and we are proud of you. And I have so many messages. So the work is here on the second level. And what is that? And that is on the negative side. The people who are hard, the people who are not like good, we feel they are good people, but their behavior, I think, maybe a better. There are a lot of things that I need to be improved. I know that as a human I make so much mistakes, but I think that we people uh, have to have compassion to our own selves and the community as well. Compassion to our own mistakes and compassion to other mistakes as well. So my target from the starting was that my real work is on that kind of people who are negative, who gave me negative feedbacks, who say something bad to me, and I talk to them and tell them what I am doing, what is my perceptions, and how I am doing. And I have those like 1% people in my network. But my experience says that when I talk to them, when I have a positive words while they are giving me a negative feedback or negative lines or whatever, the way they are, when I talk positively, when I was right on the right side, they changes their behaviors. So I think that these three decisions I made in the starting, and these three decisions I am acting upon today as well, and I will act. I think in my next coming 3 years as well. So I just want to say that the topic was how to build healthy social networks. So my point was, if you decide earlier, and if you are clear on your rules, like what kind of rules you have made for yourself, then you will connect to your network more and more, and you will build quality relationships. Because in this world, when if you talk about businesses, if you talk about relationships, if you talk about individual level conversations or the deep conversations, it can only be enhanced, or you can only connected bond to the people when you are a lot of compassion and kindness for the human beings, understanding that they are humans. As you make mistakes, they also make mistakes. And when you allow yourself to make mistake and do it again, and then you forgive yourself, why we don't forgive other people? So try to understand they are all human. If they come to you, if you know, if they knock their our doors, then we should respond them. If they are negative, it's okay. Try to embrace them, try to hug them, try to them say them that they are lovely human beings, and you love them, and this is the most important thing that they need. So if you people want to enrich your circles, you want to feel fulfilled, and you feel that you can build a human connection, deep connection to other humans, then you have to define your own values. Number one, you have to define your own simple principles and work on that. And that's why, and this is the reason my connection grows, and I have a very good experience about the people I meet. They are such amazing people. They have a fine and beautiful and graceful hearts, and I learn a lot. See how Mama Lynn is like, she is from USA, I am from Pakistan, and my other friends from India. I have friends, I have conversation with them. They are Indian people, they are Kashmiri people, and other people as well. They are so beautiful and lovely people. They always offer love, they always give love, so if you want healthy relationships or healthy social networks, you have to make healthy decisions, define your values, define your principles, simple principles, and connect to every human being with them. Don't never ever say in your friend Facebook that now you have your friend list. Now you have the friends, and they are now you have your friend list have filled, and now you are unfriending it. It will show that you are not that kind of person who care relationships, who really mean what kind of what is meant by friends. So this works in my life, and my network gave me this courage that I dream for myself, that I will become number one woman, most influential woman among 100 Forbes women in 2023. And I guess your networks or your relationships that you made with them bless you lot of new thoughts, bless you in many ways, and you expands and your thinking changes, and you become a better person. And every time when blessing came, it came with the responsibility. You may make lot of mistakes, but it's okay. Adjust your behaviors little bit, and you become a better person on the daily basis. But in every relationships, this is my belief system: put so much love that you put for your family members. Build that kind of relationship that you initially build with your family members, because it didn't matter what kind of persons you meet, but it mattered what kind of person you meet when you meet them. And if they become like you, it means that your life or your thinking or your behavior worth of. And if they are so kind of person, that kind of person, that they changes your behavior or your life, it means that they are worthy to, you can have them in your life. So I hope that you have that kind of mindset, that think about just possibility, you have that kind of heart, that just trust people and love people with open heart and accept them. You can always say positive things, and you can hug them, you can love, you can say that you're they are lovely person, you, whatever you give, you will receive. This is my belief. So to build healthy networks, you have to build healthy relationships with your own self, build that kind of healthy promises with you. And your network is your, like, you can say it's a promise that you make with yourself, what you have to fulfill always when you show up with the people. Sometimes it happens that you are not responding to the people on time. Sometimes it happens you are not connecting with lot of there, because there are a lot of people. You are not connecting to a lot of people, but you should show up to the message. You should show up to the comments. You should show up when somebody calls you. You should have a conversation with them, even you feel that their behavior are inappropriate and they are not a good persons, but it's okay. You should show up, you should talk, and then eventually you will see that they will starting thinking, starting changing. And this is the rule that I apply in my life, I think, from my childhood. And people are different from me. I don't like gossips and everything. I but I have in my friend circles, they always gossips and always talking about this is impossible, impossible. But when I came to their circle, because I think differently, I show up differently, I behave differently, and they started changing. And I think that we should be that kind of person. When we go to somewhere, people learn positivity, people learn possibility, people learn love, people learn grace, and people learn that life is so beautiful. It is abundance of everything. Yesterday I was walking after a long after, like, I am here from July, August, September, October, November, and this is 5 months. After 5 months, I consciously go outside my room, and I consciously see the sky. I feel the breeze. I touch the flowers there. I see the whole universe, and I thank to God that God, you are so great that you are managing this universe. It's so beautifully. Maybe this target that I set for myself is not possible for me as a human, as human mind think, but everything is possible for you. So I am giving it to you. Make it possible for me, because you can possible everything. So we can, like, I am telling you, with the connection that you have, with the social network that you have a trustworthy relationship. You have to put trust first. You have to show up first. You have to say to them you love them so much. You can hug them, you can accept them, in the relation, in the community relationship, in the with the God relationship, because everything is possible for him. We can go to them and ask, and bowl to them and ask them, God, please, this is my wish, and make it true for me, because I can just do this. I don't give up my dreams, and I just take one step towards it, and I just leave rest on you, and you can make happen to me. So I just congratulations to you who listens to me, and I just congratulations to everyone who made the decisions in their life that they have dreams and they took the step towards it. And I assure you, you will surely reach your dreams if you don't give up. And till now, I know my friends, some of my friends, they get married, or some of them, they give up their dreams. And I am so deep person. I don't know what is the meaning of in English. I am so rigid person on my dreams. I thought everybody said to me that, you are not succeeding what you want. It means that you should give up. It's not God will. And my heart always say that, no, this is not God's will, I should go. I should again stand up. I should go for my dreams. Maybe I think that I was not clear what is my ultimate goal. Now, because of this beautiful community, I set this amazing goal for me, and I think I feel that everything is happening for me, and I am so optimistic and so positive that I will reach my goal at 2023 by the grace of Allah. Not because of me, it's because of Allah. It's because that I trust and faith. He is managing this world so beautifully. It is possible for him to manage what I think about myself. So stay big dream, have big dreams, take one step, and have healthier relationship with your own self, with your own surroundings. Offer love and hug people oftenly, and tell them that how much you love them every time they show up. And I think this work in my life. I hope that this can work in your life. Although I think there are a lot of many things that I want to achieve in my life, but I think the blessing, there are lots of blessing. Then when I think like God gives me, I didn't ask. My beautiful parents who supports me, I am one sister. My beautiful parents supports me every time, whatever I want in my life, whatever I want in my life. My four brothers always supports me. My sister-in-laws always support me, and they support me till today. So I am so blessed person to have that kind of strong relationship around me, and I feel that this made me grounded. This made me so loving person. So every relationship start from your own family, and the other relationships are the reciprocal of that. So if you want to build healthier relationships, build healthier relationship with your family first, and then go to the network. Build healthier relationship with the God, and ask anything to God, and He'll make it happen to you. And ask until he'll respond to you, yes. Yes, this is my last words. And I want to say thank you so much, Mama Lane, for struggling for torch and connecting to the word, not only for women but also the children as well. And I hope that my initiative of women empowerment, the leading woman, which I built just in 14th April, and we have 34 women there from 9 countries. And I am work and again starting work on that because I was so stuck in other work. So I'll again go live and do live videos from that group, to make more, like, to have more connection and interaction to that group as well. So I just want to thank you, Mama Lynn, because you are showing the world that there is a possibility between the USA and the Pakistan, that they can talk and then can connect together, otherwise maybe media or the people, they just think that we people are, we people are not friends. But you show the possibility that we can be friends. And I know you 2.5 years, and I know you, how good person you are, how kind of your heart is. So I'm so happy, and I am so proud that you grow so much. And I believe now, in the 6 month, after the 6 month, it grows more. Your torch organization will grow more and connect more human beings. And one more thing, thank you so much for bringing these children, bring these young talent to your shows, like Raheen, like Barira. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Love you.
I love you. You're Rabia.
Hug you. Yeah.
Yeah, hug you back. Oh, I love you, sister. Rabel and I started out 3 years ago, and she's been part of the torch. And she's been at the event. She's met my son, Adam, where we worked on torch environment. And she was like, I really want to talk to him. She just was so persistent. And I just love your persistence. I love your persistence. I love your strength. I love your development. You again are waking up the world in such a beautiful way. And your deep compassion. You've helped me. I've helped you. We've helped each other. And that's how we all grow. We help each other when we have the bump in the road, when it hurts. I give you a lot of response today because of the family connection and 5 months on your own. I'm on my own for the first time. So again, without children in my home for the first time, I'm by myself. So I really, really get it. It's been 3 months and I've had a lot of tears. I've had a lot of, women.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So much pain.
So much pain. So I feel you. I feel you. I want to drop in a minute. I want to kind of come down. You're so present to this idea of social network, and I watched you from the very beginning. You just grew that network so powerfully. I watched you with Rehan, and you went whoo, and I watched you with Carla, whoo. I watched you with Mara, woo. We are at the forefront together. We started together really. I had been doing social media and doing spiritual practices of prayer and meditation, and Rehan found me and he said, I want to help you, blah, blah, blah. And I said to him, Rehan, I love you very much. Sure, whatever, it's fine. He said, no, I really love what you do. And he's the one that introduced us all. And, Raheen was introduced by Pravin to me and really brought me in to this fold. And I think when I watch you, Rabia, I know you're going to accomplish your dream. But I also want you to know we have to dream bigger than we can accomplish, even in this life. The One Peaceful World dream of Torch is very strong. We are dreaming the world into peace. We are not going to stand for anything else. I work 24/7 for the humanity, and I work really my whole life like you. I think I was just born up for this. I remember in 8th grade, this little girl came to me, my peer, but she was very overweight. And she said, you were the only one nice in the whole 8 years, and I thank you so much. But she got bullied. She got really hurt. She got really in a lot of pain. And we don't want to do this to women. We don't want to do this to our brothers and sisters. We don't want to do this. And Rabia helps me. And, I know spiritually we have to stand for this deeper light within ourselves and help each other up when we're struggling, when we have tears. Rabia and I are both born the same month. We celebrate every year. Pravin is born every month. We're sensitive people. And the sensitivity is a beautiful thing because it brings the creativity up through business, through understanding networks, through understanding the relationships. And I remember feeling, my whole family went against me when I said I was coming to Pakistan. My kids were like, you can't go to Pakistan. And whoops, sorry. And so many people were like, you can't do this. You can't do this. You can't do this. And I was like, yes, I can. And then I got to Pakistan. You can't go to Peshawar. You can't go to Peshawar. Yes, I can. So Haman Safi picks me up in a car, his $13 million car, and I go to Peshawar and I lecture, And it was just like, I didn't get to Balochistan, which I really want. But, I think this is the gift of the spirit that we walk. We walk the gift of God. We walk the gift of Allah. We walk the gift of the spiritual path. And as we gain knowledge and witness, we gain this presence. And it's not really me that started Torch. It was a dream. It was a dream. And Michio and Aveline, he sparked the whole world in natural foods. And when the first person from Pakistan met me, he said, I have intestinal issues and I need your help, because he knew I was teaching. And sure enough, this happened. And spiritually, it was a very big moment for me when I realized there wasn't somebody I could send him to in Pakistan. And I said, okay, let's make a difference here. So, there's things that happen in your life that will show up, as you just said. People will show up if you show up. And I want to hand it over to Raheen and say hi. And I just want to honor you so deeply, Rabia. Iram had to go do some tasks for her family. She had to go feed her parents. So I'm sad that Iram didn't get to come on, but I want to just send her wishes to know that Iram Fawad is an amazing entrepreneur. She's going to get on here. We'll get a talk. We've made a lot of schedule changes, but we've got a great schedule ahead, and I hope everyone comes as we move ahead. Dr. Shazad is coming on, and he's coming on at 9 p.m. Pakistan, 8 a.m. And he's an amazing speaker of knowledge of theological ideas, of understanding theological ideas. So go ahead, Raheen, talk to Rabia. Tell us what we need to do for you as the young woman on this beautiful platform. What can we do to serve your generation? How can we serve you in living your dream and really help you, in all the ways that we can? Please go ahead.
Hello, Rabia. What you just said was like so inspirational. Honestly, it was really nice. So I loved all the things that you said, all these ideas, and I feel in what you said about and the tips that you gave about social networking, I feel I can improve a lot. And I honestly have no shame in saying yes, I've been doing some things that might not have been the best for my social networking. So yeah, I learned from the best, don't I? Uh, as Mama then said about the youth, honestly, I know a lot of young people from my class, from like all that I work with or I contact daily. They all are, are, or maybe to me they seem very unsure about what they want to do in life. Because one thing, and I think Rabia will really relate, one thing is that one thing that your parents want you to do, and one thing is that you have to discover what you want to do. But ultimately, for most people, that would end up the thing that their parents want them to do, right? And I feel parents, because at times it's just like a chain thing, right? When a child does not get to fulfill their own dream and then they fulfill their parents, their dream is then to be fulfilled by their children, then there is unfulfilled, then it kind of like goes on like chain, right? So I feel as school Pakistani schools are not giving career counseling or anything to children, and I don't blame the schools honestly, because if children are told, oh my god, as to these quiz or the survey or what the discussion that we've talked about, you would you would be an amazing, let's say, nail artist, something that isn't so popular in Pakistan, right? And then what if they really want to be one? But it all comes down as to the parents and the relation of the school, right? So I feel there are parents like mine, like Rabia's, that do want their daughters, especially, to be whatever they want, the best version of their selves, not the parents' selves, but the best version of their selves. I feel like this is a thing that helping the youth to realize their true potential as to that they can change the world. I mean, we see now these celebrity kids, as we call those kids, are those that have realized their potential, how can they contribute to the world. But as my guru says, also the celebrity guru, you are the celebrity, honestly. And I feel the celebrity that we might think as role models, they might be doing some things wrong. Again, that happens a lot. But I feel when we think, yes, I can be a role model for others, or I am the celebrity, when you start believing in that, and when you think, yes, exploring my potential can help me become the celebrity that I was born, that will really help. So realizing true potential, because not all parents like mine, every 5 minutes, my dad, even at times I get annoyed. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, every 5 minutes, oh my God, I'm so proud of you. I'm like, honestly, I know that already. But he says that a lot, just if this is encouraging me or appreciating, because my dad brings me water in my room, he brings me food
Mhm.
when I had dinner, right? So these are all the things. He set me up, and then I'm sleeping. He put my phone on silence. He's like, you know what, you'll sleep. Because right now, how my schedule is going, I even put my sleeping hours in my calendar. That's how things have been lately. But I love to do what I do, and he appreciates me, and my mom appreciates me, and most of all, my brother. He's like, "Oh my God, I'm so proud of you." So yeah, those moments, those little things that you said, they make an impact. So I feel helping kids realize their true potential and how they can contribute to this global community is really important. So this is how I feel could Torch can help all the youth out there, which it already is. I mean, all the graphics were done by Barira, and Barira is even younger than me. She's like almost 12 years old. She's turning 12 this month. So I feel it is an amazing opportunity having me as a co-host, because a lot of people that have me as host, they think a lot, and you're like, oh, what, do you want to host it? Because I can mess things up, I can oversleep, I can say a lot of things, I can just start praising my favorite boy bands, I can do anything, right? So I feel that sense of trust that you have, and that sense of responsibility, and that doctorate that you see in me is amazing.
I just want to, I want to step back for a minute and just say, Raheem, it is true though. You took initiative and you said yes, and that's what Rabia was saying. Rabia said, you said yes, and when you say yes to things, life happens, right, Rabia?
Yes, I really like Raheen point of view. Like we are blessed people, we are blessed kids. Yeah, or I am a blessed I am a blessed girl that I have that kind of parents, or the children that have that kind of parents who are whose parents are proud of them. I also remember that in my life when I grow up, always my father opens up a door in front of me. Always, I don't remember that he didn't, when we go outside and he didn't open a door in front of me. So this is the small differences that parents made in our life and make us feel that we are something special, we can do something special. But one more thing that I want to add, like it's not a supporting or that kind of environment that make a human a successful or satisfied human. I think difficult times made more great leaders. So I guess not only a torch can introduce the initiatives that appreciative initiative that can enhance the confidence of the children, but also they torch can draw a line or draw that kind of activities, like some of the kids go to that kind of village and have a session there to raise the awareness there, like have some kind of difficult activities that can make them more strong. So I guess, like, not only the proud parents or the appreciative parents or the appreciative environment make good human beings or good youth or good leaders, but also the difficult environment, difficult toxic people, or difficult things make a good humans as well, when they decide that this is not all right, we'll do something great, we'll do something better, and we show up in a better way. So this is my point, I guess.
Beautiful. I want to, Rabia, have you seen the movie of Balochistan? Have you seen the movie?
Who made that? I didn't see it.
I'm gonna just show you quick. It's only 3 minutes, but it's of our school in Balochistan. So when I started,
Okay, yes. I shall. When you go there and they celebrated the event, yes, show that.
This is from. I haven't been there, but I want both of you to come with me when I come next to Pakistan, because we need to go to the school, to Rehmat's school. Rehmat was the first interviewer for me in Pakistan. He wanted me to provide support for his school, and I said, I can give you time, but I can't give you resources. So every day I worked, and my daughter was 15 then, Oraya, and Oraya talked to the kids in Balochistan, and I talked to the kids in Balochistan, and we taught them English, and we just worked a lot, like every night we were coming on. But the first thing I told him, I said, he had the plants, there was no plant in the playground. There were no gardens. There were none of these green fences that you're going to see in the movie. There was one solar panel and one broken. And I said to him, be the first sustainable school in Pakistan. Let's go. So start growing seeds. And after the whole year, the children, I know you've seen the children. I know you've seen the children do prayers at that school. Right? I know you've seen. I don't know if Raheen has seen, but I want to play this movie for my Neon Atik as well. So hopefully he's still kind of, in the background of hoping that he will see this. What happened with one school, one person saying yes to growing seeds, and how important seeds can help children feel like they can care for something, feel like they can be worthy of something, even maybe their home life is not so good, but they have something precious. These are orphans, and majority of them in Balochistan, if you're watching us now. And you have to understand what one man said yes to and took action. And a lot of Torch is all about actions of impact. That was my son's coining on Earth Day this year with COVID coming in. We did actions of impact with Torch Environment. And I'm so proud of my own son. And I'm so, my children homeschooled. I helped them support their dreams, whatever they wanted. And as a parent myself of 5 children and a grandmother of 6, I'm always telling my kids, let's go. What's their dream? What are they thinking? What is your dream? What is your dream? What do you want to do? How can I help you? But it's a parent thing, but the world loves my kids. And the world has loved you, Rabia, and the world has loved you, Raheen. To see this happening in the world is the biggest grace that I could ever have. And I love this school, and I love these children. So I want to play it because it really means a lot to me. So
Hello friends, I would like to show you our school. This is our school signboard. Inside of our school, friends, this is a solar school. You can see our solar. This is all beautiful. You can see the flowers. It's a green school. We would like to show you the computer lab. Hello teacher. Yes, this is the computer lab. You can see all the kids are learning different programs. So, hello Isanla, what are you doing?
I'm listening to
Yes. What would you like to say about Taj family?
Long live Taj family.
Hello? Yes, what would you like to?
Thank you, Mama Line for seeds.
Yes, Mr. Hussain?
Mama Line, you are so kind.
I will support you and the Taj family, and we are proud to be working with you and also working under your leadership. Thank you so much.
A clap to you. Very nice.
Yeah, but this is.
So how much seeds?
I think we've sent about 100 packets to them.
Okay.
100 packets were probably, I don't know how many seeds in general, but that was the first year. The second year we tried to get seeds over, but we gave them more to the schools in Sindh because of the situation. I sent more seeds, and some of them got wet because of the rains, he said. So we need to do a lot more seeds, but we have footage of the kids picking the plants off the vine. And then we can do cooking classes and natural health and natural way of living, from the nature of around this area. And every school around the world needs this type of school of growing nature within their schoolyard to bring, The chemistry students in Sin were so excited. The chemistry students were 10th graders, and they were so excited about learning the soil, learning the plants through a chemistry class, through the chemistry. And when you ask about peace, health, environment, and tech, I look at the global world and I say, the global world, what are the biggest problems? Peace, health, environment, and tech, right? These are the biggest issues of the world. And if we can bring this to the school through an academic, really good structure, kids can connect to kids. But the other thing too, the three things that I really love to give everyone is curiosity, passion, and wonder. You have to keep your curiosity together and in life. And this is what Rabia and Raheen have. They both show as a deep, curious person. They're curious about people. They're curious about what they do. They're curious to learn and to have a beginner's mind. And the second one is the wonder. There's no greater gift. Rabia, I know you quite a while, but you keep wonder in your life. You're always changing. You're always opening. You're always lovely. And I always know this about you, Rahim. You're keeping that wonder like, wow, I really do. Yeah, let me come on. What time can I come on? And her passion is like out of this world. Like she's got so much passion. And same with you, Rabia. This is what we need to help our children. All kids need to have those three areas of life. And what were the three things that you said, Rabia? Tell us again what you think about social network, and we'll let you finish up for our next speaker.
Firstly, I want to say about the video. I see that. I feel so touched. A woman from the USA helping kids from there in Balochistan, especially Rehmat Bhai, who I know from the starting of my journey. He interviewed me as well. So lots of love that you are doing. It's not about the big things. It's about starting from the small changes. And you started it, and I believe it will grow. It will put different kind of thinking in these children mind. Like maybe it open up the possibility that they can work in the future in the USA. Maybe they can think differently for the health. They can build a collaborative. It's not about one children. If Rahmat Bhai have 200 or 100 children, it means that it's not about seeds that you have sent. It's about the thought seeds that you are putting in their minds, and it will work. Then so I am ready. Congratulations to you. At least you start initiative by your own level. So this is my point of this is my feedback on the video. And the three things that at the end, and Raheen, I just wrote a note for you and I'm sending to you, and I'm reading it here as well. This is something that somebody gave to me, and I'm giving to you as a children. I think as a kid or as a young woman, I must say, as a young woman, you can do a lot for my nation. So I am so proud of you, Raheen. This is what I want to say. And you will become the leader of my country. And about the people who are under 30 and build unicorns. You are
Yeah,
that kind of person. You have that kind of potential. If you work on one startup, you can be the unicorn. Who can build a unicorn for my country, for my nation, before 30. So I am giving up. I am giving this dream to you, and I have trust that you are one among lots of girls who have that strength and courage to speak and to work, and you can do that. So this is my trust to you. I am so proud of you. Love you so much. And thank you so much for your
yeah, me too.
parents. Yes, thank you for yes, for your parents, that they are so supportive, and I can feel that because I have the same kind of parents. And I just saw you in that age, a girl who are doing these kind of things. I am so amazed. I think that you are so blessed, and bless you so much, and love you so much. Keep doing what you want to give. And at the end, I just want to say, love you so much, Mamalin. Lots of hugs, Raheen and Mamalin as well. And at the end, I just want to say, give the message about the healthy relationship. I just want to say, please set your values, any three values. I pick myself the trust. I pick myself opening up, and sharing, like offering love from my side first. and trust, offering love from my side, and just talking to the people. I guess if you have good relationship with your own self, you can build it with other. You not only set values but also set principles. Don't make friends for the sake of making friends. Make friends because you really mean what is friendship mean. So if you work on your network in that way, I think my networks responded me well, and it helped me to make me a better person and give me this beautiful big dream for myself. I think your network can give to you as well. So this is my last message. Thank you, Mama.
Thank you both. I appreciate it so much. I want to welcome you all the time. And Rabia, let's connect soon. We'll get the torch going with Digital Pakistan. You're also the CEO. Yes, tell us you're the CEO, right, of Digital Pakistan. Rabia, what's your position at Digital Pakistan? Because you wanted this to be represented.
Here is a network problem. Say it again.
You wanted to mention who you were. You were working for Digital Pakistan.
Yes,
And,
I am working as a project director here.
yes, project director
Direct.
of Digital Pakistan. So thank you so much. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Dr. Shahzad Salim is here. We're going to welcome him to the stage. This is his second event.
Thank
And
you so
thank
much.
you, Rabia, so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, so here we are. Hello, Dr. Shahzad Salim. Welcome.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
I'm fine.
I'm so glad to have you. I'm so glad to have you.
I'm glad to be with you.
Yeah.
I'm glad to help.
This is our second conference. This is you were at our Torch Peace event.
Right.
And Rahim was too. So the three of us have done 2 conferences together, and we really appreciate your presence.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, Rahim, Fatima, do you know Dr. Shahzad Salim?
I don't think so.
Oh, good. So introduce yourself quickly to him, and we'll let him have the stage, but introduce yourself.
Okay.
She's hosting. She's hosting with us, and so I just want to introduce her. Go ahead, Rahim.
Sure.
So my name is Raheen Fatima. I am 13 years old, and I am a stand-up comedian, writer, entrepreneur, teacher, and a theater actress. I am ambassador and brand ambassador for a few things, and which mainly also includes Torch Peace and Torch Health, and I'm also the co-host for this conference.
Oh, that's wonderful. All in one.
Yeah.
So this looks like 10 in 1.
Yeah, I would say 100-fold for sure.
Oh.
Yeah. I called her a doctor. I said she's like a doctor, Raheen Fatima already. She's she's doing tremendous work in Pakistan for the youth, for the women, working in groups, and I'm just really proud of her a lot. And then, so thank you, Raheen, for this. And Dr. Shahzad, introduce yourself to Raheen so she gets to know you, and to our audience, please.
Well, my name is Shahzad Salim, and my basic purpose in life is to find the truth wherever it is, follow it, and interact with youngsters, especially, and people who are always willing to have discussion on taboo issues and further the cause of critical thinking. So if I summarize my work vis-a-vis youngsters, I would say that to instill critical and creative thinking, which is already present actually in most of our youngsters, as mashallah, Rahim Fatima, she seems to be a brilliant young lady blossoming into a flower, if not already. And there are so many other girls and boys like her. And so therefore, to encourage them to do what they can to find out who they are from inside, and then try to achieve in this world whatever they can by virtue of hard work, by virtue of coming close together with like-minded people and contribute to the betterment of humanity.
That is amazing work, I must say.
Rahim, where are you based? Are you in Pakistan?
Yes, I live in Pakistan, Rawalpindi.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. That's excellent to know. So I am in Lahore. It's not very far from you.
Yeah, true. I was actually planning to visit Lahore, but I couldn't. That's the problem. So the COVID
Right.
19 thing is taking over.
Yeah, yeah. Whenever you come to Lahore, do let us know. We would be glad to host you and see how we can help each other.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
for sure.
Beautiful. All right. Well, let's let you have the stage, Dr. Shazad. Your topic is
Mhm.
spiritual health. I'm
Mhm.
excited to listen, and I'm so happy you're here. As you know, we're doing the project of 10 million seeds, heirloom seeds for 1 million children. And we're still
Mhm.
carrying this dream from Torch Peace. We started at Torch Environment on Earth Day. We'll go all the way to Earth Day. We're raising money. This is the first conference that we've actually asked people to donate for torch seeds. And so if we can all pass the word, I'll put the link at the bottom. If everybody could just pass that word on, we're just asking for a meager $25 for supporting kids to get heirloom seeds in our academic program. So please share that out. We would appreciate that support. And with no further ado, we've got amazing speakers like Dr. Shazad Salim. We'll let him really stand forward. I have been knowing him for about 2 years online, but he sends these amazing, beautiful snippets to me, and they wake me up. And I hope you will enjoy his presence. He's written a beautiful book, so let's let him share what he has to share with us today. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Lynn Chittick, for having me. It's always a pleasure to be of any help to people like you. Amazing work for humanity, for people around you. And it's so very heartening to see these efforts, especially in these dismal times when people have been bogged down. And I think that you have shown by example and by your own leadership that a lot can still be done, even in these situations when one is hampered a lot vis-a-vis the normal life that we used to lead maybe a year ago. So my couple of words that I'd like to share, I'm sure the audience here and you yourself are much more educated and they know much more about some of the things that I'd like to maybe discuss today. So just consider them to be a reminder, like something that we can just once again revise. And that is that just as you were speaking about the physical health of a lot of things, just as we need this physical fitness for our body and for our general upkeep, a very similar thing that all of us need is spiritual fitness, I would say. So, to just extend the analogy, because of the fact that a human being is made up of two distinct forms, I would say, one of them is a physical form and the other one is a spiritual form. So, spiritual health together with physical health will account for a wonderful human being. Mere spiritual health or mere will produce someone who is deficient in some way or the other. So, an ideal combination would be that our spiritual health and our physical health they go side by side, and we consider them to be areas that we need to work on to develop and to grow. So, as I said, if I extend this analogy, so just as we have a place called the gymnasium, or which we call the gym, where we go regularly for our physical fitness, we do workouts. So I think that on a very similar note, all of us need to have a spiritual gym as well. So, like a physical gymnasium, which actually is responsible for our good health, we need a spiritual gymnasium or a spiritual gym, if you allow me to call it so, to keep our soul, to keep our mind, to keep our inner self up and about. And I think there is no denying the fact that as far as our physical self is concerned, it needs to be nourished, it needs to be given rest, it needs to be developed in the right way, it needs to be shielded from a lot of things that might disrupt it. So, this is very similar to the situation that confronts our spiritual self. So our spiritual self also needs fodder. It needs food to grow. It needs to be protected from the environment, from the onslaughts of adverse currents. It needs, just as our physical form needs to be educated by various people. For example, we go to school, we go to college for this purpose. In a very similar way, our spiritual self or our spiritual health also needs this education so that it can remain up to the mark and behave in a wonderful way. So, what exactly is the spiritual self? My understanding is, after reading scriptures, that our spiritual self is basically the soul within us and something which distinguishes us from animals. Of course, animals also are living creatures. They are creatures of God, and they have to be respected. We have to be kind to them. But the thing that is missing from them is that soul, perhaps, which gives them that inner personality. And that inner personality is responsible for the awareness of good and evil. You see, it is our spiritual self which tells us and guides us what good and evil are. And this is our spiritual self which propels us in the right direction whenever we are confronted with choices that we need to make vis a vis right and wrong. So, therefore, one of the manifestations of this spiritual self is our conscience. And of course, if it is up and about, if it's alive, the best judge of what right and wrong are is our own conscience. And for the conscience to function properly, it needs to be given a proper environment, a healthy environment. It needs to be brought up amongst people who encourage us to follow the calls of our conscience. And this is the fodder, which, of course, is common to all religions, all divine religions that I'm just going to speak about. So we know that Jesus, may peace be upon him, is reported to have said that man does not merely live from bread alone, but words which come out of the mouth of the Almighty, which of course refers to divine revelation. So the fodder of our spiritual soul, in a very similar way, all other Abrahamic religions, they uphold what this particular saying of Jesus I've just quoted. So the Quran also and the Old Testament also, they tell us that the fodder which our spiritual self needs is our connection with God, or simply put, God connection. And that God connection, the stronger that connection is, the stronger our soul is from inside. The weaker that connection, the weaker will become from inside. We might be people who walk on two legs. We might be people who see from two eyes and hear. But the choices that we will make in life will be roughly those choices about which we might not feel very proud, because we will keep on succumbing to evil desires. So the purpose is not to become perfect. I mean, that is virtually beyond our ability. Only angels perhaps can be perfect. But as far as we are concerned, we have to try to be good most of the time. If we cannot be good all the time, at least we have to be good most of the time. So if we have to be good, then the greatest strength that we can achieve for this spiritual fitness and this spiritual health is from God, and of course our connection with God is not direct. We cannot see God. So the in between rope, so to speak, or the in between connection is that divine word which comes to us in the form of God's scriptures. So we find the Old Testament, we find the New Testament, we find the Psalms, which we find the Quran, which I call as the final testament. These are the words of the Almighty, which when come to us and which we when read and follow and practice, they make us spiritually strong. They make us spiritually alive. And this spiritual life is something that is constantly needed. So it's like missing a meal. If you miss a meal, what happens? Okay, maybe you can tolerate missing one meal. But look, if you start missing meals upon meals, what will happen ultimately is that you'll grow extremely weak. And then your weak body would not be able to do the tasks which are assigned to it. You'll not be a good professional. You'll not be a good sportsman. You'll not be a good person who's able to do a lot of things. So, in a very similar way, our spiritual health needs this constant supply of God connection, of this sublime thing which at times is so difficult to put into words. But just about the other day, I was talking to some of our students, and I was telling them that merely experiencing God through His creation, the way He deals with us, the way He takes care of us, the way at times we can talk to Him, and we feel as if He is talking back. We feel as if He's listening to what our desires are, what our wishes are, and on many occasions He grants us our wishes. So the stronger that God connection, the stronger is our ability to ward off evil, to ward off those evil desires. And as I said, the best thing is for this is to read these scriptures as much as we can, because we find the reflection of God in His Word. So the words of God reflect that supreme being. So the more we come closer to God, the more we are able to make that choice in the right direction. The stronger is our conscience. So you see, what the conscience does is it just gives a signal to you what right and wrong are. The next step is to avoid that temptation and do what the right thing is. So for that, you need that extra power, that extra burst of energy, which is again spiritual energy. And look how it manifests itself. If you're a person who is spiritually strong, the topmost thing that will manifest in yourself is that supreme virtue, which I call selflessness. It makes you selfless. It does away with selfishness, which is something which really is a nasty thing. We think about others more than we think about ourselves. We think about how they sacrifice their time, their energy, their relationships, so that some other souls are able to thrive. So they give up their lives so that other people can live. I often think about these firefighters. Look at the lives that they lead. You never know when they are called upon to extinguish a fire which can just simply incinerate the whole body. But then they take those chances. Time and again, we see these firefighters. They they are burnt to absolute nothing. They're burned to ashes just to save a couple of lives. Remember that 9/11 incident in which the firefighters jumped into that inferno just thinking that they might save someone, and they themselves never came out alive. So I think these are these small unsung heroes which don't make headlines, which don't have any prominent names, but their superhuman feat of selflessness makes them marvels of humanity. They shine in humanity. They revive our belief in humanity that such people still exist. So don't look for heroes who are prominent, who are making headlines, who are there in the social media, in the press, or everywhere. Look for these small people. I mean, when I say small, I mean unknown. Otherwise, they are not small by any means. These are unknown people who prefer to stay unknown. You would never know their names, but their small acts of kindness, they shine like and dazzle like the sun. And these acts of kindness, as I said, they revive our hope in humanity. In spite of all the troubles that we are going through, we still believe that humanity is an entity which takes care of itself and of other people. And then I can momentarily cut off. So the other thing that we need to understand here is that as far as selflessness is concerned, there might be instances, excuse me, in which we find these firefighters, maybe the time for uh, witnessing their feats does not come very often. But there's one thing which we see every day, almost every day, and that one person or that one relationship is an embodiment of selflessness. Excuse me. That person is selflessness personified. And you know what that who that person is? Our mothers. The way God has made them. They are phenomenal. They are outstanding. And I always think that we need to salute all mothers of this planet who give up their lives, who give up their comfort, who even bear the rudeness of their children. At times, we even witness that children leave their old parents, and I've even witnessed children beating their parents, which is unthinkable. But look what a parent, especially the mother, in reply to such a rude and I mean inexplicable behavior, in spite of that, the mother has nothing but prayers for the child who has behaved in such a manner. So remember, this selflessness is something that we just need to register on our in our brains, because this goes on unchecked every day. Every day you see these feats of selflessness by our mothers. So one of the manifestations of this strong spiritual life, one of the manifestations who is, as I said, going to that gym of spiritual fitness, and he or she is keeping himself or herself fit, is that the first thing is that they'll become selfless. And they'll become selfless. And one of the, I would say, rewards of selflessness is immediate, and that is peace of mind. So when you're selfless, the greatest thing that you achieve is that solace, that comfort in your mind. You feel as if you have become a light. You have become very light. Things have become easier for you. You might be passing through extremely difficult circumstances, but in spite of that, you feel as if you have done something for others that has made you forget your own worries. So you see, when you worry about others, you forget your own worries. This is what selflessness does. And I think the key to our spiritual health is this selflessness. And we see it, as I said, in these unsung heroes, which I just referred to you, as well as in personalities, as well as amongst people who are famous as well. So, for example, if I speak in the milieu of the background of my country, which is Pakistan, I can point out, for example, a person by the name of Abdul Sattar Edi, who passed away a couple of years ago. He was an embodiment of selflessness. And Ruth Favre, a German lady who spent so many years in Pakistan for the cause of health and education. And there's so many other names. And I'm sure each and every country will have these people with them who look out for humanity, who put others before themselves, who think of others before they think of themselves. So this is the first thing that really makes us individuals who live for others, and they feel as if their own troubles and their own bothers have gone away. And I think this is a huge reward that we can receive in even in this world. So the first, I would say, consequence of a healthy spiritual life would be that a person becomes more aware to people who are around. And then the second thing that I'd like to point out as another manifestation of a strong spiritual life is that we become people who are always grateful to what we have, and we just don't think of what we don't have. So gratitude is another thing which is a very strong sign of a person who is spiritually fit. He or she would always be a positive person. He or she will always be counting the blessings that he has and she has. And these are enormous. The eyes that we have, the ears that we have, even as little a thing as a peaceful night's sleep, how greatly it refreshes us. Until and unless we are deprived of it, or we look at people who are deprived of these things, we don't realize how big a blessing these things are. So we have to always keep an eye on what we have. And as I said, if we start counting them, they will easily outnumber some of the deprivations that we often complain about, that we often brood about. So I think that we have to keep ourselves positive by thinking that we have always been blessed by God. The abilities that we have, the shelter, the food. Look at people who have to walk miles and miles to obtain drinking water, potable water. It's not available to them like it is to many of us in the form of taps or in the markets, but they have to walk for miles and miles. Look at people who are being starved. There's still many people in African countries who die of starvation. In our country, in my country, Pakistan, there's a desert in the southern region which is called the Thar Desert, and we hear harrowing tales of young children dying because of thirst. And a couple of years ago, this took the form of a large number of young boys and girls dying because they never got the chance to drink water. Imagine that a person reaches the state that he or she dies because of non-availability of water. So I think these are just small blessings that we need to count and keep on counting. The heart, which pumps like a machine which never stops. It doesn't need any electricity. No cells are needed. It just runs at a pace, and we don't even realize that the heart is beating, unless, of course, when it stops or someone else's heart stops. So you see, when we get up in the morning, we find a new day dawning upon us. We find new hope. However bleak our yesterday was, every tomorrow brings new hope. That is something that we can always look forward to. So I think that this is again a lesson that we need to learn, that our strong spiritual self, our strong spiritual nature is reflected best by gratitude. And the third and last thing that I'd like to point out, of course, there are many other things, but I would like to restrict myself to these three major, I would say, signs of a fit person who is spiritually fit, is the all important, I would say, attribute of patience. One of the greatest virtues is patience. So you see, we get frustrated, we get bogged down, we get jittery. We think that things are not going our way, but we do fail to realize that if things are not going our way, they are going according to God's way, and there is always some wisdom in God's way. We might not understand that wisdom at the spur of the moment, but haven't we always realized, when we look back in introspection, that whatever happened in the past, about which we were brooding and complaining, actually was a good thing, because it kicked us in the right direction, because it made us strong. You see, what these adversities do, they bring out our inner potential. They make us men and women of crises, who live in crisis. So a lot of their abilities, a lot of their attributes are latent, because they lie below the threshold. In normal circumstances, these abilities, these potentials, they don't need to work, because they are needed in special circumstances. So when the going gets tough, these potentials, they suddenly come out of us, and we ourselves think that we never knew that we had these abilities. So what happens during these trials is, if we remain patient, that our own personality blossoms. It becomes stronger than before. It becomes better, stronger, faster in all respects. And then these trials, of course, are also a means of getting us closer to God, of realizing that we have to be even more thankful in times of adversity. We have to be patient in times of adversity. It is always easy to be thankful and patient in good circumstances. The real thing is that we should be patient when are not. So therefore, I will end my short speech here by once again reiterating the fact that if you want to become a person who is selfless, if you want to become a person who is humble, who's graceful, who is grateful, and who is actually always on the lookout of helping out other people, then this cannot happen unless you are spiritually fit. And this spiritual fitness cannot happen unless you have that strong God connection. And this strong God connection cannot happen unless you approach God through His scripture and through His creation and creatures who He has created, and through, of course, various activities like remembering Him, being thankful to Him, showing gratitude to all His favors. This increases our faith in Him. So together with physical fitness, together with physical strength, we need this spiritual strength. We need this spiritual gym. And I wish that we have a space in our house, maybe, or in our workplaces, which we can designate as a spiritual gym, where we can go and reflect. We can think that these are some of the activities in the humdrum of life, in the hullabaloo of life, when things are in all sorts of commotion, we just need to sit back and relax for a couple of minutes, meditate, and think about this spiritual fitness, how far it can take us, and how efficient it can be to make us people who are remembered even when we pass away. Even when we pass away, people remember us that this was a person who did his best for other people. And I think that this is something that we should all live for. So thank you very much for allowing me this time and letting me share my emotions and my thoughts with you. My prayers and my good wishes always will remain with you for the tremendous work that you are doing in these times. And I wish that we are able to cooperate and do whatever we can, even if we are far removed, we are living at a far distance from each other. But remember that we are one family. And this is my last message that I would like to convey, that as human beings, we belong to one family, and that family is called humankind. We are not just citizens of Pakistan or not just citizens of the US or Australia or Britain. We may be citizens, of course, we are citizens of our country, but on a larger scale, we are citizens of the globe. Our larger identity is being citizens of the globe. We connect with humanity as if we connect to our own brethren. We are the progeny of one father and one mother, Adam and Eve. So we are like cousins, maybe 40th cousins or 50th cousins, whatever, but we belong to that same family tree. And that should be enough to unite us. And that should be enough to boost our spiritual fitness. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That was really, really, really wonderful. For a woman that's had a prayer room in her house raising kids, I started taking cancer patients.
I'm sorry, I'm not being able to properly hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Hang on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Very faintly.
Not sure. My computer's up. I'm not sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. I just have to strain myself. Okay, please continue.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm not sure. Let me just see. Any better? I'm not sure. So sorry. You can't hear me?
It's okay. I can hear you. I can hear you in a very slow tone, but I can make out what you're saying.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You brought up a lot of topics on spiritual gym in your home. I do believe the spiritual gym is the key for every family to really stand. Such a beautiful idea. Such a beautiful idea. I always had a prayer room in my home. And I always have this, my children knew that when I was praying, they could come and sit. And I think this is one of the great thoughts. I'm just so excited about that. I love what you're sharing about the humble, I think you shared it this summer about the selfless hero, the selfless person in our towns. I really hope our viewers can really seek what Dr. Shazid has said, because Salim has said, because I feel like this selfless hero is everywhere. There are so many, including the homeless. I have worked a lot with the homeless, and I have seen the gifts of how much they give back. And, it's powerful to watch. I just moved back to Berkeley, California to do my doctorate. And it's been really amazing to see how many people are helping the homeless as well. And those are the people that drop off meals, drop off clothes. Just outside my house, there's a new bag of clothes. There's a box of vegetables. There's almost every day somebody's giving something to people that don't have. So this is such a beautiful thing. And when you're talking about our spiritual health as a society, can you mention a little bit about, you as a theologian, I call you a theologian, as a person that knows the Quran, there's so many people that think that we only have one way. And I've been looking at this deeply because of my own ordination process to be a pastor or a speaker or all. But I would love to hear your witness to the interfaith work that you've done and how it could help our spiritual health. Because I think when we separate ourselves from the other, when we think it is the other, this theological idea that there's somebody outside of ourselves is something that I've been working on. And I'm writing my work on the dignity of nature. And I would just love us to treat each other as human beings, that we are not the other. We are people that have all gone through different things. And if we can open ourselves to humanity with each other, like nature, we haven't cared for nature too much, but just something about that, I guess. I just think you've got words of wisdom for all of us, for interfaith connections and racial connections. And, so many people focus on racial connections and religion connections. And, you're this religion, I'm this religion. I've never thought this in my whole life. And I'm so confused by it. So I really get sad, so I would hear wisdom.
So you want me to say something about interfaith? Is that so?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I think the biggest thing that we all need to cherish is that if we look upon the Abrahamic tradition in particular, let us talk about the Abrahamic tradition, which includes Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. I think that the common shared heritage the biggest heritage or the biggest commonality of all these three religions is that they believe in one God. So they are monotheistic in their approach, and monotheism is something which combines them. And I think that we need to talk about this much more, that all of us believe in one God. And as you rightly said, that there is someone outside of us. We are someone who have been created by that outside power, which we call God. And as such, I think the God of the Old Testament, the God of the New Testament, and the God of the Final Testament, all of them is one. And that is, of course, God Almighty. And the second thing which I think would contribute to this interfaith dialogue would be, as I just mentioned earlier on, that on a wider scale, even beyond the Abrahamic scale, all humanity, if we look upon people of every caste, of every creed, of all races, so we are the progeny of one parent, Adam and Eve, which makes us a huge family called humankind. And the Quran at one place actually speaks about this very vehemently, and it says that the Almighty has created mankind from one parent, which is Adam and Eve, and the reason that they have been divided into various tribes or various identities is just for recognition. Otherwise, as far as superiority is concerned, it does not lie in belonging to Islam or Christianity or Judaism. But the real distinction which makes a person closer to God is how pious he is, how God conscious that person is. So I think that this is something which also needs to be stressed, that as Abrahamic, more than being Abrahamic, if we belong to this seed called humanity, all of us are so to speak children of God, or his creatures, and therefore we have one common ancestor. And the third thing, or the third suggestion that might help in this regard, is that also, as far as followers of prophets of God are concerned, I think all the scriptures are extremely clear in this fact, and whether implicitly or explicitly, that the religion brought by all the prophets of God has always been one. So it's like having the same religion in different times, because submission to God, to acknowledge God, and to feel that He is our creator is the message of each and every prophet, starting from Adam right up to Muhammad. So I think that this commonality also needs to be underscored, that we may be branches of a religion. We might have points of differences. We might have points which make some of the religions, maybe, or a couple of them, to have a special place vis-a-vis the nature of guidance that they have. But other than that, we have to realize that basically we have sprung from the same fountain. We are, it's like a bouquet of flowers which is brought together, and the source is one. So that bouquet of flowers needs to behave like a bouquet, and it needs to, so to speak, discard those throngs which might hurt each other. So we have to come together as a bouquet, and we have to realize that our real strength is combining ourselves, realizing that we are followers of one God, and realizing the fact that we are actually the progeny of one Adam, of one parent, Adam and Eve.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And then the other really big point that I loved, the protection of our spiritual health, the protection.
Right.
I would love you to just say a little bit more about protecting ourselves, because I think
Right.
This is very important.
Right. So as far as protecting our spiritual self is concerned, it means to grow in our spiritual capacity, because the more you protect it from adverse currents, the more it will blossom. It's like a plant which needs to be shielded from sunlight at times. And I think the way that this can happen, and I personally think that this is the strongest way that I have seen people grow and contribute in this regard. And that is what we call self-accountability. So if you want to protect yourself from other people, the onslaughts of adverse currents, forget about what other people are doing. We need to concentrate on our own selves. We need to be a person who's not picking the faults of other people. If at all we are very, very passionate in picking faults, let it be our own selves. So we have to turn that telescope inwards and see what we are from inside. So if we have to protect ourselves spiritually, that protection can only take place if we try to improve ourselves through that process which I have just called self-accountability. So I always compare it to something that has to be done periodically. So just as dust needs to be cleaned in a room, because the dust never dies away, you need to vacuum every now and then, periodically. You will not say that, okay, once I vacuum this room, it will remain clean. No, the dust keeps on settling. So in a very similar way, our spiritual health is also affected by this dust which settles on our hearts. And we need to vacuum those hearts as well. Just as we vacuum the room, we need to vacuum our hearts. And just as cleaning the rooms is not a one-time process, it's a continuous process. So self-accountability is a continuous process. It's like lying down every day before going to sleep at night and making this commitment that I'm not going to repeat some of the blemishes or mistakes I did today, and I'll try to become a better person. Even if the next day you commit even greater mistakes, because that happens. So we don't get well immediately. We don't correct ourselves, because it's not a push on and off button. Human habits, they take time. So self-accountability is a continuous process. We must not get frustrated if we are not improving, because always remember, what God wants from us is to try. Whether we achieve success or not, it is dependent on a lot of circumstances. But if we don't try enough, God will, of course, hold us accountable. He might not hold us accountable if we are not successful, because, as I said, it depends on a number of circumstances. But if we don't try enough, then that is something alarming, and that is something about which He will hold us accountable. So we need to keep on trying, forget about what we did and how we are still repeating some of the mistakes. Each night we have to take it as the last night. Maybe we don't get up the next day. So we have to have a clean chit. We have to have a clean balance. And that clean chit is that our heart should be light, that we've not hurt other people who might in the hereafter ask us that this is the person who never made amends. So before going to sleep every night, I mean, of course, this can even happen in the day, but before we pass out for sleep, we need to remember that we might not get up. And therefore, every night our balance sheet should be zero, and we are a person who always has, in fact, a little upper hand in which we might have a favor on someone instead of being a person who is always on the downside, and he or she is in debt, not only monetarily, but in moral debt. And moral debt is something which has to be balanced out before we pass away. So it's like it's an ongoing duty. It's a tremendous thing that we need to do, and the stronger it is, and the prerequisite is so great that I feel that we ignore it. Something which happens so frequently in front of us. We see people die every day. We take them to the graveyard, we bury them, and once we come back, we forget that we too will die one day and face the Almighty. So we have to continue this process every day, even if we fail, because to me, success is not to achieve our destination, but to try to achieve our destination.
Beautiful, beautiful, really beautiful. Thank you. I'm so pleased to have you here again. I'm so pleased to learn from you and study. As I step back into school in January,
it's a great feeling to be a student once again, and I really wish that you are able to continue with your studies, and inshallah you'll come out in flying colors, and you'll be a doctor in no time.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a doctorate of ministry. It's not a PhD doctorate. It's a doctorate of ministry.
Okay.
But,
well, that's equally good. That's equally good.
Yes.
If not more.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm really pleased about working with you. I really hope to come to Pakistan for 6 months. I just got in touch with the Rotary, so I hope to come actually before. There's a gentleman that said he would like to support. So we'll see if I can get involved in some of the activities and get there for 6 months during this time. So that would be great. That would be great.
Mm-hmm.
So I wish you and your family a beautiful holiday season. I know you've got friends here and you've got family members in the United States. I hope they're all safe and well.
They are.
Yes,
thank you very much for your wishes and your prayers. Likewise, I pray that everyone remains safe and we are soon rid of this pandemic. But I think it was a blessing in disguise as well. A lot of problems it caused, I think, but there were a lot of good points which came out as a blessing in disguise.
100%. 100%. A lot of people feel this. And I think working with the indigenous cultures a lot this year,
yeah, absolutely.
Cultures, traditional medicine has been so valuable to so many. I think, Pakistan has a lot of traditional medicine as well. And I think it's seen a little bit more in Pakistan as a really deep part of the medical world. I can only pray that America can, again, align with this wisdom of health. And spiritual health is a big part of it, as we know. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure talking to you.
All right. We'll talk again.
Okay. Inshallah, hopefully soon.
All right.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye. Okay.
Bye-bye. Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz.
Beautiful from Dr. Shazad Salim. We give thanks to his witness, this idea of moral debt, of our morality, of our looking at how we sustain, how do we touch that sustainability for personal well-being. Self-help, I think, is one area that maybe has gone beyond, but I think self-accountability is a very much part of what we as a society, to protect our spiritual health, to clear the heart, he said, to vacuum our hearts, to create a system of internal change. He's one of my deepest, I would say, a spiritual clinician that has touched me in Pakistan deeply. And I think he's somebody that has a great wisdom and a witness for all of us. And that he said to remember the selflessness of the mother. And I've talked about this to some of my women friends, and it's already breathing. And finding the unsung hero, finding that person in your community that's doing the gifts. And that's why the Torch put together the 4 pillars: peace, health, environment, and tech, to be able to really, really look at that wonder, look at that creativity, and find 4 pillars. They don't have to be high up people. Somebody that just might be on the street really helping people with peace. Maybe handing a peace sign. Maybe somebody in the environment that's working on planting trees in your community. Find that unsung hero and really take part in that. Finding the tech person that's just starting and helping them grow, helping that tech person grow, and really, really looking at that spiritually fit person and opening them up. Opening that unsung hero for somebody that has, the health commitment, but they might not be a doctor, or they might not be a nurse, they might not be a health practitioner in the way, but they're helping with health of your community. And that might be that spiritual health that Dr. Shazid was just talking about. And we've got our beautiful Raheen here. I would love you to bring in the next speaker. She is a woman that's coming. She's a good friend. I'm excited to see her, so I have to say hi, because I haven't seen her on stage for a long time, but she was on stage with me probably 7 years ago in women's circles, and I haven't seen her since then, really, but she said yes to the Torch. She's going to be speaking on women's abuse and what happens with, how we can climb back up as women, how we can support women. I'm sure you've seen your own understanding of different, even, how women are mistreated, but also men, she said. And so she's going to bring a rich plethora of relationship to how do you come out of abuses that have happened to us. And there's no greater gift than what Dr. Shazid said. Salim said, I always say Shazid, I always say the first name, but Salim. Dr. Salim said, because that selflessness, that idea of protection for ourselves, I think Rosie is going to bring that. Her name is Rosie Ayala, and she's going to be a great speaker. I'm going to stop my voice for a minute because we've been running for a few hours. I'm going to let you take the stage for a few minutes and just share a little bit about, if you did listen to Dr. Salim, what your thoughts are. And it's okay if whatever you want to talk about. I hand the stage to you. Okay?
Okay, definitely.
Thank you.
So, hello everybody. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's fine. Just a second, I'm just gonna have some water to begin with. I see some people watching. Would love if you guys comment some questions about me, about Torch. As a representative, I would love to answer. I really want to take this chance to first talk about intergenerational harmony, because I feel it is really important for our mental health. Also, not just individuals' mental health, but also as a society, because I feel like this intergenerational harmony that Mama Lynn has created, along with Dr. PPP, is just amazing. Because you see, at times you being very young or old, that works with all, actually all ages, all genders, you might not be welcome to a certain forum, or you might be told certain things that, oh my God, you're so young now, this is your age to go to school, to study, this is your age. And then this is when people start deciding what you do at a certain age. I feel this intergenerational harmony is very important for peace as well. And a peaceful world is what the Torch is standing for. And I feel so proud of Mama Lynn, although I'm very young, I'm like, oh my God, I'm so proud of her, that she has maintained that very peaceful environment for an organization / an initiative, so that if we are working towards something that is already present in us, if we're working for peace, we have our inner peace intact. And if we don't, then we're working towards it, or are we're willing to work towards it, because it's all about the thought in our minds that change. So that is something that I wanted to share. We have the beautiful Iram Fawad. Hello, Iram. How are you doing?
I am fine. Thank you so much. I'm like, very much inspired by you, the kid at your age. Mashallah, you're doing so amazing. I'm so very proud of you.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome. So you're also a pretty girl, you know that?
Ah, thank you so much.
Pretty and brilliant. What I can say, the two words combination goes with you. So this is what it
Mm,
is. So
mm.
now you carry on what you're saying, and I'm going to listen to you. The 5 keys to reclaim your voice, value, and confidence after an abusive relationship. Is it the thing that you're talking?
Actually, I was waiting for you because I really wanted to introduce you here. Honestly, Iram Fawad is very amazing, has been very appreciative with me, because we somehow have been in the same, events and groups. And she's always very appreciative, not just to me, to all the women plus men out there. So I feel so proud to be having you here. So take it away, Iram Fawad, and the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rahim. So today we are going to discuss about some of the organizations that we are going to discuss, that how we can run a healthy organization. And a healthy organization means that you are really working for the community. And working for the community means that you are saving, investing a lot of time and a lot of energy and a lot of money onto the community. So how we can do this? So as I'm going to share a little bit of yours, and I guess it is I guess Lynn is writing Rosie is coming at 9 p.m. Pacific. Okay, no problem. So the thing is, like, it is an amazing thing that we women are together. In this pandemic, like when people are panicking, used to be, like everyone is telling, oh my God, what's going to do, what I'm going to do, because everyone was stuck in the houses. So what we did, we made a network to not only locally, we made a network globally. So that's how I met Lynn Chittick. That's how I met Dr. Anand, and I met many of the other international speakers, and many ordinary and many famous people around the globe. I never knew that I can be connected to Africa, and I can be connected to Netherlands or Norway or Oslo, because living in Pakistan, people are just thinking that you have to widen your horizon of thinking, that you can think on a wider horizon, because if you don't, then this thinking span is a little lesser. So without wasting my time, I am going to just show you what I am, who I am, and what I'm doing. Like, the thing is, like, my organization is doing a lot of work for women who doesn't know how to reach on the successful trails. So I wanted to just show you, if I can share my screen over here, then I can share you. Can you see my screen now? All right. So, okay, you're in the show. Okay. So there we go. Now I can just open this up. Present. All right. I hope it's loading. So this is my organization, Womenpreneur Pakistan. I'm the president to this organization, and this organization came into being it's around 5 years ago, when I thought that the kind I got empowered, and I got in touch with and connected with the people, why other people, other ladies are not. And to educate the ladies, I just started this. So we network. We always welcome you on the We Network Womenpreneur Pakistan organization virtual, and then afterwards. So it is like, let's educate and empower women of Pakistan. So Womenpreneur PK is one-stop solution for connection, inspiration, streamlined trainings to help you turn your vision into reality. We believe that every woman serves a purpose in a life and deserves a place of belonging. We are here to help, educate, and empower women in business to become the future CEOs of their businesses, lives, and relationships. It's like for a holistic approach from Womenpreneur Pakistan that we have gathered a lot of ladies with us. So here you can connect locally and globally, network with highly influential business women, and learn all the secrets to starting or growing a successful business. So this is a little story that I have achieved, and I've got corporate members and I've got individual members who are really amazing. And this like I got business idea over here, how we can work. These are like 4 or 5 things that we can do. It's like business ideas, online visibility, growth hacking, and business consultancy. This is how we can help each other. The need for the entrepreneurs in today's time. So first of all, you need right now you need a woman to be an entrepreneur. So need of women entrepreneurship are, I start with the one, own identity. If you don't have your own identity, nobody knows you. Then you should be very confident and come up and tell them, be independent. You can make your own decisions. Bright future. You should see that you have a very bright future. Increase confidence and positivity, because without it, you cannot achieve anything. So, I guess, all right. So create employment not only for yourself, you should create opportunities for employment for others. And then better education and awareness, increasing risk taking ability. Entrepreneur is born to take risk. So support of family and members, this is very, very much needed. Developing equal status in the society. And if I don't have the support of my family, then I could not, cannot be able to do this. But right now, thank you to my mom. Thank you to everyone else. So service we provide, we talk, we teach, we tech, we read, and many other things. Like we educate, we believe in educate and empower with the training. So there's a whole lot of series about we educate and we tech. We believe in transformation and digitalization and bringing women to tech to empower them. We talk because with talking, inspirational talk and motivational talk, we can make a person's future. So motivation speaking, we motivate entrepreneurs and talk about new ways of eco prosperity. So service we provide, we network because we are connecting the globe through networking, inspiration from many cultures and education. Like American culture has a different story. African culture has a different story. Pakistani culture and Indian culture has a different story. Then there's if you go to China, if you go to, because there are so many people, so many communities around the globe, and endless stories of people around the world who has achieved, who has failed, who has this problem, who has that problem. But if we talk to each other, if we network with each other, maybe that person from Africa can connect with you in by sitting down in Pakistan. And like I am teaching in Africa now, and I am teaching around Pakistan. Pakistan is a small, not very big country, but it is like it's a huge country that you can just go ahead and enjoy it. As we fund, we create a fund like We don't need to go to banks. We don't need to go to any kind of thing. These kind of funds that we can save our money by ourselves, all the members together, and can create a fund. Each month, one member can get a whole lot of money, and the next month the other, the next month the other. So we together can help each other to feel strong and to help each other to make our businesses grow. So this is what Womenpreneur PK is core. So we have a lot of series like wellness series, skills, leaderships, fashion, beauty, and much more. So networking, knowledge, sharing skill, training, advisory. So these what we have. So this is me giving education about fashion entrepreneurship, and then I guess we have this IT thing happening, and this is the vision and the mission of the Womenpreneur. So Womenpreneur PK is providing all the one-stop solution that, as I already told you, Womenpreneur PK is for everyone, whether you are still thinking about starting a business or just started a business or running an empire. We want you to be a part of our movement. Our goal is to educate, empower women of Pakistan. And one more motto that I have added in here is to make 1,000 CEOs, women CEOs for the future in Pakistan. So here we go. These are few of the pictures just to spice it up. So this is the startup and entrepreneurs who can we can guide them, we can give them business consultancy and the legal advisory services as well. So these are the pretty ladies we have, and this is Shireen Khan's Serenity, and this is I think thank you for this. So I can just okay. All right, there we go. I guess now you know that. All right, stop hearing. Hello, assalamu alaikum, sir. How are you?
Walaikum
So,
salam, alhamdulillah.
Qazi Numan over here. Welcome to Torch. And I was just telling about Womenpreneur organization that I have made a presentation for the people over here. Entire America, Canada, and everyone is just watching us. So Qazi Numan is one of the fabulous person who has invented health solutions app for Pakistan. He is working day and night to grow that thing. So Womenpreneur Pakistan and Health Solutions are now thinking to do collaboration. And yes, definitely we are bringing more, peace to world. And we're bringing health solutions to everyone. So yes, Kali Numan, Mujahid, please introduce yourself and let the world know what you're capable of.
Thank you so much, Iram, for inviting me here. And this is Qazi Noman Mujahid, an entrepreneur and IT professional having 28 years experience, and I own a software house, namely Tech Services LLC. Um, we started back in 2018, and we decided to work in the health domain, we having a huge gap there. So we launched the first virtual hospital of the world, which is delivering all health related services in a single app, having complete ABCD of health like A for ambulance with tracking, B for blood without donor, C for chemist 24 by 7, D for diagnostics at your doorstep, E for equipment on rent and for purchase, F for fitness and rehabilitation, G for general physicians clinic, which is teleconsultancy, H for home care and nursing, and I for health insurance. And we are adding more services. Uh, so basically, most of the people who are from first world countries maybe that could be strange for them, that what why that blood without donor or chemist or diagnostic doorstep and all such things. Here in Asian countries, or especially in Pakistan, it's a very big milestone which we have achieved, because we have here a lot of problems here in healthcare sector, and this is an approach to become with an innovative solution to overcome the problem, as well as uh, uh, giving the ease to the people, to the nation, as well as focusing to the SDG 3, which is healthcare and well-being. So quality health and well-being. So we have added value, and especially during pandemic, it's Parvin Patel. Thank you so much. Walaikum assalam. And basically, during COVID, the importance of this app gone huge, because people who want healthcare related services, they don't want to visit the hospital having infected area there in hospital. So we are delivering healthcare services at home, because you can quarantine at home, you can get oxygen concentrator and oxygen, not only for purchase but on rent, as well as trained medical home paramedical staff, and having 50 plus doctors available in our app online anytime. So we have introduced this app, and right now, if I am not wrong, we have assisted 600 people which were quarantined at home using the healthcare services of this app. Beside this app, the second approach is not to increase the value of medicine or all such services, because actually we want to provide ease to the end user. So everything which is being delivered to the doorstep of the people, that is on the actual rate what they get on any window of any pharmacy or any hospital or any diagnostic lab or something. That is what we are delivering to the doorstep, up to the doorstep of the end user. And actually it is using the existing resources. We don't have our lab, we don't have. So it's an idea like Facebook, which is the largest media center having no media. Uber is a transport company having no vehicle. Similarly, healthcare health solutions is a healthcare solution, or a hospital having no paramedical staff or premises. So, Alhamdulillah, we are delivering that service, and it's a pleasure for me to connecting with womenpreneur. And I am thankful again to Ma'am Iram, who has warm welcomed me and appreciated our efforts and connecting us. Basically, this app is now going to empower everyone to become an entrepreneur. Suppose someone wants to do some business, so this app is offering the business chance on a very low cost. For example, if you need to open a pharmacy here in Karachi, Pakistan, it costs about 5 million, but we are offering pharmacy solution in just 50,000, and those 50,000 will be added in your wallet as a security deposit, and you can start a pharmacy. You will be having only a tablet or a smart mobile, and you will be having the pharmacy, and all the services will be delivered by health solutions to the customers who will visit you, who need the medicines or such things, and we will be sharing the profit or the discount we are getting from the pharmaceutical companies with those entrepreneurs. We are also offering semi-virtual hospital, having 50 doctors in our app, and anyone can launch a hospital, a semi-virtual hospital having 20 by 20 feet, 20 square feet space. There they can hire a phlebotomist. No need of the doctors, because the doctors are there in this app, and keep that app on an LCD, and having a tablet, and all the service will be delivered to any visiting patient as well. So this is what Health Solution is doing, and having such people like Iram Fawad, and those who are actually playing a vital role in empowering such people like me. I am really thankful to her again for giving me chance to connecting with womenpreneur, because I think alone or individually I cannot, but together we can. We can. Your mic is mute. Thank you.
Okay, now can you hear me? Yes. So I said teamwork is a dream work that we are all in together. And not only me, you should thank Lynn Chittick, who has created this event drive for all of the entire world for the 6 days of health and healthy solutions. So this
Oh
is what,
yes, I'm really thankful to her as well.
yeah,
And uh,
share your
and
chat, share your link that people can connect to you on the Health Solution app so that people can come forward to you. Do share it over here as we all are here to get connected. Network, global network is a solution right now. No matter what health solution is right now or environmental solution around us, we need to get healthy. We need to remain healthy because this is what human beings are living for, I guess. If we carry on with the healthy ways, we are going to succeed in this year. Hopefully year 2021 brings happiness to everyone, brings happiness and wellness and spirituality to everyone, because I want because right now the situation is that everyone is emotionally sabotaged because there are no more, earning that the way we used to do, and educational centers are closed around the globe. It is happening. People are unemployed and all that. And in this situation, we need someone to just make us motivated, to make us think about some good stuff, because this positivity is much needed. So you can say something about it as well. So Kazi Saab, can you say something about it? About healthy
so
ways, environmental. How can you
so
create
basically,
environmental health when you are,
yeah.
yeah.
So basically the any issue, any problem of the world can be resolved or can be overcome by providing innovative solutions. As for that, we must need to highlight the problem, and not only the problem, but we must need to share some solutions as well. So we can work on that as well by sharing what actually the problems like environment and everything are going from, or what will be the impact of that to our coming generation, or to our even our children. So we need to highlight those problems. We need to educate people about that. We need to come up with solutions, and uh, ask everyone to play his or her role in that solution. And I believe that with the collaborations, as Lynn said on the chat, that with collaborations we can overcome any type of problem. And I am always available, Iram, with your reference. Lynn, I do offer you here that if you need any such support or help from my side related to environmental health or related to health care of the people, I am available anytime.
Thank you so much for. We appreciate your work, and we are always standing by you with all our might of Womenpreneur Pakistan.
My pleasure.
Mama Lynn is here, and I am so happy that we are here. So, Mama Lynn, can you tell me why is environmental health important?
For a mom, I only can bring from experience, right? As a
Yeah.
mother. When I was
Yeah.
a young mom, my son was waking up every night screaming. And I was like, what is going on? So the doctors gave him antibiotics, blah, blah, blah. And I'm scrubbing a tub and I'm using an agency called Ajax, which is a chemical powder.
Yeah, I have
And
used.
use the Ajax, and all of a sudden, I became angry within 5 minutes. And I recognized this idea that environment was really key. So I went forward and did a tremendous amount with environmental work, before I even did health work. So our home was green in 1984, complete green home, 1984. So we had only wool carpets. We had no varnishes on our wood floors. We only put beeswax on our floors and natural varnishes on our counters, natural varnishes on our cupboards. Our whole home was all green. 1984. Went on to practice health and realized people didn't know that good organic food and environment stood together. And as soon as you see this combination that people eat good, they don't take care of, they use chemicals in their home, or they use chemicals in their home, they don't eat good. So my store in 2002 was opened as an environmental sustainable store. I had organic sheets. I had organic composting toilets. I had so much. We opened up right after 9/11. So this was not a good business time. So I actually lost my shirt financially. But
I remember because I was in US
Yes.
at that time.
Yeah.
I remember lost our jobs, me and my husband, and how we
yeah,
did
it was huge.
Yeah.
It was huge. And so, but I had the first sustainable bag with an organic popcorn on the market. So also this experience happened. So I was cooking really nice organic food for Cornell University students, for the farmers markets, for everything in America, right? Doing really good work in our town. I started the Green Building Association in our town. So we were working with straw built housing, natural building supplies. We had natural paints, clay paints, all things in our store. But we also had a certified kitchen making food. What I found with the bean burritos, we were wrapping in plastic. And all of a sudden, I could taste the plastic. After wrapping hundreds of beanie pies, I could taste the plastic in my mouth. And I really realized that plastic was causing just as much harm for health as the issues. You know, here I'm selling this beautiful organic food, but selling it in plastic wrap. So this made me very aware. So many things like this over the years, but those are what's coming to mind about health and environment. So I bridged this in 2082 as a legal entity, a business. And again, people didn't even have the idea at that point. They didn't even come close to the idea. And, you know, I had worked with the large oil and gas companies as an environmental specialist. And I did a newsletter, and they were planting trees, the largest organization having coal plants. And so I went to our town because what was happening is the zebra mussels down in our lake were growing expansively, and they were taking over the aquatic life in the Ithaca Lake called Cayuga Lake. And so I put the two and two together, and I went to them and I said, can we build the greenhouses to build natural food cooking places? Because people were so into organic food. And I said, can we build greenhouses and create sustainable place, and all the hot water coming from the coal plant, can we put that into a greenhouse to warm it year round? Because back east, there's a lot of cold weather. So I came up with many ideas like this. This has been my specialty of health and environment. That's why Torch really looks at peace, health, environment. Rosie's calling. Just a minute. I'm going to let you two talk for a sec.
Okay. So I just wanted to share, as Lynn was talking about the greenhouses, we have to, think about that. We should also make some, Lynn is, right now gathering some seeds for Pakistan and the third world countries so that she can bring it over here and can use it over there, because she's been planting those seeds to schools, to colleges, and many other rural areas. She has done a lot of work in education as well. So as I met with Lynn at Digital Pakistan's first when we gathered in PIMS, I guess, so in Karachi, she visited us, and we had a very good time. And she told me about her vision, the holistic way she's taking.
Yeah, I was there in that
Yes.
program as well.
Exactly. So the thing is, like, together, the Healthy Solutions and Womenpreneur Pakistan, the Torch Health, and many other things can be collaborated to achieve the main goal of making the world more happier, more healthier. So this is how what we,
No doubt.
we are doing. So now I guess Rosie is coming, and Rosie is going to just join us in a moment. I don't know what happened to her, but it's like I met yesterday with a few of the ladies in in USA who were selling some healthy oils. That was something. Hi Rosie, how are you?
My apologies.
How are you?
Don't apologize. Life happens consistently. Life happens. We'll just say hi. We'll just say hi to you. We'll relax you into the stage. Let's relax. Let's enjoy.
Well, thank you for your kindness.
Yeah, I introduce you over to, this is Rosie Ayala, and these are two friends that when I lectured in Pakistan, they were both there. I was talking about health and environment, and Iram runs an organization called Womenpreneur Network, and Kazi works on health systems, and so they're both really powerful entrepreneurs. And they have a lot of good. Rosie and I were talking about tech the other day, and we were like, "We're good at tech. We're good at tech.
We're good at tech. That's right." we're trying to make that.
So anyway, say hi to Rosie for a minute. She's going to bring a great topic. She's been an entrepreneur with me. We started out kind of together in a group called Women. What was it called?
Women Network.
Women Network, which was over how many hundreds? How many women does Sandy have? I mean, she has a huge network.
Yeah, it's about over 500,000. She's global now.
Yeah.
So she's in Canada,
How can
UK.
we be the part of it? How can we be part of it? I am looking for the collaboration and association with the organization. So me with her.
Yeah, I can introduce you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rosie.
For sure.
Just
So
make sure we get connected.
Rosie is grown and expanded. This is Raheen Fatima. She's 13, Rosie, and she's just like a powerhouse. And she's been a host for us this journey. And I'm just so pleased. I mean, the whole morning was all my Pakistani friends, and it's just been so fun. And I love them so much. They're from my family. Iram just really, wrapped me in this gorgeous coat. She brought me this gorgeous coat, and the first day I met her, and it's just so. I'll get it at the end of your talk, but we don't want to hold you up too long because we do have Julie Down coming up, and I know you have a beautiful presentation for us. And
we'll see.
Relax. It's okay. She thought she was at the next hour, so
yeah, I thought I was at 10, and I mean, even the email I sent at 10. I just had the wrong time. Anyway, at least they'll still see it, right?
Always text me because I'm a text girl rather than an email girl. I apologize.
Yeah, and I didn't text you. I mean, I didn't email you.
Yeah, good. So we'll let Rosie have the stage. We'll help her get her share screen. She's got a PowerPoint for us.
Yeah, let me see.
Because torch runs with the wind, and the wind comes, and it's okay. And I think it's a relaxed stage.
Good.
Love is Kind Network is so cool. So Rosie runs Love is Kind Network, and that's her logo up in the right-hand side. And she is going to bring to you just a wealth of information. She and I have deeply talked, and I want to support this organization for her. I really want to collaborate with her, with all of you, and bring it as we bring each other up, as we lift each other up. And anyway, thank you, Kazi. I knew you were there, but when you said it, I was like, that's how I recognize you, because I remember you were at my talks, and I was like, you saw me in full action in Pakistan.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I am okay. Thank you so much, Lane. And we met at PIMS Clifton once you were in Karachi, Pakistan.
Yes.
So I can recall that time, and we had a great meeting there.
Great. Yeah, there were quite a few people at PIMS. I was there 2 years in a row, so thank you so much for being there. Thank you, Iram, for your beautiful wealth of information. I'm so glad, and come back on later if you want, like you're tomorrow morning, if you want to be more members.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lane.
Yeah. Yeah, let's
Thank you,
connect.
Rosie.
What we say is Allah Hafez. Allah Hafez.
Yeah, connect us, Lynn.
All right, take care, folks.
Thank you
Thank
so
you. Thank you
much.
so much.
Appreciate your patience.
Okay, Raheen, are we ready? We're going to let Rosie have the stage. We're going to get her hooked in. What do you need? You share screen.
Yeah, so I'm going to share my screen. Is that it?
Mm-hmm. You're going to go to the application window.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I haven't heard back from Julie, but I think she'll be pretty flexible with us. Beautiful. You've got it.
I got it. Okay, let's see if I can figure out how to do this here.
Okay, so we're going to go under and let you have the stage and introduce yourself and, just really open yourself to the heart, and you are of that. So I'm super happy that you're here with us. It's a huge gift.
Well, thank you for giving me this stage. So I'm going to be talking about the 5 keys to reclaim your voice, value, and confidence after an abusive relationship. And I will be sharing a little bit before what the impact of abuse to a woman and what the impact is to the entire world before I actually get into some of the keys so that you can really reclaim your power as a woman. But first I wanted to start off and give you a gift right away. It's called the Advent of Kindness Calendar. And every day of the month, there's some little idea of what you can do to bring some kindness to yourself and to others. And you go to bit.ly/kindness calendar 2020. Just make sure that the K and the C, the K is capitalized, K for kindness and C for calendar is capitalized, and you can have that just for you. So I really wanted to first start off with that. So this presentation is for you if you've ever felt like, I'm not good enough, I'm not lovable, I can't trust men, I don't trust myself, I'll be alone the rest of my life. I don't want to be alone the rest of my life. I overeat, I overdrink, I overwork, I overexercise. I lost myself. I'm just a shell of who I am. I don't have any confidence. I want some affection, and I'm afraid. That was me. So I'm figuring if you're like me, then maybe it's the same thing for you too. And this is what I'm doing this presentation for. And this is the key. And you want to move forward and give back to you. And you're ready to create a life that you love, because this is your life right now. But first, I want to share with you some information, because this torch presentation is about health. So I want to just take a moment to just share that with you. There is 2.7 billion women 15 years and older in the entire world. The entire population is about 7.8 billion right now. Of that, 2.7 are adult women classified as 15 years and older. Of that, 35 to 70% of women experience some form of violence against them. 35 to 70%. The range is big because some of it, not a lot of it's documented. And if you're like me, my experience is mostly verbal and abuse, and I'm not in any statistic, but it's based on my speaking. This is what's been happening. That means what those percentages mean is between 1 and almost 2 billion women are impacted by domestic violence. This is what needs to change. And this is a global health crisis. What happens to women? They're killed, there's suicide, cancers, depression, PTSD, anxiety, back pain, sleep issues, skin and hair issues, thyroid issues, reproductive organ issues, and so much more. Their health is so critically impacted, not to even mention the impact to the children. This is what matters. And this is why my work here that I do is so important to me to want to change this, and how how we show up and how you can create a life for you. If it's possible to put in the loveiskindnetwork.com at the bottom feed, I would appreciate that. So my name is Rosie Aiello, and I am a 25-year victim of domestic violence. And I want to say, until my international escape. And this has been my freedom journey that I could have never imagined when I first landed back in the United States. And I will give you a little bit more about that in just a minute. But now I'm an international award-winning entrepreneur. I've written best-selling books with my colleagues. I have created national, which is really International Love is Kind Day, which is July 27th. That's the day my daughter and I arrived back in the United States. I have been honored with other awards. I have women I teach. I've now launched a podcast called Vulnerable to Valuable. And what I love is that I am with the love of my life. When I was just like that slide before, where I was so afraid of any man, and now I have a man who I adore and who adores me. So this for you is really your freedom journey to be 100% you. And that's what I want to take you on today. So this is 5 keys to reclaim your voice, your value, and your confidence after an abusive relationship. When your confidence has just been shattered, you lost your voice and you had no value. And I'm going to share with you in a bit. This is based on my work called the 11 Freedom Fulfillment Pillars. And you'll get a free guide to that. Just make sure, I let you know about that a little bit later on. Okay. So keep in tune here. So I want to share the first pillar. They're not necessarily in order of those pillars, but I picked out some of them to share with you because remember what I was saying, when you've been in these abusive relationships, when you've been put down, you've been demeaned, maybe been physically assaulted, you haven't had any self-care. You haven't had time. You haven't put yourself first. And so many women in general, we grow up being to self-sacrifice. But you can't give to others unless you take care of yourself. And it's such a hard concept for women to really grasp. But it is crucial. And you'll see as we go through this presentation how important it is for you to really be kind to yourself. This is all about being kind to yourself, to show up that, yes, you deserve it. And there are many ways for self-care that you can do, from taking a meditation to taking a walk to hugging yourself. All of these create really like what I call happy hormones. And that's what we need. All of your brain, your fears just been putting you in such a horrible state. This is the first thing I want you to do and to remember. And you can Google, I have a whole booklet on this, and you're going to get in that guide ways to have some self-care. But I want you to know that when I was in my relationship, I was married I was in a relationship for 25 years. I was lived in the Middle East. I'm American. I moved to the Middle East. And every time I wanted to go to the gym or even see a friend, which is, you can still see self-care because it's being connected, he would just call me hedonistic. He would just all you think about is yourself, when the entire time I never thought about myself. And so then I stopped doing anything for myself. And I made my life smaller and smaller and smaller until I lost who I was. Does you refer to that? So here's just that link again for the calendar. Just want to make sure you get that. It's bit.ly. It's a bit.ly, kindness with a capital K, calendar with a capital C, 2020. Because this is a way to teach you, help give you ideas to be kind to yourself, to give yourself some really well-deserved self-care. And to do this without guilt. I know what the life is like. I know what it's like. And the next pillar I want to share with you is really knowing what's important to you. I remember when I was growing up and an adult, I didn't know what was important to me. I just picked up values from my family, from religion, from teachers, from the media. It was just like I just collected values like I had a collection of seashells along the seashore. I just picked them up, but I never really looked at them. I never really asked, are these important to me? What's important to me? And then when I was in my relationship with my now ex-husband, he defined everything for me. He told me what I liked. He told me what I didn't like. He told me what was important to me. I didn't have a voice. Everybody was dictating around me. And I said nothing. I was so into just existing. I wasn't even conscious that I could even have, identify what was important to me. It was crazy. He would, so many times he would just, I worked for him for a while, but he told me, he didn't pay me for the longest time. He told me what I would get paid, which is fair. But then he told me what I would do with my own money. He told me what I would do with my own money. I didn't even have a voice about how I was going to handle my money. And I never spoke up. I just let him dictate my whole life. But you don't have to do that. You don't have to stay there. And even if you've been out of the relationship, which is, I work with women who have emerged from these abusive relationships, but really aren't really sure what to do with themselves. They still feel like they're not showing up. They still feel small. There's a part of them that feels big and expansive and maybe in their work because they're overworking. And there may be a part where they're small and they just don't know who they are and they have this push and pull of trying to find themselves. Remember when I said you lost yourself. I was just a shell of who I was. So I'll tell you a little bit about the escape in a little bit. Just let me know if you want to get into that. Okay. But I want you to think about and ask yourself, what's important to me? What do I want? What do I desire? What do I want out of this life? Ask yourself those questions. And even though you've never asked yourself or you've never really challenged yourself, you can do it. You can do this and I can help you. But this is the crux. When you get this, your life will change. And I have such a magnificent way of how I help women really embrace what's important to them, what they deserve, what they can expect. My whole life changed around when I owned and honored myself. I owned these values. I owned what was important to me. And yes, you don't have to settle. It's all for you. You can do this. Okay. So I want to share about this one client. She had, when she came to me, she had been in an abusive relationship. She had been out of it for quite a few years. And she'd been dating. She didn't think she would ever find anybody. She felt she just had to settle. This is a very common phrase I hear from these women. I have to settle. I can't get what I want. And she had a lot of fear, but she knew she wanted in a relationship. So there's that push and pull that I know I felt. It's like I want it, but I'm afraid. And she was exactly the same way. And I want to say that you're smart. There has not been one non-smart woman I've met who's been in these abusive relationships. It's been crazy. So what she said, she goes, I've been thinking about what you taught me every day, especially how important it is to keep your personal values front and center when dating or in relationships. And she said to me, she goes, I think all women would benefit from being taught this. It could save years of suffering, injuries, and many lives if all women were taught this. So she was just like, everyone's got to know. And I'm going, yeah, that's what I've been saying. She goes, I highly recommend, Rosie, if you want a kind relationship, but you still have fears and doubts that it will ever happen, because your life matters. And it's up to you to take control of your life. And you may think, I haven't had control. I haven't been there. I don't know what that even means. I get it, because I've been there too. And I can guide you to get there, because your life is so worth living. You matter. You matter. We just have to pick up the pieces and put the steps forward so you can do that. So I'm going to just stop a moment and just take you on a little journey of my escape. So my daughter had come to me when she was, she was a junior at the American University in Beirut, Lebanon. We had lived in the Middle East. She was born in Saudi Arabia, and then we moved to Beirut, Lebanon. Her father is a Christian Lebanese man. So she was at the university. She was about 20 years old, and she came running up the stairs one day, and she told me, Mom, you've got to take me away from my abusive father. And I had been waiting for that moment for 20 plus years. Because I would have never left without my daughter. So I immediately went into action, and I started to scan important documents. I took the photo albums first, and I started to pack things up. And when there was electricity, I would take them down the elevator, because we were in a 4-story building and we're on the 4th floor. And then I would pack them and take them to a friend of mine's. And I did that for 4 months, slowly, while he was almost working 24 hours, 24/7 in the home, he was working at home. But then the day arrived when we would leave. All that tension, that planning, that craziness that was going on in my mind. I think on a scale of 1 to 10, what my fear level and my stress level was, I was probably like 110. And then I remember I opened that door to the taxi and got in, and my daughter was already sitting in the back seat. My heart was pounding. I knew this was our freedom journey. Nothing could go wrong. And nothing had gone wrong up to that point. And in the front seat was my husband. Yes, all 3 of us were going back to the United States. All 3 of us were traveling to the United States, but only one was coming back. And there were no direct flights from Beirut to the United States, so we stopped in Paris. And in Paris, we spent a few days, scary days for me. And then we got on that flight from Paris to San Francisco. On that flight, my daughter and I looked at each other, because we knew what was coming down, and he had no clue. I'll tell you more later. But first, I want to get to tell you about the 3rd pillar. My ask literally got kicked out of me when I was in my relationship. And talk about losing your voice. Every time I would even ask a question, he would scream at me. And one time we were on vacation. Imagine, we were on vacation, and we were going to visit these museums in Austria. And and there were 2 museums on this property. It was so beautiful. I love the architecture in Europe. It just brings me back, and it makes me feel like, riding in a golden carriage, but that was hardly that. So he went to buy the tickets, and I just asked him, I said, oh, did you get the tickets for the big museum or the little museum? I just wanted to know which one. And he screamed at me. He screamed at my daughter. He threw the tickets. He walked off and just left us there, standing alone. And I didn't know whether he was coming back. We were in a foreign country. I didn't have my passports. I was scared to death. And my daughter and I just sat on the bench crying. Well, let me tell you, when you people please, when you keep giving in, you're giving up a part of you. When you don't ask for what you want, when you give in, you give up another part of you. So I had to learn when I got back to the United States how to ask, because my ask was crushed so much. And when I started dating the guy I'm so in love with now, I was afraid of his kindness. How bizarre is that? And one time I was cooking dinner for us, and he would frequently say, he goes, wow, that's so much food. And why are you making so much? And it just sounded like criticism to me. And I just didn't really feel good, because I had been put down for 25 years and I just didn't want to be put down anymore. And so I said, oh, well, I'm just curious. Do you think I know how to prepare a meal? He goes, oh yeah, for sure you know how to prepare a meal. And I go, well, do you think I can, you can have leftovers if there's too much? Oh, well, of course I can have leftovers. And I said, oh, good. Well, then we'll just have some leftovers, but it was such a simple act. But he didn't get mad at me. He didn't yell at me. He didn't scream at me. But I had to stand up and ask that, let's not tell me, stop telling me that I'm cooking too much because it doesn't feel good. But it was just, I got curious. But not only did I get curious, he was also open. And that's the difference. Because if you're not asking, if you're holding back, you're not being you. You're hiding a part of you. And that part just keeps getting hidden after layer after layer. And that's what happened to me. And I'm sure happened to you in your relationship. But it doesn't have to be that way when you learn how to ask with confidence. And this brings me to another client talking about confidence. This is Connie Holt, and she has her own insurance company and serves clients all the time. But both in her work and her personal life, she literally had, let's just say she had a low level of confidence. And so it showed up in her work. She wouldn't ask for work. She wouldn't ask for the clients. She was afraid to speak up. She was afraid to say what was on her mind. Then she told me, she goes, when I first started working with you, Rosie, I knew my past was holding me back. And I just wanted so much to get past my stuff. And she goes, with you, for the very first time, I learned how to honor and truly value myself. I went in one person and transformed into a woman who now shows up confident, courageous, and committed to being 100% me. Coaching with Rosie has definitely been a worthwhile investment. It's amazing to see when you see your clients literally transform in front of your eyes, and how this impacts all of your life. It's not just your personal life, it's your work life, it's your relationships with your family. Everything is impacted, and it doesn't matter what area you work in. You impact you. You live with you. You matter. So I want to get to the fourth pillar, and that is intuition. Yeah, when I was growing up, and maybe not many of you, but when I was growing up, I want to just say I was totally unconscious of my intuition, of my gut, of listening to myself. I just remember I was saying, I was just like, everybody else was telling me what to do and what to believe and what to think. And I just kind of like, it was going along with everything. I wasn't challenging myself. I wasn't challenging my beliefs. I wasn't challenging my values. And I surely wasn't even listening to myself. You remember how you think, oh, looking back, hindsight is so great. How easy it is for that. And it's so true. If I had listened to my body was screaming at me. But I just thought, oh, it's just nerves. He's a good man. I made all those reasons for him. But my body knew what was right and what wasn't right. And this is so important. Again, it's about you, strengthening you to learn to know and trust your judgment. And you do that when you tap inside. You get quiet and you learn. And you're going to hear a meditation. So you're going to hear a meditation soon. And that's going to be such a perfect segue to this. So tap into your body and listen to what that inner wisdom is telling you. And that will tell you, is this a relationship is safe or it's not safe? Is it healthy or is it not healthy? Am I taking the right step? Because you're so full of doubt. You don't trust yourself. You don't trust others. Just calm yourself down and get into that. Take those nice deep breaths and slowly exhale to get grounded with yourself. And that's such an easy step to do to help you move forward to be 100% you. Let me ask you, do you want to live this life? And I'm going to be sharing a little bit pretty soon. I'm going to be sharing the most powerful mantras that changed my life that I created during my escape and then when I came back here. Do you want to stop hiding your true self? You probably aren't even aware that you were hiding yourself. I surely didn't until I started to, after my escape, and I started to heal. You know, I had severe PTSD. My daughter has complex PTSD. They had depression, you know, health issues. I had them all. And it's like, no, I want to live this life. So do you want to live this life? Do you want to stop hiding your true self? Do you want to stop people pleasing? You don't have to people please to be you. Do you want to find the kind love of your life? Humans are meant for connection. That's how this world keeps growing. We're meant for connection, but we're meant for kind connection. You deserve a kind connection. This is your freedom journey to be 100% you begins right here, right now. So I can offer you something so simple and so easy. And it's just go to bit.ly/chatrosie. And we will have a conversation and you'll have a short assessment, your freedom fulfillment quiz that will tell you in 4 minutes where you're at, where you want to go, and what you need to do. And when we talk together, that's when the magic happens. If you're a woman who wants to move forward, if you're tired of saying, I'm not enough, if you say, I don't want to be afraid anymore, and you want to create a life that you deserve. And that leads us to the fifth pillar for today, and that is self-compassion and self-kindness. How often did you blame yourself, judge yourself, criticize yourself? My husband did it nonstop for 25 years. I lived in the Middle East and I literally felt like I was in my own terrorist camp. I wasn't a confident woman. I was shriveled up. I lived 25 years without kindness. 25 years without kindness. It's a quarter of a century. That's ridiculous to have to experience that. No human being should have to experience lack of kindness. But Now it's your turn to give yourself some kindness, to stop criticizing yourself, to stop blaming yourself, to stop saying, I should have known, I should have gotten out sooner, I should have done this, I should have done that, because it serves no purpose except to put you down more. You had that for so many decades, or maybe it was months. I've had clients where it was within a matter of months, she got sucked into a narcissistic, abusive, toxic relationship. And she became sick. She became ill. She lost herself. It doesn't take long. Me, 25 years. Her, I was able to help her a lot sooner. So offer yourself a little compassion. Say, you know what? I'm trying right now. I'm having a hard time right now. I deserve some kindness right now. This is where it starts. It's being compassionate to yourself and speaking kind words to yourself. Telling yourself, I'm doing the best I can and I'm learning and I'm asking for help. That's self-kindness. That's self-compassion. That's how you will grow and change. So I promised I would share some mantras with you. And these are the two mantras, there's more last year, that I created when I was really in the planning stages of my escape. And I knew nothing about mantras. I knew nothing about spirituality. I knew nothing about personal development. I knew nothing. I absolutely knew nothing. But it was amazing. I was so riddled with guilt. Here I am, playing this escape under this man's nose, and I'm trying to save my daughter and myself, and yet I feel guilty. Talk about the self-compassion, right? So I think back at those times, and I said to myself, my daughter and I deserve a happy and joyful life. I don't have to be a martyr. I have one life to live, and I am going to live it fully. And that kept me going. I must have said that hundreds of times a day. And I didn't have a plan B. This escape was going to work. And so we landed at San Francisco International Airport. I knew where my brother would be waiting at the airport. I knew exactly where he would be. And when we went through those gates, my daughter and I took our luggage carts or trolleys and rolled them behind my brother. And I was so terrified of my husband that I had my brother go up to him and say, Rosie needs some time away from you. I couldn't even have my brother say, she's leaving you. I needed a lot of psychological help to get there. And told him, and then my brother, my daughter, and I turned our backs and walked out of the busy airport, leaving my husband standing alone, completely and utterly stunned. So now I have a new belief for you that I want you to take on and I want you to practice. You deserve to be treated with kindness. You deserve to be treated with kindness. I didn't realize I got it. And remember to connect with me at bit.ly/chatrosie. So again, you deserve to be treated with kindness, and it starts by being kind to yourself. It starts by being kind to yourself. Your empowerment relies completely within you, all within you. You can do this. I can help you. I've been there. You deserve to be treated with kindness. Just keep practicing that. When I teach my clients this, it's like the biggest aha that, wow, I can And the answer is yes. And my challenge to you is now learn to be kind to yourself. Oops. So here, just connect with me. I want to get to know you. I want to have a conversation with you. And when you connect with me, I will give you a free copy of the 11 Freedom Fulfillment Pillars. It's been such a joy to be with you. I streamlined that to kind of be courteous to the next speaker. And I would love to entertain any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I have a lot. I have a lot because we're looking at some of the deeper parts of ourselves, and that uncomfortability of that deeper part, and the courage that you took, I took, other women have taken to make a change, to create a change for ourselves. I think, what would your words of wisdom be, Rosie, to women in the middle of it and not quite knowing how, to take that courage, that deeper step? I know you had a lot of pillars there, but I think it goes deep. You stayed in for a long time. I stayed very short. But my first marriage was a long marriage, and when I look back, that was even had its own aggressive behavior. But he wasn't. I was only married 4 months to a person that wasn't healthy for me. And our escape, I lost a lot during the escape.
Of
And
course.
spiritually, you lose physically because you're a woman. And you've got to climb up from that feminine place in a society that's more connected. Here comes Pravin. Good, maybe we can get the male perspective.
Yeah.
Hold them off for a minute. We'll get the male perspective in just a second with him, but just listen for a minute, Pravin, and catch up. He's our host for the next couple hours, so that's why he's popping in to help us. And
I'm so glad he's here. It's good to see you again.
But for me, that's the, women are not paid as much as men. So the physicality for me, when I first made the decision for him to move into my home that I owned, I knew there was already trouble, but it was almost the fiscal relationship that I wasn't sure in that moment. You know what I mean? So I just think there's a lot there around what I just shared, but maybe you can just comment on that courage and that, you've got to let everything go. I had to let everything go, including my home, everything. I had, in order to keep my daughter and I safe.
Yeah, your safety is always number one. So I want to make sure that women get that message really clear. The safety of you and your children is number one, and you have to. I find this is almost not impossible, but extremely difficult to do this on your own. I did an international escape, so it's a little bit more complicated. It's really, Lynn, it was either I was going to stay and die. Or I was going to do something and live. It was that bad. Both my daughter and I were extremely suicidal. You saw the health implications, which was one of the earlier charts. Suicide is very common because you get so desperate and you feel like there is no way out. And I think that's one thing I want women to understand. It doesn't take much. You just need a little tiny bit, a sliver of hope that you can have a better life. And I know overseas in many different parts of the world, it's harder. And I don't have all the answers for them, except that you deserve it. And the more you just state that that's what you want, because the more we put our energy in what we want, the more things will come to you. Maybe you think, oh, I can't go to my family. They'll just, push me right back to my abusive husband. Maybe they won't. Maybe there'll be another relative. Maybe there'll be another friend. Maybe there'll be somebody who can help you, but you're not allowing it because your mind is telling you it's not possible. And that is such a big thing that we still have this, we don't believe until we see it. but we know we must believe first. And knowing that it is going to be scary. Getting out was scary. I lost, I can't even begin to tell you what I lost. 25 years. I mean, the first things I took were the photo albums, and that's really it. And a couple of some clothes. I really didn't take anything.
Yeah.
And then you learn that the stuff, the physical stuff, is not even important.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a powerful moment. I'm going to bring Pravin on and ask him to ask a couple questions. We've been talking a serious conversation. I know it happens with men and women, so I'm going to let you two talk. I have something on the stove, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hello, how are
Hi,
you?
Prav. Good. How are you?
I'm happy by God's grace and your blessings.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if you saw my presentation. I was talking about two factors. One, the health impact of to women who've been in domestic violence situations, and then helping them become re-empowered, empowering themselves once again, or maybe they've never had any power because they lost their confidence, they lost their voice, they lost so much. And my expertise is dealing with women, not with men, although I've seen, of course, I know it happens to both, but to me, it's the world. The answer is to create a world of kindness, to create kinder, intimate relationships that would create kinder families, that would create kinder communities and a kinder world. That's my dream, and my mission is to inspire and impact, 100 million women to reclaim themselves. Yeah, this is how the world's going to change. I believe it deeply.
Wow, wow, wow. 100 million women. You are the inspiration for 100 million women. Wow, wow, wow. I love it. I love it. I love it. But you inspired me. Right now, you inspired me. You are my inspiration. Wow. Wow and wow. May God bless you to fulfill your mission, and you have already started the journey. In woman, there is a man in the woman. So you are way beyond us, way beyond man. People feel like women in power. You are already empowered. You created us. You created us, man. You gave us uh, the home for first 9 months approximately of our lives. You gave us your body and blood and mind and soul, and you gave us bodies. So you are the creator, I am the creation, and always, always, always creator is better and bigger than the creation. Yes, and then you gave us your precious milk for like 9 months, 10 months, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, and whole your life doesn't matter how much sun becomes the big, doesn't matter, but sun always remains the sun, it's mama bear. You are the mama bear, you are the tigress, and you are the tigress because of you as the tigress. We are the tiger. I am the human being, I'm the man as the tiger because of you as the tigress. So hats up to you. कहा जाता है कि अल्लाह सभी जगह पहुंचता नहीं है, इसलिए अल्लाह ने माँ को पैदा किया. Like God doesn't able to go everywhere. That's why God created mother. So whenever
That
I
was
see mother,
beautiful.
yeah, whenever I see mother, I see Allah, I see God, I see Jesus, I see Waheguru, I see that celebrity creator, I see that light. Absolutely. And hey, Mama Lynn, yes, you are the torch. You are the torch. You are the torch. Look at Mama Lynn, man. One person, one dream, and small changes, let's make small change to make the bigger world the better place, and look at that, like 3.5 years ago, for almost 4 years ago, like we were like, what's the name? Oh my God, Rain Fatima, look at that, like 13 years young, peace ambassador, torch ambassador for peace, torch ambassador for health, and hosting this event. Wow, wow, wow! Like youngest speaker of this torch health, youngest speaker of actions of impact.com/torch health. Wow, wow! I'm learning a lot from my soul daughter Rahin Fatima, like Rahin, like is a Pakistani Azam, man. Pakistani Azam, Torch Azam, man. And the way Rahin took this opportunity, like Torch, man. And I
Robin?
saw the conversation with the Mian Atik, the number one digital senate of the world, man. Yes, I would love to get interviewed by the digital senator, and like I would love. Why? I would love to share the torch because now I see the responsibility of spreading the torch in Pakistan, other parts of the world. Wow, like look at that, like. And
Yeah,
amazing.
Robin, I'm going
Yes,
to
ma'am.
slow you down a little bit, just like bring you back down here. I love you. You know I love you. Get going. I'm going to bring you down. Just get moving into the world of such joy. And I just want to touch base with Rosie. Rosie, it's a serious conversation. And I know, Raheen, you're young, and I didn't mean to be rude. I told the girls, please ask their parents, to share if it's okay to be on part of this discussion, because it's a big discussion. And as a young woman, I know you've seen abuses. I already know that. I saw them when I was young. So, it's not like it's not that we have to educate the young women. We have to educate the young men not to hurt.
Absolutely.
I think if you can give any wisdom, Rosie, to that gift of, young women and your voice to that would be really cool for Raheen and for the Celebrity Guru and I. That would be cool.
Thank you for asking that, because this is such so when I was telling earlier about, my goal is to impact 100 million women and their children. That's the whole thing. Because when the children are observing this, they will sadly, unless they get some healing or they do some spiritual work of their own, they will either end up in an abusive relationship or they may be abusers. So we keep continuing this generation of harming the families. Remember, I was saying earlier, the goal is to create a kinder, intimate relationship. So we want to teach these young children that they have a voice. And I'm so glad you're here, Rahim, that you have a voice, that what you think matters. And if you see something wrong, to be able to go to somebody that you can trust. And if you can't find somebody you can trust, you keep looking until you find somebody who will believe you, because that's the most important thing, is to have somebody believe in you. And adult women want that. And the children need it even more, because they're just forming it. They're just taking everything in. And until we learn that, we can't, it will just keep perpetuating itself. So keep asking questions, keep being curious, keep knowing that you have value, that you matter, your life matters. It doesn't matter whether you are 5 years old or you are 65 years old. You matter from a very young age. And we need to keep telling our children that. We don't have to be mean. It's sad that we can't have more kindness. And that's why, I offered that kindness calendar. I hope you all get it and spread it. Spread that word of how we can create more kindness in our lives and to give children this safety. If we don't have safety in our lives, we can't grow and we'll just shrivel. And this life is too beautiful, too incredible. I can't believe I'm living the life I'm living now. When I was suicidal and like a mouse, you've seen this woman, she would look kind of the same, but inside I was completely dead. And I wanted to live. And we want our children to live healthy, happy lives full of kindness.
Beautiful. Yay. Rosie, thank you so much. I mean, I just want to do more with you and the Torch organization. Feel free to anytime you like. Torch is not owned by anybody. Torch is not, I founded it, but it really opens itself to a positive direction. We just got honored. What Pravin was saying, we got honored by one of the senators of digital. He's a senator in Pakistan. He just invited Torch to be part of the Senate. And so it was pretty cool in Pakistan to get that opportunity today. And so I think, you go into developing countries, and then you go, everybody says to me, Pakistan, is patriotic. And I said, actually, in the back roads of Pakistan, the women, when I went into homes in Pakistan, the women only go into that part of the house. The men do not go back in the home. They come into the female part of the house, and the grandmothers wrapped me in cloth, the old ancient cloths. And I tell people, it's a family structure. The men kiss and hug and touch. I mean, we are in such a rich cultural relationship that is lost in so many ways of touch and kindness. And I just want to put it out that, every culture has their own issues. It's not Pakistan. It's not, it's everywhere. I mean,
it's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's about having your voice is what I hear from you, Rosie. Having your voice, right?
Having your voice, knowing who you are. Yeah, I've spoken literally to women all over the world, and it's the same everywhere.
Yeah.
And women need to make that change. We need to be the disruptors and say no more. We want to be treated with kindness, and we will do good things together in kindness. Beautiful. We're not going to take away from the men. We love our men. We want to help each other together.
Beautiful. Well, we've got Julie down waiting. She was very patient to come in a little later.
Thank you, Julie.
Give us more time. I just want to bring her up to the screen and say hello, welcome. Thank you for being patient, Julie, to come in a little later today for your show. We've just had a really rich morning, and Rosie just talked a lot about the 5 keys to building yourself after, a big challenge like abuse. So it was a really powerful, just to catch you up to speed. It was just a lovely thing. And Rosie, you're more than welcome to stay. Julie brings, we've all been transformed this week. She comes on every day at 10 for meditation, but it's deeper meditation than what I've seen women carry, and it's really sweet. So feel free to stay in the back office and be with us.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I've seen them.
Yeah, and we'll talk again for sure. We appreciate your amazing love and your kindness for coming on Torch.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we'll talk soon. Okay, Julie, we'll give you the house. Here we are. Have a beautiful, we'll be with you. Thank you so much for.
Will you change the Facebook too? Good morning or good afternoon. Oops. I'm trying to, sorry, doing a little technical stuff here. And, all right. Welcome everyone. I'm Julie Down on behalf of Torch Health. We're going to do a meditation today. We're doing it on worthiness, wholeness, and divine perfection. Along with being a meditation, this is actually also a energetic transmission, which I work with my guides on. It's transmuting any and all lower vibrational energies, bringing in more balance and harmony within your very being, as well as activating your divine blueprint for your gifts, talents, and superpowers. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Go ahead and close your eyes, put your feet flat on the ground, palms to the sky. Back straight if all that's comfortable for you. Taking a few cleansing breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth. In through your nose and out through your mouth. We welcome and give thanks to all of our beloved ancestors and all of our benevolent guides who are here with us today, supporting us in releasing all that does not serve us, so that we may truly be the best and highest versions of ourselves, all for the greater good. Bring your attention into your heart space, to Taking a few deep cleansing breaths into your heart. Picturing a beautiful vortex at your feet, which will receive any and all energies that flow into it. Transmuting them for the best and highest good of all of creation. I invite you to release any and all aspects of yourselves, ways of being, ways of thinking, that keep you from having and experiencing your worthiness, your wholeness, your divine perfection, exactly as you are, so that you may truly be the best and highest version of yourself, your authentic self. To release all of it now into the vortex, seeing that energy flow from you and into the vortex, like water running down into a drain. Now we invite all of our ancestors going back 7 generations and forward 7 generations to release any and all aspects of themselves, ways of being, ways of thinking. Keep them from having and experiencing their worthiness, their wholeness, their divine perfection, so that they may truly be the best and highest versions of themselves, their authentic selves. To release all of it now into the vortex, seeing that energy flow from them and into the vortex, like water running down into a drain. Now we'll invite all of humanity, the collective, to release any and all aspects of themselves, ways of being, ways of thinking, that keep them from having and experiencing their worthiness, wholeness, divine perfection, so that they too may be the best and highest versions of themselves, their authentic selves. Release all of it now into the vortex, seeing that energy flow from them and into the vortex, like water running down into a drain. The vortex will remain open, continuing to receive energies, transmuting them, creating more balance and harmony throughout the cosmos. Bringing your attention back into your heart space. Seeing the light of your heart, the love in your heart expanding out till your entire being, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, is all bathed in this beautiful golden white light of love, your divine essence, the truth of who you really are. Changing your cellular memory, impacting your DNA. Let's share this love, this essence of you out into the world. Seeing this beautiful golden cord going down, down, down into the heart chakra of Mother Earth. Connecting with her unconditional love and gratitude for you as you share your love and gratitude for her. Feeling held, loved, supported, and safe. In this cocoon of love and gratitude. And seeing the light of your heart, the love in your heart expand out until the entire planet is bathed in this beautiful golden white light of love. In the very core of Mother Earth to her outer atmosphere, impacting all life forms in its path. The stone people, the planet people, the creepy crawlies, the finned, the furred, and the winged ones, the four-legged, the two-legged, the water, the air, the unseen beings, all touched by your love, the essence of you. Expanding this love out further until the entire Milky Way galaxy, and then all galaxies within the cosmos are all bathed in this beautiful golden white light of love. Impacting all life forms, seen and unseen. Connecting in with the unified field, knowing that I am you and you are me. We are one in love. And as we sit in silence for the remainder of the meditation, we'll bask in this sea of love, really connecting with our worthiness, our wholeness, our divine perfection, exactly as we are. Begin coming back into your bodies, wiggling your fingers and your toes, taking a few deep cleansing breaths, and opening your eyes when you're ready. And please make sure to drink a lot of water. I'll be here again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And hopefully I will see you again tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.
Julie, it's always this like, you bring us right in.
Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to come out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hard to find words at the end, I find.
We drop in, right? We drop in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It was such a perfect continuation of my topic and what I was doing. It was just like it was meant to be. So that's just they all needed to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I love the synchronicity of that. When I asked for guide, because I planned this like what I was doing each day last week. I don't know, a week and a half ago. And I just go with whatever my guidance is, and I love when it's synchronistic and it's like, oh, I didn't even know I was going to be coming after you, you know. And here I am and coming after you with a perfect topic for everybody to hear. So it's great.
Yeah, absolutely. It was fabulous.
100%.
Thank you.
Julie Diamond, you are the Julia. You are the connector. You are connecting the world. You're connecting the universe with the universe. You are connecting me with the universe. You are connecting Torch with the universe. And you are connecting like 8 billion people with the universe. Wow, wow, wow. Like I felt asleep, almost asleep, almost asleep, beautiful, amazing, and I had all kind of amazing, mind-blowing visions, to make more than the dent for the universe. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Julie, and I can't wait to see you one more person, last person, watch. Same time.
Yes, same time tomorrow. Well, thank you all. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
joining me. And
Thank
I'll
you.
see you again tomorrow. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Julie.
Bye.
We're waiting for Sherry Brinks. Wow, what a morning. It just keeps happening.
Mama Lynn, do you have any idea what you have created through Torch? Oh my God, 3.5 years ago, you and I were talking about Torch. We have no idea what we were about to make, Wow, wow, wow. Have you ever thought like Torch will be in the Senate, Pakistan? Look at that nice little kid puppy, Torch puppy.
It's a baby. He's our barking dog.
Wow.
I don't know what happened this morning, but something happened. Yeah.
So I see you've got a Christmas tree at the back that you were planning to get yesterday.
See, I put the lights on, but I didn't put the decoration yet. This is our funny little guy that's watching over us for our decoration.
Aw, it's so cute.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I'll show with you once I get going. My house is a total chaos right now from running this. But you know, I'm not sure where Sherry is. I've called her. She said she was on. So we'll see what happens.
Okay.
She's going to talk about macrobiotics. Oh,
Oh,
I totally want one.
I know.
Um, give me the candy cane. Give me the candy cane. I could use a candy cane just right now. I could use a candy cane, candy cane, candy cane. I could use a candy cane just right now.
Wow, wow, wow.
Last night it was so fun because Joel Wooler, my good friend Joel, came on and he did the Hanukkah candles.
Oh, wow.
We were dancing and we were singing songs, and I made latkes, and I made the desserts, these beautiful desserts. I sent them as a Thanksgiving to Raheen and Bari Ra for giving such time for their young souls, for giving so much time to the torch, and you too, Pravin. I'll send you the desserts.
Please.
But, it's a whirlwind to run one of these. It's a whirlwind. We get moving, but the depth goes deep with these. Every time it just goes deep, and it's been really, really special how people keep gathering, and it's very organic. It's not like I don't promote so much, and maybe we'll have the technology now to be able to promote torch events better. But, running the back office, I don't even know how to get the pictures onto the back office. And, it's just like, it's hours of like this back office idea. And then there's this fulfillment of gratitude because you show up, Raheen shows up, Bari Ra shows up, and then Rabia shows up, and Rabia changed schedules, I think, 3 times. And I'm like, okay, she's changing at 1:00 in the morning last night. And I'm like, okay, Rabia, I have to get some sleep. So I'm a little tired. So I'm going to let you two talk and just rest my eyes for this little bit. But Sherry Brinks, if she comes on, she's going to talk. She does a healing technique. She's in Hawaii.
Oh, wow.
And she's a wonderful healer. And she's a macrobiotic friend. So she's certified. She's certified through a good friend of ours up north who's run events for a long, long time. He wrote a book, David Briscoe. He wrote a book called Personal Peace.
Wow.
It's all about mental health. We were talking about this, Raheen, the other day about mental health. And he wrote about how powerful food was. And David was put on a lot of psychological drugs when he was a teenager. And he got really great advice from to eat better, and he got off all of his drugs and went on to be a really great teacher. And he's, once you're put on those drugs, it's hard to come off, And I think spiritually, as you watch, if we can do a lot with Table Talk Health, it would be really special because we have a lot of great people to support, alternative health. Takwa's mom is one of them. We want to bring Takwa into this event.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know she's out doing some, but I don't know. I'm not sure what's happened. So we just want to bring her love here. Takwa Ahmed. Haji Khan said he would come on. So if either of you want to talk to Haji Khan, we can get him on. That would be really cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a great setup today. I think who's on the schedule? Aliki Ko's at 12.
Amazing.
And then Lisa is going to do yoga at 1:30. But Aliki Ko, you might bring in after Sherry. If Sherry comes, Aliki Ko will be right after, and then I'll try to jump back on it. But if I could rest my eyes just for about an hour, that might be good.
I just want to ask you one thing.
Sure.
So, how many people do we have more now in the schedule?
Lisa's till 3:30, and then we take a break again. But we have amazing essential oils at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. So it would be 7 a.m. your time. And she's
Yeah.
really, really great. She came on Torch Environment. She's a great teacher on essential oils. And then our famous, wonderful musician, which is exciting. Here comes Shri. Let's hope she's coming. Let me grab this. I'll be right there.
Yes,
Yeah.
Raheen.
How's
Wow.
everything been going? Because, for like the past now, I think 4 days, I've been on with you guys as well, and I've also been having interviews and meetings along with this, right? So, on like till late night, I'm with you guys. In the morning, I'm at school, and then I'm at my interviews and stuff. So, all these things have been happening on my now, as I say, bichara sa laptop. And honestly, my eyes, I mean, I'm like, oh my God, I think I'm going to get glasses by the end of this, because, at the end of the year, that is a busy time. And then summer vacations, that is a busy time. So as part of the year, for us virtual people, they're busy times, right? Now this is the busy time because I know this is the event. Then I have another radio show coming up, and I have a few other things to host, which by the way is awesome, and I would love to invite you to a few of them actually, because I'm having a lot of end of year things. So yeah, that'll actually be very fun. And so my eyes were hurting a lot in the evening, and I'm like, oh my God, what's happening? Because again, if I try to take a break from all this, I'm gonna be like, so what do I do? What do I do now? I don't want to, really have my eyes focused so much. So I can't crochet, which I do a lot. I seem like a grandma. And I also can't read. So what do? I can't just like randomly sit there. That's something with me. So yeah, and studying everything is on the laptop as well. So now I can't even ignore that. So yeah, it's been a journey for my eyes.
Raheen Fatima, my soul daughter, I'm proud of you. Your,
Thank you.
your Ammi and Abu are proud of you. Dil Pakistan is proud of you. You are Pakistani Tarannum. You are Pakistani Azam. You are the torch. Keep doing great work, what you are doing. I'm proud of you. यस आप ग्रानी नहीं हो, मगर आपके पास ग्रानी को भी सिखाने वाली विजडम है. यस आपके पास वो ग्लासेस है जो दुनिया को मना विजन देने वाले ग्लासेस है. That's the glasses you are going to get, and that's the glasses you are having.
Thank you so much.
And
That's making me emotional now.
Feel it. Yes, emotions. You and I, emotions. Yes, we are the bubbles of emotions. You and I are the bubbles of emotions. Emotions नहीं तो क्या है? Nothing यार.
Yeah.
Nothing. जानवर में भी emotions होते हैं. हम तो human being है.
Yeah. It's actually, I think, the second time I'm ever seeing you talk in Hindi, right? We've never like really talked. Yeah, we usually, because we're on air when we're talking, na? Usually. So we would try to keep it very global, like at least as global as possible, na?
Yes, that's true. I totally agree. But see, as I mentioned about the movie, the Pushpak, right?
Yeah, Pushpak.
Yeah. Emotions doesn't have any language. लैंग्वेज जब खो जाती है ना, तब मैंने कॉन्वर्सेशन शुरू होता है, तब कम्युनिकेशन शुरू होता है. बिकॉज लैंग्वेज बोलते हैं ना कम्स फ्रॉम द माउथ, मगर जब आप दिल से बोलते हो, अरे दिल को भी भूल जाओ, सब आप सोल से, रूह से अपने बोलते हो ना, दैट्स इट एंड दैट्स इट. राइट, लाइक मोहम्मद पैगंबर पीस बी अपॉन हिम, कितने पढ़े थे, कौन सी कॉलेज में गए थे, कौन सी डिग्री थी उनके पास, मगर उनके पास अल्लाह थे. राइट, दैट्स इट. जब अल्लाह आपको चोजन करता है, दैट्स इट, यू आर द चोजन वन, यू आर द chosen one.
बिल्कुल सही
टॉर्च
कह
ने
रहे
आपने टॉर्च को नहीं ढूंढा है, टॉर्च ने आपको ढूंढा है, टॉर्च ने आपको ढूंढा
बिल्कुल
है.
सही कह रहे
हाँ जी,
हैं
because
बिल्कुल सही कह
yeah, when student is ready, master appears, coach appears, teachers appears, things happens. You are the movers and shaker. That's why you are attracting mover and shakers of the universe.
हम्म
You attract who you are. You attract who you are. Absolutely, absolutely. And I cannot express how much I'm proud of you. I cannot express. You're beyond word. You're beyond word. And especially when you, I know, yeah. When you do such kind of moments, yeah. See, that's it. Like, when you do those rolling up of your eyes, that's it. That's like breathtaking. That's like breathtaking.
हम्म
Amen. Absolutely. Like I'm seeing, you are bringing torch to the next level already, already. And you have the humor, the comedian humor, man. Because when you because it's like ruler na easy hai. Like when I
हंसाना
share
नहीं
one share story, man. When I share my suicide story, man. Yeah, of course I make you weep, I make you cry. Magar hasana, it's not
बहुत
easy.
मुश्किल है
Is not easy because for you laughing or giggling is different than for me laughing and giggling. The thing when you connect with the laugh and giggle, I might not connect with the same incident,
yeah
right? Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. Because जो laughing आता है tragedy से आता है. Because आपके लाइफ में जो 1.5 साल का आपने जो ब्रदर का लॉस हुआ, of course laughing comes from that. आपने डिसाइड किया कि मेरा ब्रदर मैंने लॉस किया है, मगर अब दुनिया के और ब्रदर को मैं लॉस नहीं होने दूंगी.
yeah
आपके दूसरे ब्रदर को मना वो कैंसर हुआ है, आपने डिसाइड किया कि मैं ये स्टोरी शेयर करूंगी, and that's it. I don't want anybody having that cancer.
yeah
ठीक है ना? Of course, absolutely. Charlie Chaplin because one of the best
हम्म
comedian, because Charlie Chaplin must have seen lots and lots and lots of tragedies. Lots of tragedies. People know Charlie Chaplin making the laugh to the world, but people have no idea the tragedies he has been in his life.
Yeah, that's true. And I feel that's for all the comedians that I know, it's usually because something or does happen in their life that just takes them out on the journey to, if nobody was there to make you laugh, then you go out and make people laugh. What if there's somebody in your show who you make laugh? Because in fact, yeah, 2 days ago I was really upset because one of the lady that came to some of my show. I mean, I still remember her because I think she was an astrologer or something like that. Yeah, and she was really loving and she was really laughing and she was really enjoying. And then I just got to know that she died because of the COVID-19, and I was really sad. I was like, oh my god. So people like just like that. Even I mean, I just said hello. She said you were amazing. I'm like, thank you. You were a part of my great audience. Thank you so much for being here. And inshallah, please continue being with us. That's something that you would professionally say. But because she was sitting right next to my parents now. So that's why they were talking. Oh my God, this girl is amazing. She didn't know that they were my parents at first now. So she said all those amazing things about me, and she's like, yeah, she takes on after me. So,
Wow. Wow.
yeah.
That
And
day.
after me becoming more famous because of like Facebook and stuff, I feel my mom and dad are like so proud of me. And I think there's just that one moment that I felt like, oh my god, my dad's gonna explode with proudness or something. So the thing was that my dad, he loves poetry and shero shairi and stuff, which I am actually not a very big fan of. I am more of an English poetry person, not an Urdu poetry person. So he went because of me now, people know me, right? And I take my dad like everywhere I go. any event, I think there's barely 2 or 3, not even 2 or 3. I think just one event that I went without my dad, which like is like once in a blue moon or something, right? So everybody knows me as well as my dad because he's always me. He does not quite leave me without like supervision with a person that I do not know. Oh my God, he just left. So I'm gonna continue talking. So he does not usually leave me without supervision with another adult. I mean, at first he didn't. Now that we have like some close people, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm back.
Oh yeah, you're back. Yeah, that's my victory dance. That's what I do. So I said, my dad doesn't leave me without supervision with another adult. Usually he wouldn't. Oh my God, what keeps happening? Yeah. So and everybody knows my dad. So what happened is that you're not gonna go away this time.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you.
You're
I'm sorry.
staying here. You're staying here. Okay.
Okay, come again, please.
Yeah. As I was saying, so he doesn't leave me around. Na? So that's why he goes to everybody with me, and he also meets, and I always introduce my dad to somebody. What happened one day is that he went to this poetry session, like a mushaira, na? And he was alone. He didn't take me along because I'm not like the kind of person. Now he went there, and turns out there's this person who's like a very big fan of me, and he just sat with my dad and kept like staring at my dad for a while. He kept following my dad through the entire like 3 to 4 hour event, right? My dad was
Wow.
like, what's the big deal about it? Na? In his heart, he was like, what's this? Who's this weirdo going around? Because he didn't know he was a fan of mine. Na? So what the guy told, then the guy just put the hand on my dad's back, and he was like, "Are you Raheen, Fatma's dad? Oh my God, I'm such a big fan of her." My dad was over the moon. My dad was like, "Oh my God, yes, she is my daughter. I am her dad." So yeah, and then he came home and he just like kind of like grabbed me and he just hugged me for like 15 minutes. I'm like, the guy's gone mad. So and then it turns out that this is what had happened. So I was like, okay, now it makes sense. That's why he's proud of me. So yeah, it's nice when my parents get acknowledged and then they can get super like huggy. But yeah.
Raheen, wow, you know what? This is success. This is success. The day your parents are known as your parents, like, like,
Mm.
you know what I mean? Like, your parents are like Raheen Fatima's Ammi, Raheen Fatima's Abu. That's a success. That's a
Yeah.
success. And that's I highly encourage you, go every mushaira of your daddy, every mushaira, because that's the audience you're going to transform from your dads to you.
Yeah.
That's the leverage. Use that leverage, and connect the dot, and bring them to you. Bring them to you,
Yeah.
because their generations, their kids, they're going to connect with you, and they're going to connect their generations, their kids with you. So but use that one, because that's an amazing platform. And see, life is the poem. Life is the poem. You are the poet.
Yeah.
Life is the poem. You are the poet. Absolutely. जिंदगी प्यार का गीत है, जिसे हर दिल को गाना पड़ेगा. That's it. Life is the song of love. That's it. Life is the love song.
Yeah. And
Mm.
that brings me to our next person. Thank you so much for what you said. Honestly, it's really nice. And that brings us to our next special person that we're having. That is Cheryl. And yeah, it's just like those pride that was brought to my parents. It's just like that. God brought us the beautiful Cheryl. So I might as well put her on the screen.
He's not taking antibiotics or anything.
Not now, not now. Sherry.
Yeah, turns out she was on a call.
Mama Lean will come to introduce Sherry. Yes, yes, yes. But my celebrity, my thought, just wait. Our next speaker, Sherry, just you've seen the glimpse, right now, is going to blow you away for sure. So get your breakfast or lunch or dinner or wherever you are in your country. Be full. If you want to use the washroom, go to the washroom. But first of all, listen to us too, okay? Yeah, because Rahin Fatuma, man, Torch Peace Ambassador, Torch Health Ambassador, man, and the host of Torch Health, host of actionsofimpact.com/Torch Health. So listen to us, and then listen to Sherry, our next Torch speaker. Is gonna blow your mind away for sure. I'm looking forward to learn a lot from Sherry. Yes, 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 yeah. So keep continue, Rahin. Yes.
Yeah, so there's only one parent, I think, in the entire world that I have seen so far that has, like, the child should be known as my child. I shouldn't be known as their parent. There's only one woman that I heard say that, which I didn't find the most best, because I felt like when you become a parent, although I'm not a parent at all, guys, just so I let you know, but I have parents who keep going on about how much they love me. So
Oh.
so as soon as you become a parent, yeah, that unconditional, selfless love that you're giving out to somebody that God has sent through you to this entire world to contribute in their field that they might like, or God has planned or decided them earlier, right? Now I feel parents, as they start loving the child, they should always be open to the idea of being known by their children, because yes, our body ages. I wouldn't say the spiritual aging or mental aging at all, but our body ages, and at some point in time we might not be as energetic or as professionally known as we were at some point in time, right? So I feel like that is not just the time, but also in your young years, when you're known by your child, you feel good about yourself. Oh my God. What? Because the thing with my mom, I don't know why, but it is, oh my God, so proud. And she's always, whenever I come out of the session, like, that is weird, because my mom and dad are like literally watching outside, and then like, oh, so how did it go? But my mom's like, see, I gave birth through this diamond. And she's like, कि मैंने तो हीरा पैदा कर दिया है. And she's going mad. And I'm like, Mama, a lot of people become parents. Yes, now I see that you have given birth to a profound diamond. Now that is very different, I see. But, yeah, my parents are sweet. Yeah, now that they're aging as well, so I think, yeah, they can become a bit funny. Yeah, actually a lot of funny at times. So yeah, we are a very funny bunch. Yeah, us at home, we're a very funny bunch.
Awesome. See, I loved it. I loved what you said. Really love it. And when you do this movement, oh my God, I love it so much, so much. Yeah. Yes. Now
Yeah,
I'll
because
I'll
I'm
bring
13
you.
years old. I'm
Okay.
13 years old, so I always have that teenage gesture. And there's been people that tell me, "Oh my God, you shouldn't give off those vibes of being a teenager." I'm like, I am a teenager, and that is like the X factor about me, right? So if I was 50, people would listen to me, but not as much as interest as I am saying those things at the age of 13.
You know what? I always one of my quotations is awaken the child within. Awaken the child within. द डे जिस दिन वो आपके अंदर का बच्चा मर गया ना, दैट्स इट, आप मर गए.
सही बात है, because I
absolutely yes. And about the pregnancy, you just mentioned about, like, I'm not pregnant. Yes, you're pregnant. You're pregnant. Yes.
What are you telling me? And that's also
Yes.
a doctor telling me, oh my God, I'm going
Yeah.
nuts.
Yes. Are you ready? Are you pregnant? Are you pregnant with torch? You are pregnant with torch. You are pregnant with your mission. You are pregnant with your purpose. You are pregnant with your vision. You are pregnant with your purpose. You are pregnant with your mission, passion, purpose, and vision. You are pregnant
Yeah,
with.
you just got me scared for a moment, because it's coming from a doctor. So I'm like, oh my God, a doctor is telling me. So
Yes,
I'm like,
yes.
I mean, it's not that I hadn't seen this day coming, but I'm like, this is what I envision. I think like at least 20 years from now, but not now. Yeah.
Make a Facebook Live. The title is I am pregnant. I am
Oh my
pregnant.
God.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
love
think you
this
want me on the
word.
New York Times. Yeah, you probably want me on the New York Times. Oh my God, I'm announcing.
Mama Lynn, take it over. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. I want to introduce you to Sherry. This
Hi,
is
Sherry.
Aloha. Yay. We just heard from our Mark Lund from Brazil how important aloha means because it helps the whole chakra system. He was just sharing about that. The name itself, aloha. So she's coming to us from Hawaii. And yeah, she's super fun. And I totally am excited for you to meet Pravin Patel. He's part of the Torch family, and Raheen Fatima, she's part of the Torch family. And we're just here to welcome you and you to relax into this space and know that, macrobiotics is a very precious. They both know that my heart lies into macrobiotics, and Torch is really the base of the unifying principle, really spreads, with the peace, health, environment, and tech. So those are the 4 pillars of the Torch: peace, health, environment, and tech. And so each person we ask, what would you like to really talk about? Peace, health, environment, or tech? And then we'd ask you if you'd want to be an ambassador to the Torch. And so that's kind of how we roll. And then we add 3 other people with your team and build a 4-person team in your area and work on one local project. And our mission statement is simple actions for global change. Simple action for global change. That's all we are. We're really simple. So I don't want you to get, I just want you to relax. And Pravin, say hi to Sherry. Just a quick 1 minute, and then we'll let her do her talk. So 1 minute from you, 1 minute from Raheen. Say hi.
Awesome. Aloha.
Aloha. Nice to see you here. I love you guys. You guys are so amazing. I was listening to you earlier and you just seem so vibrant and fun in what you were talking about. So thank you so much. And Lynn, what you've been doing. Oh my gosh,
It's all of us.
Family.
It's all of us.
Yeah. And thank you so much for what you're doing in the world. You've been doing so much in Berkeley and in the Bay Area and bringing so many people here to help with health and nutrition. Thank you so much. And I miss you so much. It's been a while, huh? Since the summer camp, the macrobiotic summer camp that we were cooking together.
Exactly. She and I put our little chef hats on, and we had this really super fun in the kitchen moment. So she's super great healer, health practitioner, coach. And Pravin, say hi for 1 minute, and then we'll let her. Pravin, go ahead.
Aloha. I'm looking forward to learn the Caribbean's rituals and Caribbean's vibes from none other than one and only the Hawaiian Queen, none other than Sherry Wings.
I love it.
Go ahead, Ricky.
Where are you coming from, Robin?
Raheen is her.
Are you?
I am from Pakistan. So yeah, I am actually saying the neighbor from Praveen because he's originally from India. So yeah, we're neighbors.
Oh, that's great. So India and Pakistan, that's where you guys are right now?
No, I am in Pakistan, but he is in Canada. He lives in Canada.
Well, that's great. It's amazing what we could do here, on Facebook, on live, reaching out the whole world. It's so amazing. So grateful.
Yeah. Raheem,
Mama,
tell her who you are. Raheem.
Okay. To amaze you with who I am. Okay. And okay, so my name is Raheen Fatima. I am 13 years old and I am a stand-up comedian, writer, entrepreneur, teacher, theater actress. Oh, I forgot the rest, never mind. But I'm ambassador and brand ambassador for a few things as well, which includes Torch Peace and Torch Health. And I'm also the co-host for this conference, I would say.
Great. That's awesome. Did you say 13 years old?
Yeah.
Wow, you're amazing. I thought you were probably like in your 20s.
I get to hear that.
Old.
We gave her a doctorate yesterday. Yesterday. I literally believe you've got to hear this girl speak. she's pretty powerful in her soul.
Oh.
And then Pravin does, he is the celebrity guru. And Pravin, just say 1 minute and then we'll let her jump on because we've got another friend coming too. So that would be great.
Mama Lynn, you're giving me minutes after minutes after minutes, you know, and you're giving... Thank you, Mama Lynn, for that. Thank you, Mama Lynn. That's what Mama Lynn is, you know. Mama Lynn is like the ocean, you know. Okay.
Oh, I love it.
We're all
We need more laughter.
We're actually just a crazy bunch. So, I mean, it's nice that we're welcoming you to the crazy gang. So, yeah.
We sure need it during these times. More laughter.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Hello. I am Mr. CCP. I am Mama Lynn.
We're doing the laughter fire element. Laughter qigong. We heard of laughter qigong?
Oh.
Ha, ha, ha. How you start with We're doing laughter qigong right now. It's fabulous.
Oh, my stomach hurts, guys. Guys, stomach hurts now. Nobody laughs again.
Okay, we're going to get serious. We're going to take responsibility of holding up the world for laughter. The angel of the day is responsibility. And this is our responsibility. If anybody's watching, we want to have laughter for the day. So keep your joy into the heart of this. And anyway, we're not going to introduce Robin for the 5th time. We'll share a little bit in a few minutes. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. This is the Martin family. This is it. The organization for realizing change in humanity. That's it. It's not a B to B business. It's a C to C. It's about care to care, compassion to compassion, health to health. So we're all entrepreneurs here. And the torch really runs on the 4 pillars: peace, health, environment, tech. And that's it. We're a pretty simple lot. But we really have done great work in the world, all of us. And it's been super great to have this Pravin's 3rd conference of this year, but we've been working together since the beginning. I have been doing the torch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so Raheen came in Torch Peace this summer with Pravin. Pravin brought her in. So you can bring people in and out and, just like.
Oh, wonderful. That's awesome.
So you can bring people here and you are the torch right now. And just like, it's not an ownership. It's a group of entrepreneurs that want to help each other grow. So
Beautiful.
yeah, that's what we do. But we want to really bring those 4 pillars to the forefront. So we had a big morning this morning. Anybody listening? We had a senator from Pakistan come on first thing this morning, and it was a last minute thing. And I've talked with him on UN Sustainable Development Goals. So the Torch has done all 17 goals. I lectured in Pakistan 2 years in a row, and the Torch family, out of all of us, we've done the 17 sustainable goals. So I lectured about how we do that. And so everybody was really impressed. Well, today he offered us a place within the government of Pakistan. So it was a pretty kind of big day today for the Torch family, and that we would partner with helping educate and develop. There's about 55,000 kids that were affiliated with Torch in Pakistan and Sindh area. But I'll play our little brand. But this idea, it was kind of a sweet little moment this morning. That Pravin hasn't come down since. He's staying way up on the round. But you know why we're here. We're here to help support 10 million heirloom seeds to get to 1 million kids. That's our goal from Earth Day we started until this coming Earth Day. And so far I've brought about 500 packets to Pakistan, which is probably maybe, I don't know how many seeds, but it doesn't matter. But we're really working on that because our initial school really took off after they grew seeds. And so we'll play that little clip either before or after your talk. It's up to you. But it's a pretty cool little clip on what happened to a school of orphans up on the border of Afghanistan in a place that I haven't been able to visit because of the dangerous parts of it. There was a lot of war there. So a lot of orphans happened from war and parents getting killed. And so I started working with the educator, the leader of the school, Raymond, by just having an interview coming in from Rayhan Alawala, who many of us all met because of it. And we just want to really open ourselves to this little school because it sparked something when my 15-year-old, she's now 18, but she was talking to kids over in Pakistan. And there was this great moment. Like I said, this has to happen. We have to bridge kids to kids worldwide. And so this is our bridge, this 10 million seeds. So we're getting kids to grow seeds and talk about it through regular education. So this year, when I went over in January, we gave it about 100 packets. We gave about 150 packets to chemistry students and other school students. But the chemistry students were 10th graders, and they were so excited about asking about what type of soil. And I said, well, you're in a chemistry class. You can create this. You can create a really regenerative soil. You can create regenerative consciousness around these seeds. And so it's growing. It's been pretty expansive. It's been really wonderful how it's grown organically. It's not any of us. It's just all of us. And it's just been a wonderful gift. So that gives you just a little piece of our parts. If anybody comments, we'll put them up on the screen, so don't get afraid. But we had a Dr. Shazab earlier, and this is our torch that got lit 3 years ago. This is Haji Khan Faroch. And so 3 years ago, we became official, like really grounded the torch. And Haji Khan lit this torch on our peace event in July. And this last July was our 3rd year, and Pravin became the torch for the year because he really carries all 4 of those within him. He really carries a lot of peace. He really carries health. He's done 9 marathons. He's an amazing environment supporter, and he's also a really big tech person that loves people. So we gave him, he's like the yearly torch member. So he's just rocked the stage this year. And it's been really beautiful just how that works. But yeah, the torch has been lit, you know, and we're trying to light up people and say there's a way we can do this, and there's no greater way than what you and I have learned in macrobiotics. Raheen will learn a lot today. I'm excited to learn from you, Sherry. I'm excited you're here with us. I'm super glad we got to laugh. I needed to laugh. I've just had this marathon. This is our 5th day in a row. And there's beautiful music later. So I hope you come on to the sacred music at 7 our time, which will be probably, I think it's 5 your time. So anyway, sorry for the mishap on your scheduling. And let's talk macrobiotics, and we'll let you have the stage for a few minutes. All right?
Okay, great.
All right.
Well, I got into macrobiotics a long time ago, actually, in Hollywood. And I was about 22 years old. And pretty much back then, the macrobiotics was very popular in Hollywood. And I would go to Nikki Blair's, which is a very popular restaurant and piano bar in Hollywood where all the stars would go. And I met a pianist there, and he healed his leukemia through macrobiotics. And so then he invited me to dinner to cook up a macrobiotic meal. And it was amazing. After the meal, I went home, and the cleanse started with just one macrobiotic meal. And I ended up throwing up and cleansing because I didn't really eat so good. But just from that one meal, my body was wanting to purge and cleanse just from that one dish, the first dish that I had. So then I was so excited about it that I actually went up to Oroville, where Cornelia, you know, Cornelia, Lynn?
You want me to just stay up? You want me to stay up and have a conversation? I just tried to give you the stage. Yeah,
Oh, I
Cornelia, and yeah, I met her actually in Japan, believe it or not.
Oh, you did?
She was there with Lima and Aveline. I met the 3 of them all at once. It was so powerful.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
It was for the 100th anniversary.
They opened the center in Oroville. Was that before they even came over here?
No, that was well after. It was for 100th anniversary of Georgia Sawa. Michio had brought a tour over, and I got to go on that tour, but I was actually on a special tour. I was with Georgia Sawa's grandson. It was really cool. We slept on floors, and the other tour that Michio had was sleeping in fancy hotels, and we had really good, grounded macrobiotic food. And everybody else had rich, hospitality of rich food. So I really feel grateful for that trip. It's a story in itself. But I got to go down to the family shrine of Michio's down in Wakayama.
Oh, beautiful.
With Shizuko Yamamata, and just amazing journey. So that's why I was over there for his 100th anniversary, and there was a great talk about rice. And if Japan should bring in the rice, import rice for the first time. That was the talk on stage, and all 5 teachers that Georgia Sawa taught were on that stage.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, so Cornelia, in Oroville, in the married couple, right, the Japanese. So I went up there, and they had a center there, and it was a center for cancer patients and other people with extreme health conditions as well. And so I took a train up there, and then found the place, and then they let me cook in the kitchen with them.
Beautiful.
And so I stayed there for a little bit, a couple weeks, and paid them to teach me how to cook. And it's just a beautiful place. And my whole goal was actually to move up there, but I didn't have enough support to actually move up there and do the whole program. So I kind of just skipped out on that, but I did learn a bunch when I was there. They had one side where it was rooms for cancer patients to stay. Then on the other side, they had this big kitchen and a living room. They always had the kakucha tea and the banja tea out there, little umeboshi plums and gamagio, and just a really neat place.
Yeah.
Oroville, in the Bay Area. And so then I did that for a little bit.
California, for anyone that doesn't know, that's California. Yep, the Bay Area is the California Bay. That's
Yeah.
what they're saying. Go ahead.
And then, so I studied a little bit, and then, 30 years later, I was in Sebastopol, and then I ended up having a health condition. So I didn't really follow the macrobiotics only at that period of time when I was living in Hollywood. And then I just kind of like dropped out of it, And then I ate everything. And then all of a sudden I had a health condition at 46 years old, and I'm 52 now.
Okay.
And the health condition, I went to 3 doctors, Western doctors, and they couldn't figure it out. They kept thinking maybe it's interstitial cystitis, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. One doctor said I had a bladder infection. I really didn't have a bladder infection. They were testing, but the test results did not come back yet. So they gave me this antibiotic called the sulfate antibiotic. Yeah. So I went home and I took that, and actually I woke up in the middle of the night sweating with heart. I thought I was going to die. So the ambulance came and took me to the emergency, and they said, well, you don't have a bladder infection, because they tested me there, right? And I tell you, I was allergic to the sulfate because I never taken sulfate before.
Wow.
And they just threw this on me thinking that's what it was. Then I had another doctor on the phone tell me that I have bladder cancer. So then I told my husband, we were kind of like, oh my gosh, really sad. And I was like, oh my gosh, I've really got to do something about this. And then I went to a naturopath and an acupuncturist. And still, I couldn't get rid of the symptoms.
Yeah.
So then I remembered a friend of mine healed her condition, breast cancer, through macrobiotics with Cora.
Yeah.
And my other friend healed her condition, colitis, through macrobiotics with Cora as well. And then I thought, I might as well just go and just do this with Cora.
Yeah.
So I called him up, and he was very confident. He goes, oh, yes, I know plenty of women that go through this. Just do this protocol and you'll be fine. He was the only person I felt was confident on what my condition was. Out of all these doctors and naturopaths and acupuncturists, none of them couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
But he says, oh, I know what you have. Just do this. So I did it, and it went away. And not just that, I was cooking for my husband too, because what I was eating, I had to feed him. What I was making too, because, I'm not going to do, all kinds of cooking in the kitchen. I'm just sticking with macro. He actually stopped getting gout attacks because I used to have to take him to the hospital.
Wow.
So not just healed my health condition with macrobiotics, but it healed my husband's gout. So he no longer has gout. And so he tried everything as well. And we both are a little bit more pitta kapha. We tend to gain weight. And then we got really thin, and we're not overweight anymore either.
Beautiful.
As long as we stick to the protocol. And with Cora Bursell, he has the book called The End of Medicine. So I just go by that protocol. And, when we have a health condition, it's important to just, go and do the protocol, what it says, and not skip out on anything or try to eat the animals or the dairy or the sugar. Now if someone is the processed sugar, if someone is not, if they don't have a health condition, then yeah, they can add a little bit of fruit here and a little bit of, other acidic foods.
Right.
But with someone that has a health condition, it's important to stick to the protocol. And the protocol works as long as they stick to it. Because there's some people that has a hard time sticking with macrobiotics because it's kind of, you have to make choices and you have to be willing to say no. And in the kidney energy is the will. So we get our will from our family, our parents, and our grandparents. And my grandparents are pretty much a strong will, and his parents too are strong will. But if one doesn't have the strong will in the kidneys, they can strengthen their will in the kidneys by saying no. By saying no, you're strengthening your will in the kidneys. So by saying no, when you walk down the aisle of a store and there's potato chips, see, I used to not be able to do that. I used to walk down the aisle and see the bag of potato chips and get them and just say, I want this. But now I don't have any cravings for potato chips.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't have any of the cravings for the animal products.
Mm-hmm.
But it's over a period of time, it's baby steps.
Definitely.
In the beginning, it wasn't that easy because I would love cheese and pizza. So in the beginning, it was like for a week I could go macro, but then on the weekend I was like, oh, I need pizza.
Yeah.
But the reason why I was craving that because I was actually discharging the dairy in my system. And we discharge animals, dairy, processed sugar. We're going to crave that as well as we're discharging. That's what I noticed as we were healing through macrobiotics, is that when we were discharging whatever in our system, say the dairy, then we're craving the dairy. But now I don't need the dairy because it's baby steps. And when you do this for a while throughout the years, then you don't crave the processed sugar or the dairy or the meat anymore. It's just that first 2 or 3 years is the most difficult that I experienced and that my husband experienced. He was very attracted because he's Hawaiian and Native American. So he's very attracted to how he was raised with the meat eating. And he doesn't crave it as much, but he realized that if he wants to heal and not get those gout attacks and pain anymore, he has to cut out all the animals, even the eggs. The eggs are the most acidic because it has a whole chicken in it. And he was very attracted to the chicken and the eggs, especially the chicken. But now I'm so grateful that he's not even eating any of that now.
Fantastic.
I mean, maybe every once in a while,
Sure.
But when the system cleanses itself, right? Because it takes about 7 years to shift the DNA in the system.
Yeah.
With macrobiotics. And we're on our 6th year, maybe going on the 7th. And like I said, one meal, when you it does amazing just with one meal, the first meal. It starts discharging in the body. That's what we notice. And what I mean by discharging, because they say that a lot in macrobiotics, is there's a lot of mucus in the system from over the years of eating meat and dairy and processed sugar that we have to discharge the excess yin in the system. In order to do that, what happened to me, I don't know about you, Lynn, but I was blowing my nose. But see, I had a health condition. I was blowing my nose for at least 2 years, especially the first year I was exhausted because what happened was when I was eating the 7 protocol, right? There's 7, the umabushi plum and the sauerkraut and the brown rice or the grains and vegetables, the miso soup and the kombucha tea. When I was doing that and refraining from dairy, animals, and processed sugar, even fruit, then my body was able to have the energy to discharge the excess yin in the system. So I start blowing my nose. Well, where was all that phlegm coming from? Well, actually, it happens. The phlegm is in our organs. The phlegm is in our joints. The phlegm is, I even had a little scare when here in the Ayurvedic, what do you call it? Ayurvedic school in Sebastopol. They massage you, but they massage the breast too. And they came across a lump I had here. And so I went to the doctors, and they checked me and they said, well, it's benign. It's just a lump. And so I'm like, wow, it's a scare. But that lump or the cysts and fibroids are actually coming from eating dairy, meat, and processed sugar, especially the meat and the dairy. Mm-hmm. And so these lumps, or what my husband has, is the lymphoids, lipomas.
Lipomas.
And those are also lumps created from, and you could feel them, people have them as they get older, around in the organs or in the skin. That's actually created from also the meat eating and the dairy. And so when I got that checked, I was like, oh, wow. So then that was around the time I started the macrobiotics. Now, a couple years, I have no lumps. I don't even have that lump there.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, so it goes away.
Yeah.
All the lumps go away. My skin is really soft, softer than ever. My hair is more fuller than ever by doing the macrobiotics. My hair used to fall out a little bit because of the processed sugar. The hair falls out.
Right.
But now I feel my hair and it just feels so good, better than when I was 20 years old.
Isn't that cool?
It's amazing. And
I raised 3 daughters, and it was just like, they didn't get yeast infections like I got. They didn't get anything in their hair. You should see my daughter's hair. I mean, all of their hair, they're just gorgeous, just beautiful. They don't have the colds and flus and all that stuff.
Yes.
And it's just such a gift to give that to them. I didn't get it till later in age. I started macrobiotics at 27. But, I'm 61. And of course, I've been doing academia for 12 years. But let me let you go on. But it's 12 years of academia. I've got to go back on a really good regimen.
Oh, that's great. That's wonderful. I liked what you said about the flus and the colds. Let me say something about that.
Good.
I used to get flus and colds, twice, a cold and a flu, 2 times a year, cold and a flu, not like cold flu, like twice, but just those 2, at least twice, once a year. But when I started the macrobiotics lifestyle, I didn't get colds or flus anymore. And what I realized is that what a cold and a flu is a discharge. So when people eat during the holidays, all the dairy and the yummy food and the turkey and the sweets and the pies and everything, then coming February, that's when the liver time is. So the liver wants to discharge. So what a flu and a cold is actually a discharge of the excess yin or the toxins that we've eaten through the holidays. Now, if we eat healthy and do the protocol of the macrobiotics, then we won't have the flus or colds. If we do come down with a cold, it's like really quick and it goes away. It doesn't go deep into the body because we don't have that much to discharge. We don't have the meat in the processed sugar and the dairy to discharge. But if people are drinking milk every day and they're eating animals and they're doing processed sugar, coming February, yes, a lot of people will get flus and colds and other things as well because their body and the liver needs a discharge. That's what a flu and a cold is. So, very important If you don't want to have the flu or cold, just refrain from all animals, and that means the eggs and the fish too, the meat and the dairy and the processed sugar, and just doing the protocol with the macrobiotic. Macrobiotics, it mineralizes, it builds the immune system, it alkalizes, it strengthens the gut. That's why macrobiotic practitioners could eat wheat, because it strengthens the gut in the body, in the system.
Definitely.
And a lot of times, when I first started eating grains on the macro, because I started not eating grains because, this whole thing about don't eat grains. But with Cora, he says, no, eat the grains now. I'm like, really? So then I started eating the brown rice. And I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? My belly was really tight. I was feeling weird, in my gut. But after 2 months, everything flowed very nicely. And now I can eat brown rice and grains because the ginger compress with the macrobiotics makes us very young, and it strengthens the gut, and we can eat the wheat. And then when we get very clean in our system, we could actually have one of those dinners with our family.
That's right.
What I mean is one of those dinners, like when I go visit my parents, or my family, or we could have the Thanksgiving dinner.
That's right. That's right.
That the normal people eat. But the thing is that I say normal people, but I don't know how to say it. I just don't want to mention, because there's some people are very sensitive. I have a lot of vegan friends, and they get sensitive if I mention,
Well, food is
of eating that,
Yeah.
because I don't eat that. But if I'm at someone's house, a family member or a friend, and they're serving that, I'm going to, but see, I'm clean enough to do that now.
Mhm.
See, what it is that you have to stabilize. Once we're stabilized in our system, then what I mean by that is healed our health condition, then it's okay as long as you're sticking to the protocol of vegetables and grains and the alkalizing foods, then yeah, it's okay to eat other foods and bring those in as well, but not when we're healing a health condition. That's very important. You strengthen your will by saying no. You're strengthening your kidneys because the will is inside the kidney chi. And so we're strengthening our chi by saying no to the foods out there, because it's just horrible. I walk into the stores and I just can't believe everything is processed, and there's so much hormones and pesticides. But when you go to the health food store, it's very important to eat the organic, because what's happening is that a lot of people are getting health issues because of the pesticides and also the hormones. So make sure that farmers markets, helping the farmers at this time, because a lot of times the stores and the restaurants are closed down, and those restaurants were buying from the farmers, and now the farmers are having a hard time right now. So what I do is I actually go to my local farmers market, and a lot of times they have organic there as well. And I'm supporting the farmers, which is very important right now. If we could all do that for the farmers, because I don't know about where you're living, but over here in Maui and Hawaii, they've closed down restaurants to where the farmers are, hurting more, because they would buy from the farmers.
That's right. So I really, as we move on, I am so excited to be with you. We came in a little late. I just want to make awareness that Alikiko is here for her talk, but I want
Okay, well, thank you.
I just kind of want to just drop in and say what you brought forth today, Sherry, and I want you to come back in if you want anytime this weekend. We have one more day, today and tomorrow. Tonight we have time because it's after our music. So if you want to come in and talk more, it's such a need, because what you're bringing up is, you get into these whole dietary problems. Macrobiotics is not a diet. I've worked with so many thousands of people. I work from a very deep level of ancestry and constitution in my counseling. And when you start looking at what you shared about patterning and understanding on how things discharge, the gut flora, the gut relationship, to rebuild the strengthening relationship. So many people go on these raw foods diets, and so many things, they're not strengthening, they're almost weakening their system because they're trying to discharge. So the raw food diet, I saw so many people eat the raw food diet for so long. And when I was at Kripalu, I trained Kripalu Yoga Center back east, and in macrobiotics, and then I cooked for Gurudev, and then, I've cooked for thousands of people over the years. And as I start looking at why people teach what they teach, the depth of macrobiotics has such depth. It's the kidney chi, it's the chi in your intestinal, to bring that elasticity back. It's that deeper area, and you brought that forth so beautifully. I am so grateful for you. Don't dare say that you don't know. You know what you know because you did. I was very deep. Mitchell was so funny. I have to tell a funny story before we'll let Elikiko come in. But I remember, I was dairy free. I was in great health. I was, 38 years old, and then I went through the divorce. And then it was like I fell. It was harsh for me. So energetically from the outer world. And I had to learn another layer of macrobiotics in another way. But what happened for me was there was this moment in time where I had my second husband, and he ate chicken and pizza. He reminded me of him when you told about the pizza story. And I said to Michio, I don't know what happened. My health went way down. He said, you made love with a man eating chicken and pizza, and your energy body shifted spiritually. And that shifted you, because male, female wants to connect. They want to connect spiritually. You're going to be okay, but your health went down because you needed to meet him on a spiritual level. And it was one of the moments where I said, macrobiotics really has taught me so many different layers, and the more you grow, Sherry also does treatments. What is the type of treatment that you do in the stomach?
Oh, it's called Chi Song, and maybe the next time we get together, I could do a little thing on the 5 elements.
Yeah, right here as the 5 elements, right? So I'm putting this up. I'm teaching this this afternoon, and
Nice.
I'll probably teach. I might teach tomorrow. Actually, this schedule just keeps shifting. So we're just kind of.
This would be the 5 element dance. I could actually teach
beautiful
the dance of the hours. Yeah,
I would love that. I would totally love that, and so would everyone else. And you had a great comment by Katie. She said it was so interesting, and she and I just got into the pans. And you said you wanted to. You were like, what are these pans? So you got.
Yes, I'm very interested. Very interested. Yes.
You and I definitely have to do that. So anyway, we'll play soon, everybody. Galina Laffer is saying thank you. Is that a friend of yours or somebody new?
Yeah.
And then Katie
Galina.
Kavanaugh is a friend of mine. So very fascinating indeed, she said. And so we just want to thank you for coming on today, and your presence, and the laughter was just the best medicine today. We just you got to meet the team relaxed. You got to meet, and it was a big deal for the Pakistan senator to bring the Torch family into the Pakistan government today is a huge win for the Torch. And because we're bringing the organic food movement to Pakistan, and we've been working with farmers.
Beautiful.
And so we love
what you're doing. It's amazing.
It's been really powerful.
Thank you so much.
You're so fun. 1 minute. I'm going to bring Alikiko. You got to meet everybody I like to meet the next,
Okay.
because then the energy flows a little nicer. This is Alikiko. Hello, sweet.
Hello, aloha.
Nice to see you, Lynn, and nice to meet you, Sherry.
Nice to meet you too.
So Sherry's a friend, macrobiotic friend, and we met at the summer camp 4 years ago, probably.
It's been a while, yeah.
And her husband and I sang. He's Native American and I'm Native American, and we sang on stage. And I'll never forget that moment. Like everybody was like, "What is this?" So I got to sing with Rick again. I got to sing with him. It's just so fun.
You guys did great. Him playing the flute and you dancing up there was
Oh,
just awesome.
nice.
Really lovely.
Immaculate, beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to hear the harp also that I saw in your place the other day.
Where's the harp? I know. We got to share the story. But Sherry's from Hawaii, and Alikiko, are you in Switzerland still?
I am based in Switzerland always, but I'm in Portugal right now.
You're in Portugal. All right.
Yeah.
Moves. And she's an amazing entrepreneur from, we met through Pakistan friend, Rehan Alawala, and we've just been dancing with each other. She got into Pakistan and then COVID came and she got stuck there for a while. And she just became like the Pakistan guru. She's just like so well known in Pakistan. And everybody loves Alikiko, and she's an amazing wisdom keeper. So she carries the depth of understanding macrobiotics. Macrobiotics means large life. And I've shared this with Alikiko before, but the vibrational world is here, and we all come in with this constitution, and we all come in with the spirit, and we all come in with this presence, right? And you two ladies both have a deep presence, so I'm glad for you two to meet. And
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Yeah. All right. All right.
We'll have more chance to interact at some later stage.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Sherry.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
Talk more later. Let us know. Okay, here we are.
How are you, Lynn?
Here we are. Well, it was a big day today because
I can imagine. I can see 6:42. Wow.
Well, it's more than I didn't see any of that, and it's more. Mian Atik came on from. You've met him through the Sustainable Goals, SDG Academy. He's from the Senate of Pakistan. He's now the digital senator for Pakistan, and he's just invited Torch family to come into the government of Pakistan. So
that's awesome. Wow.
It's kind of a big day for the Torch family.
Amazing. Congratulations.
I don't know what it means, but it's a very big honor for all of us because we've worked hard to do the development that we have, and it feels like a big win. It feels,
of course,
like, a super sweet moment.
Any housing initiative is like towards getting in a good communication with levels of governments. It's already a big win because usually there have been two words like talking different languages, so it already is like a big win.
Yeah.
No matter what it will bring forward.
Yeah, exactly. So that feels really sweet.
When are you going back to Pakistan? Do you have a plan already?
Well, I'm going to go back for about 6 months. I'm probably going for 2 months, maybe. And I just got invited maybe with the Rotary Club to go over for 2 months. And then in the fall again, I'm doing my doctorate. So I'm doing the doctorate of ministry I got here in Berkeley. I'm here in Berkeley now. And for me, the deeper parts of what happens is, it's all about taking care of the home front and taking care of the consciousness here, taking care of the relationship here. I don't want to stretch to the point where I'm stretched, financially anymore, because that's what I kind of did to build and create. And, I funded the Torch pretty much myself all the way. And, it's 4 years of really dedicated work, but it's paid off energetically, spiritually. And as you did, when you were over there, it's a spiritual adventure. And it's a land that needs a lot of love. It's a land that needs a lot of support. The mission here today is that 10 million heirloom seeds for 1 million kids. So we don't want to take too much more of your time. We want to let you have your time here.
No worries.
I don't know if you've seen our school. Have you seen?
No, I haven't actually. You have talked to me about it, but I haven't really seen it.
Let me just play the quick clip. It's not our school, it's Raymond's school. And you probably did an interview. I don't know if you did, but Raymond lives up in Balochistan on the border of Afghanistan. The first interview Rayhan had me do was with Raymond. And Raymond introduced himself, and then we ended up working together. I worked with him every day. And the kids, there were 100 orphans. They had no plants in the playground. They had no water in the playground. They had no doors. They were sleeping on the ground. And it was about 100 orphans. So this is what's happened since then. I'll share. It's just a 2-minute clip.
No worries at all. Mike.
Hello friends, I would like to show you our school. This is our school signboard. Inside of our school, friends, this is a solar school. You can see our solar. This is all beautiful. You can see the flowers. It's a green school. We would like to show you the computer lab. Hello teacher. Yes, this is the computer lab. You can see all the kids are learning different programs. So, hello Isanda, what are you doing?
I'm listening to talk.
Yes. What would you like to say about Taj family?
Long live Taj family.
Hello. Yes. What would you like to?
Thank you, Mama Line for seeds.
Yes, Mr. Hussain.
Mama Line, you are so kind.
I will support you and the Taj family, and we are proud to be working with you and also working under your leadership. Thank you so much.
This is so awesome, Lynn.
So it's not so awesome with me. It's awesome that Raymond took guidance and he did what he did. But that schoolyard, you saw all the green fences. The green fences he built, the water. There was only one solar panel. I said, you're going to say that you're the first sustainable school, because we had already done all the seeds. We had already done the plants. They had already done the gardens. And they had no electricity. I said, you're the first sustainable school at Pakistan. And so he did that. And I said, people will donate now, and because of all that you're doing. And so he just kept taking guidance. And, you know, the kids picking off of the vine with fruit and eating it. And now it's about cooking classes and curriculum around, you know, the 4 pillars of peace, health, environment, and tech are the 4 pillars. And it's just exciting because for me, that school took off. 100 kids went to 25,000 kids the first year after the year. It's been 4 years since I started working with him. But the biggest spark was the 15-year-old daughter here, mine, talking to a 15-year-old child in Balochistan on the computer, talking about whatever they were talking about, and me seeing the spark and saying, oh, we have to do this.
Yeah.
We have to bring teachers to the kids through technology, but we have to bring kids to kids mostly. And so our goal with these, 10 million seeds is to really get kids to connect to kids. And there's 14,000 kids in Africa, and we have it's just grown organically, and it's not something it was never designed to do anything. It just keeps growing, spiritually. And that's the gift. We're not putting any rules and regulations on it. We're never going to be owned by anybody. It's just not going to, it's going to grow as an organic organization. So
thank you for that. It's like, it's a huge inspiration, because we're looking at I had the chance, I don't know how it came, of a very interesting system to be approaching to me for an interesting nomination. And it's actually looking at, they have created, practically it's a social algorithm. So practically it's a way to infuse knowledge and wisdom into a small ecosystem, may that be a home or even a post-war zone, and allow them to understand how nature works according to the 4 elements, and how they can actually reduce toxins, and with these toxins create products that create businesses, enterprises for them.
That's right.
So practically create wealth from waste in a way, right? So we're looking at that, and we're trying to see what would be the best implementation. And I was really thinking about Pakistan. So we should talk about that some other time, I guess.
Well, that's what we're doing. We're doing the incubators. I was invited by Amar Jaffrey to be the REC, director out, to go to rural areas. So we started already doing those rural incubators with team members. And so building business is the next trip, building that enterprise to be able to do, infiltrate with the organic food. We've been donated land up in Chitral. So there's land been donated to us, and we also have a farm and a farm school down in Chakwal. So kids can come, parents can come, and we can do classes there to be able to bring that incubation to a bigger, support system. So both those places are set up.
Awesome. So, that's awesome. Yeah. Let's see it, because I feel that they have an extreme pool of knowledge and expertise that they can infuse to any ecosystem. And I know the will and the openness of Pakistan to learn, actually, and to learn. And I feel that they can learn beyond what we had to learn. They can already go into the next step, Just let's skip the steps we had to do. They don't need to learn them. We have them. We can just allow them to go forward.
I do believe it's the land of the feminine. It's the old ancient goddess temples there, and the old ancient sites there are very important for the world to open. And it's that feminine process, and that openness is that process. And I just am thrilled to be here with you. You're a great witness, and so let's let you go. And I'm going to get off.
So to tell you the truth, it's extremely. It has a lot to do with what we're talking about. And let me just share my screen. Can you see my screen?
I can.
So it is about that. It is about the opposite forces. And to tell you the truth, I don't know if it happens to you anytime. Okay, no, that is good. If it happens to you sometimes, but it's a theme that is coming to me. I haven't really chosen it, and I guess you know how that feels.
That's it. It's the receptive in you. It's the receiving. Yeah.
It's exactly like that. And when you asked me to do the talk, I just looked at the time, and it was 0606. And this theme has been circling around me, and then I saw that the 6, it has to do about harmony and equilibrium. And all the project that has been coming right now, it's about the equilibrium of the 4 elements, the equilibrium of masculine and feminine. Everything is about that somehow around me, And I really, really don't choose it. It just comes. So I'm like, okay, probably we do have to understand more about this subject.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to let you go. That's what macrobiotics is all about. It's a unifying principle of sun coming up, sun coming down, laughter, crying, night, day, So let's let you totally, I'm so excited. I saw your beautiful little demonstration the other day, and I was like, okay, you're rocking through the etheric world, and I love it, and I'm excited, and I've told so many people about you. So with further ado, I welcome Alikiko to share, and her witness to the earth, and her witness to humanity, and her witness to consciousness is a rich platform for all of us. So we love you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this introduction. So I'm practically opening a question is there are structures and there are numbers and there are images that keep coming to me. So it all started actually last year, almost about the same time. A structure that I unfortunately don't have the picture of it because I didn't take a picture of it, of two pyramids that were merged together, start separating themselves. It just woke me up practically during a night. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't know what that means, but that feels something that we are studying. Fast forward from last November to this September, I am in Ibiza in an amazing location, and I allow my consciousness to float for a day and see where it will bring me, and bring me to a very beautiful river. And there, I go back to this structure that you see on the paper. And this structure came for the first time in a meditation a month before, and I just drew it down. I put it on the paper. And since then, it's very funny because this structure just keeps coming to me. People are keep posting me in their art. They keep sending me pictures, different artists in different locations. But I do keep saying the same structure. It's two pyramids that are interlacing, they're opening, and there is a core, there is a bubble that emerges when these two come a little bit separate but still connected. And I'm really opening the conversation of why do we receive all of humanity the similar structures at the similar time? You can clearly see the similarities of the circle around, the two pyramids, and the bubble inside. It's like very clearly the same structure from two completely different minds that they don't know each other. And then I asked, so I just posted on Facebook, like, does anybody has a clue why this structure is coming to me? And I got tons of information. And I just want to share that with you because it seems that these patterns are everywhere in the creation of the universe. And I mean, I literally mean everywhere. They are from the very beginning, the dot. This is like the beginning of everything. And then we start decoding them in all the different structures that we keep knowing as sacred geometry, or as mandalas, or as portals, or as everything that you want to call them. I call them codes because they feel like codes. And they kind of ask us to decode them. So going from the universal first force, which is the Vuci, to the pure pre-heavenly force, to the greatest purity or supreme ultimate, to the later heaven of force, the spinning, the formation of the five forces, the great force of the five elements, the polarity of the north and the constellations, and the 9 planets and the sun. So it's practically the expansion, or if you want to tell it differently, the zooming in and the looking closer of a structure that when you look at it from the outside is just a bubble. And since I asked, these structures just keep coming in different forms. The other day, a friend shared me a piece of music, which is from an artist that committed suicide last year, and he announced that he will only want his music to be released a year later. So it was announced practically the same time that I was receiving the information, funnily enough. When you look at the poster of his music, it's practically the same structure. The additional layer in that is that it's connected with trees. And maybe, I'm not sure if you can see that, but all around it, there are formations of trees. And that is almost sharing light to the tree formation, to the tree information. And that's an additional question. What are we supposed to learn from trees right now? What are they going to they're trying to communicate with us? And you can see that even in other formations, there are trees everywhere. Going on from very known sacred geometries like the Merkaba to beautiful installations of friends, of known people that they get connected, and then I have an extreme connection when I meet them. It seems that we are riding the same wave, and I have no idea what is this wave. But going even back to ancient devices that have been created from physicists, and all the way to the 4 elements, there seems to be connection of these structures communicating to us. And I have really received very different representations of them. All of them, they're really beautiful, and they have this ability of particularly magnetizing you and wanting you to understand more, understand further. And they always create this polarity somehow. So even this element of the clown that is appearing in this picture, clown is an archetype that is coming up during this period, and is practically not about the funny part of the clown, but it's the part of the clown that is revealing your other part, is revealing what you don't want to see. And I feel that it has to do all about this polarity of two opposite forces moving one outside of the other, and then it reveals the truth somehow. And if not anything else, like our times is about understanding and seeing what is really going on, and how do we approach it, and how do we balance it back, and what is supposed to tell us, what's supposed to tell me personally, what's supposed to tell you, what's supposed to tell for the project that we are doing, and how do we actually decode this that comes as structure. But I do feel it's a language. It's like clear language coming into many heads. So somebody understands it, decodes it, or all of us together and understand it and decode it. It kind of feels that each one of us has a specific view of the same spectrum, of the same structure. And I keep doing that. Like if you can just see from different parts of it, and that all together we can really see the whole spectrum and understand what consciousness wants to talk to us. So practically my talk is not about telling you anything. It's about inviting you to tell me what all of that tells you, and understand together where's the connection there, and why when Torch invited me, I thought about talking about polarity and what have we understood further about the different forces, the masculine, the feminine, the yin and the yang, the male and the female as energies, not as people. So I would really love to call you back, Lynn, and take that into conversation, because I know that you have a lot of knowledge of opposing forces and the way that spirit talks to us. You have been working at the same time, at the same way yourself. And it would be really interesting to open this conversation together, if you're still with me somewhere there. Oh, you're muted.
I'm trying to get the next speaker in.
Mm-hmm.
So just 1 minute, I'll come back with you and I'll have that conversation. Definitely.
Perfect.
I'm so sorry, but we just gotta keep moving the show behind the scenes.
No worries at all. I can keep sharing the presentation.
Yeah, share your witness of what you're up to, and then we'll come and have that conversation.
I will go a little bit deeper into some of the structures. The structure that you see, for example, in the middle, this one, has been communicated as a hologram. So this one is practically only the upper view of a hologram that has the 3 circles. And funnily enough, this specific structure is the combination of that structure and also the structure of the 2 circles that are merging together, creating in their union the new creation. And I can try to find this picture somewhere. I think I do have it somewhere. Anyway, and funnily enough, this union of the 2. Can I cannot hear you?
52778.
Lynn, would you like to mute yourself?
Oops, sorry, dear. I'm sorry.
No problem. No problem. I thought you were talking to me.
Forgive.
So, funnily enough, this specific structure is the merging of this structure, and also the 3 circles, one next to the other, that in the middle are actually creating creation. It's the point of creation. And so I'm really wondering if there is a combination of structures, or if there is connection between the three of them. Is there a connection that I see, or is there not? And for example, I would really, really like to understand further this one. This is very clearly a code. So we're talking about consciousness in the timeline. So we're talking about spirit and time. And deep in the center, we're back to the pyramid shape, but we're back to the now. And then each circle is part of the larger pyramid that has 3 points with different colors. I have no idea what they are. And in the 2 poles, we have eternity and infinity, as of the 2 extremes that are actually coming together, because eternity and infinity, they are the same thing practically. So very end, as an X, we have 2, how do you call it? Well, 2 X's, let's say. And the O is the third one. So we are already looking at another pyramid practically. We can even think that from here on, we are looking on the top of it. So there are many ways of reading actually this design. And if you are projected in 3D, I know that sometimes it's a little bit difficult for some people if you haven't been working in 3D, but this specific structure is holding very different pyramidic shapes and very different circle shapes all at the same time. And that's really, really interesting because there are layers and layers of information. And interestingly enough, when I was sharing all this information, one of the next hints that I received was about the very upcoming great conjunction on December 21st. We know that there is many circles interlacing the ends of time and the beginnings of new times, because there is no end without the beginning. And for some reason, we do see there overlapping pyramids on a circle. So it's the same, exactly the same pattern. So let's see what else. Let's go further into that. All of the structures, they do have a feeling of repetition and mandala, and they always hold something organic in a way, and sometimes they can even be very, very hilarious, but at the same time very serious. They even need a kind of a code to even understand the designs of it. So it seems that practically it's a way that people, it's a way that consciousness communicate to us. And I would really like to understand that further. And also, one of the most interesting parts for me right now is how do they connect to the 4 elements? And is it different when a structure has a pyramidic shape? So it's practically a pyramid with a square base, or is a pyramid with a triangle base? Because the triangle base is representing fire, when the square base is representing air. And we know that right now we're moving from the time of the Earth. In the last 200 years, all the great conjunctions, universal conjunctions, have been happening in the Earth elements, and we are moving to the elements of the air. So for the next 200 years, from until December 21st, all the great conjunctions will be happening in the elements of the air. So we are moving practically from materiality, from materialism, from material concerns, into the air element, which is all about new ideas, innovation, connection, communication. So there's a very big shift there. Here we have you back. That's awesome. So I was just talking about the shift from that we are going to be experiencing from the elements of the earth that have been doing the last 200 years. All the great conjunctions were in the elements of the earth, to the element of the air. So for the next 200 years, all the great conjunctions will be in the element of the air. So we will see it'll be a huge transition, and it's very funny because I have already been seeing it even in the wording of the majority of the people, that we start talking about more abstract ideas without necessarily having to nail it down into how this can be applied. And somehow they become more real, even if they are more abstract.
Well, I want to say that when we're energetically moving into qualities of element, I'm just looking at these, the patterning of, like you already talked about, with all the different religions, all the different areas around the triangle. This box right there is very powerful for me, because what I worked on, Michio and Aveline did a lot around gathering energy from the universe, so we didn't need oil and gas. And the box with the cauldron is very, very powerful, because it's the exact same box that they made for houses, individual houses, to gather energy, and there's a crystal in the middle, to gather energy and vibrational energy just from heaven and earth flowing through us. Because our heart beats immediately through our consciousness, right? Our heart beats through just being born. We've got animals coming all the way to us.
No, of course we have. We always feel it.
Who's this person? I want to see. But the depth of, I worked with a lot of ley line type people, many. Back in my 20s, I was working with ley lines and vibrational ley lines and, cognitive consciousness. And then I went over to Glastonbury over in England, and the old ancient structures. I want to share this with you, because when you were drawing those pictures and somebody said the beehive, okay, I was going to some of these ancient sites in Scotland, and they were all set up as beehive. The old traditional buildings were all beehive consciousness. This is what I was told. And when I went to Glastonbury, the old ancient mountain of Glastonbury, where a lot of the Grail, we've heard about the Grail and the whole Templar, these old ancient seers, right? They're ancient seers and ancient wisdom. There was a way to get up the mountain from a spiralic relationship. I couldn't go straight up the mountain. My guide said, no way, you're going to go spiral. And I had to go all the way around. And sure enough, there was a path.
Of course.
And it was all these women, knew these paths. And I went into the shop later, and they said, we've been waiting for you. And it was just like this really big, strong consciousness of understanding how to enter into a vortex of quantum consciousness. So most of the world right now is living on this linear vibrational world patterning. And the quantum consciousness is coming into play for the last few years, right? It's coming, it's vibrationally. And so the air quality makes a lot of sense to me, because we need to understand the expansiveness that's happening just energetically and vibrationally. And I think when we're looking at patterning of nature herself, she is our greatest pattern, right? She's our greatest knowledge, right? And the witness. And I've been having people pick up a leaf and just look at the quantum consciousness of a leaf. And what happens is, I had a good friend die recently, and I do a lot of healing work for people. And I went over, and there's huge tumors, and I said, okay, the only one I can do is drop her into herself most. And as I drop her into herself, her whole crew of people, she's gathered beautiful people in her life, beautiful, but they were feeding her so away from nature. The doctors were feeding her pills, the chemo's feeding her pills. She's going far away from nature. They're giving her these whey drinks, and they're giving her this protein drinks, and she's going way away, and she's way far from nature. So all I could do is go back and comb her hair. And because the hair is, you'll see a lot of the pictures of some of the ancient, the hair is our root. The hair is our vibrational root back up into the, Michio used to say we were hanging from heaven, and I feel that very deeply. We're hanging from heaven. We're not, it's a gravity that says we're coming from the earth, but woman's energy comes up from the earth, man's energy comes down, right? We meet. When you hold hands, he used to do this awesome thing. He'd hold a pendulum on top of a person's head, and it would swing, okay? Then he'd have, if it was a man, he'd have a woman come up and hold his hand, and it would totally stop.
Oh, wow.
And if you hold the pendulum up to a woman, same thing. Hold the man's hand, it totally stops. So we've met from the equality of male-female consciousness. And the heavens force comes up, the male's force comes down from heaven. It's a much more, all their hair is down, all their organs are outside their body, their sexual organs. The female energy is more up, and we have more hair on our head, right? We have more hair upward. We have our breasts, we have our sexual organs inward, right? The spiral movement of the organs themselves. So as you look at nature, we are nature. We are the dignity of nature. We just, by eating closer to nature, vibrationally closer, then the direct, I think one of the things that I would mostly say about anything you said, that the compass of our soul is exactly what we have already. Our heart is beating already. It's already there. We don't have to get anywhere. We don't have to go anywhere. We're already here. But people want to get somewhere. And
I
it's
keep
like,
saying that. Yeah, I keep saying that to the environment here.
your heart's already beating. Our heart's vibrationally present. It's beating, and it's solid, and it's creative, and it's conscious, and it's just bringing people back to the equilibrium that they are. And Mitra always said, we're always in balance. It's just if you choose sickness, or you choose mental health, or you choose, these are extreme away from nature type behaviors. So the patterning and the esoteric work is all great, but it's very practical. It's very practical to eat. And if you look at the evolution of food, the most upright plant is rice. And when man started eating rice, his chakra system and rice, we started eating rice, our chakra system was upright. And so our chakra system, rice is very strong in alignment with our core energy. When we put foods that are extreme, our internal organs rust. It's like a rust. So they infiltrate this rust feeling. We're rusting inside. And so we've eaten away from this natural order for many generations. Like one of these great books, I want to get you a copy. I'm so dedicated to buying like hundreds of these, but Alex just came out with this book. He wrote all of Michio's works for many years. So The Spiral of History, I called him and I started crying. I said, finally, somebody's moving away from food and helping understand the universe, because this thing that we call food is one thing, but we have it everywhere. The spirals are everywhere.
It's everywhere. And actually, it's very funny. It's even in our lives. Like I remember like almost 2 years ago, I just went and looked at my calendar and I saw patterns of my behavior that were not conscious happening according to the months. And guess what? They did have to do about the quality of the zodiac signs. This year, I am coming to Portugal, and I texted a friend that we were together in Portugal last year, and he sent me a picture that I was coming in exactly the same day without knowing it. So a year later, exactly the same period of time, I'm exactly in the same country. A little bit different though. Exactly, it's the spiral. Yeah, it's amazing.
Compass. And what's beautiful is that the compass itself directs people. And the compass is a very clear North Star. It's a North Star. If you look at the ancient, we just had a speaker, Mark Lund, and he's doing phenomenal work on the Tao and nature herself. And I want to get you to that lecture. I'm not sure which day he spoke, but go back on the calendar if you want. But you've got to link up with him and what he's up to, because he's super, he's thinking from that quantum. And what he said to me, he said, the torch is already doing the business model that should be happening generations, but vibrationally, we're going so far away from our natural order. And that simplicity that we need is very practical. It's practical. It's not esoteric. It's not, we already are esoteric. We already are quantum. We already are, look at us. I mean, look at us. Look at the magic. And if we could have the dignity of each other, of just being that quantum consciousness together, then we'd have another layer of it, but we're far from it. We are so in discord. But the natural order is the bigger the front, the bigger the back. So the bigger the front of the person, the bigger the back, right?
True.
So, Mitra always said, don't get too high on yourself because you'll get hit in the backside, right? So it's just the natural order, but it's this idea. And so when you're looking at this very powerful patterning that's coming to your site, and patterning, it's your order of oneness with the universe. You know, it's your oneness with your consciousness. It's the oneness of all times consciousness, right?
Exactly.
It's this male female consciousness that's awakening. And there's no greater time right now than us to really see that. And what I love most is this idea of when you're going around the spiral, if we're at the center when we're born, you know, we come from the light, we're going to back to return to the light. And this, when we come to the light, born to the physical plane, then we disappear. So everything appears, disappears. Right? Appears, disappears. The trees appear, they disappear. The mountains, right, appear or disappear. So the light vibrational patterning is a very, what do I want to say? Maybe I want to say it's, for me, what I did in Scotland and what I was taught there is the sound of color right now is very key. And the color and the consciousness around color and vibrational patterning, for us to heal back to that fullest root is helping people with sound. So we were doing very ancient sound practices from Michio's family shrine, which was a Buddhist shrine in Japan called Wakayama. It's in Wakayama Prefecture. And this color and tapping into it like a flower, okay? You're gonna look at the flower and it's pink and it's just like like you just wanna go into the flower. You know, it's just like that moment, right? I gotta just go into that flower. That flower is coloring your consciousness in its own vibrational patterning. And between two people, the color between them has a sound that we can help heal from each other. And two people bring different colors, and the colors are what I think right now, it's a timing that sound and vibrational work and color it's kind of what's coming up right now in the dignity of nature, of how to bring, you know, people that are more awake like yourself and opening, you know, people that are so awake and yet bringing it very practical, very practical. Let's get people fed. Let's get people to eat closer to the earth. Let's get, you know, Michio's vision to feed people first was key, really. I do believe we have to feed people first.
True.
You know, I call Pakistan spicy Pakistan. There's a lot of fighting. There's a lot of spiciness, right? So there's this spiciness that happens, and the spiciness is also this extreme joy, you know, this extreme pleasure, this extreme opening. You know, there's an opening.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, it is called the Pure Land. So it is a really fun playground there. There's no doubt for us to do tremendous, but it's needed everywhere. You know,
exactly.
You go to the island of Japan, and Japan, you think of a thought, and within the next minute, it's happening. I mean, Japan is like boom, and it's because of the charge of the mountains and the ocean around the island. It has a very big ki energy or chi energy strength. So that was just a magical trip for me when I was 30. When I was your age, 37, I got to go there, and all these ancient men get me around a table and they're telling me why I'm here on the planet, and I'm doing, you know, I'm just like, whatever. I'm just a mom. I'm going to go grow my food. I'm going to cook my meals. You know, it's great to have, you know, the gifts, but the gifts are, I think, the hands-on, the best, greatest gift that I did as a mom and a woman is feed my children well. So the 5 kids now out in the world are carrying, they are so well loved, so much more loved than I am. But they're one. They're more one with nature because they've been eating their whole life from a very high energy diet. So their vibrational patterning is just amazing, right? So
they're just born different, totally. Like I was talking the same, that thanks to your generations that actually did the work, the new ones that are getting born are just lighter. They're just lighter. And it's beautiful to see because they just activate like that and they are there. There is no bullshitting anymore. Sorry for the word. It's just there. So it's all about creating. We were talking about that, like for GRS also, like instead of having a military service, having warriors of the earth that are serving the earth, that we are using this warrior energy that keeps coming back to us, but for the good, for the planet, not to fight each other anymore. Finally.
Yeah, this is so important. It's great work, Alikiko. It's great work that you're doing. I feel like, what are we doing for understanding? I mean, there's so much generational trauma. And so I think the generational trauma is going to be here for a while. We're going to see a lot more chaos because of what we've done to the dignity of Earth in itself. There's no dignity that's been given to the Earth. So there's going to be disrupt there. So between the people and the Earth, we've got some big times. And I think if anything, we've got to deepen our practices around sound and vibrational, protection. Wonderful Dr. Shahzad Salim from Pakistan's been on 2 of the torch events, and he really said it today. It's a protection of ourself, and you do that really well. I've been watching you. I'm just kind of, she's protecting that preciousness and that deeper part of ourselves, to protect it, because it's a protection that we need to hold on to that space, because the world's not running on that vibration. It's a pretty tough world energetically. So how do we bring, like the little ones up, the big ones up, the hierarchical structures, and bring them together in that quantum consciousness, in that diagram that you've got, the 2 polar opposites, the 2 polar, it's the grassroots movement to the government, and really bring, more of a spiral energy than a clash.
That's exactly what we were working on. Like, we have this project has been working grassroots for a very long time, and we're going for a very high-end nomination. And it's interesting just to see the 2 worlds trying to communicate. But at least right now they're at least trying. Before they were not even trying. And for me, even seeing that they are trying to understand each other, they don't just cut it off because it's not easy for the requirements and just to complete the form as it was before. I'm like, wow, this is a step. It's a baby step, but I feel it's an important one.
If you put people in the same room and feed them really high quality food, within 3 days, people are vibrationally 100% together. So these are the type, workshops that I want to do, is really create more. So I want to do one in the northern Pakistan and the land that was donated. So I'd love you to come help us, teach there and build something.
So that's how actually GRS is starting from food. So it would be really beautiful to communicate all of us together and see how we could actually do it there, because I am thinking about coming. Talking about spirals, I have been invited from Amar for a conference in March in Pakistan, same as last year. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be the same when I get there, but it's like the spirals, right? So I might end up being there, and it will be beautiful to see, because I do feel like giving back to the plant for some reason. There's no coincidences, and I did pass some time there, and I feel that Pakistan could really be a beautiful playground to start creating this grassroots playgrounds for balance, for natural balance, nature human balance. Yeah. Let's talk more about that.
Let's light it up.
Yep.
Let's light it up. You are the torch. You're an amazing speaker. I've told so many people about you carrying the light, and I just want you to know that, because I want you to hold that space. I think you've come back, and I think we've very much come from that land, and the feminine has to arise in a very soft way, but not in the masculine business model. It can't.
Exactly. It's not. Yeah. Exactly.
It can't happen. So the torch members come and then they go because they want me to structure it like this. And I'm like, sorry.
I have amazing structures, but they're circular, and I don't have the leadership. It's amazing.
In charge. Take it on. I give it to you 100%. So I'm going to introduce Lisa Vincent. She's going to do yoga with us, but she and I shared this sister that passed, and that's how I got to meet her. And I got to bring her up to the stream. She's never been on StreamYard, so this is the first time. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
So you're muted, so we just want to unmute you.
Thank you. Thank you.
There we go. She's got a super duper balance of beautiful, sweet energy. I met her through Gayela that passed, And, you know, Gayla had this huge tribe of amazing women and friends. And, you know, she brought this love and from all different forms, and it was just so sweet. And so I met Lisa. I said, would you like to come and do a yoga class? Because I saw her teaching. So, and then Aliki Ko, I met through Rehan Alawala from Pakistan. And she was over there. She's from Greece originally. She is an amazing teacher, spiritual guide. She started Conscious Gems, and I was part of the board member on the Conscious Gems. I don't know where Conscious Gems is right this minute in your core, you know, what you're up to, Alikiko, but
representing the earth element, and it's as the earth is moving in a slower vibration, much more steadily than the others, as it has to be.
Beautiful, beautiful. So Lisa, introduce yourself to Alikiko so she gets to know you. And I like sharing this before we move to the next chapter, because if we don't build community during one of these, it's just another conference, and I don't want to do that to each other.
Of course. Hi, it's so nice to meet you.
Nice to
I
meet you also.
appreciated your presentation.
Oh, thank you. It was more a call than a presentation, but
Right. Yeah, so I'm very happy to be here, and I live in the same area that Lynn lives in. Although we have never met each other in person, we were very connected through the support of our dear one as she, progressed to the end of her life. And I am a yoga teacher and a life coach and a healthy habits coach and emotional freedom techniques, and so I do a lot of different things, and but all of it really in the vein and in the tradition of yoga. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about today. Is I'm going to be talking a little bit about neuroscience and then the power of gentle, slow, mindful yoga.
I love the subject. I'm looking forward to see the presentation.
Great. Alikiko, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Always,
We'll talk soon.
always. It's yeah, we've got work to do in a progressive. We'll meet again soon. I feel like this village in Denmark might be a really cool place. Hopefully, we can bring you and I and a bunch of us there, because it's kind of a cool house. There's a lot going on there, but I think it might be a good hub. I feel like the hub is clean and clear there, and because it's right on the ocean, and I think it's a hub that might be really powerful, because she really was donated $2 million, and I just honor her as a feminine to receive that type of income to build an eco village. I just want to give a shout out to our friend from Denmark, Christian. So this is what women need. We need, the resources to keep us afloat,
And being able to receive them gracefully and understand that they're given for specific reasons, and we just have to move forward.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lisa. Great to meet you. Hopefully we'll have more time.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, Alikiko. Okay. Hello, Lisa. So I saw you playing around in the backdrop. I felt like it was you were looking good. I could see you.
Great.
Yeah, so I think it's going to work. Does it feel like it's going to work for you?
Yeah, it feels great. Yeah, I don't think I did what you were seeing is I was trying to see if I could do some actual yoga, and that isn't going to work. So what I'm going to do is go through the presentation and just talk about neuroscience and the power of gentle, slow, mindful yoga. And then I might be able to do some movement here in the chair where I can kind of demonstrate what's a little bit different about this type of yoga that other people may not have experienced before. And then I can take us through a meditation.
Great. Now, did you get to stream from your Facebook page?
No, I didn't. I didn't get to do that. And I'm not sure. I could take a moment to see if I can get that done, but
it's only if you want to. We can wait for another time and try to get that connected. But
yeah, maybe we can, I can share the recording or something. So
definitely. All right, sounds good. Well, I'm going to let you have the stage. I can hear you like you could hear us, and anytime you need my support, I'm so grateful you're here. What about a banner for yourself? Do you want me to make one? Oh, you did one. Yay!
Yeah, I did a ticker and a banner.
Good.
So
I see it.
yeah, the ticker.
How's that?
Oh, great, you've got it. Perfect. Yeah, and you're welcome to stay, and you're welcome to have a conversation around it as much as you'd like. And if there are other things you need to be doing, that's okay too. So.
No, I'm here. I'm just gonna take a bio break and move into coming right back. I'm listening. I've got it loud enough that I can hear what you're doing, and okay, I'm solid with you. I got your back. And
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
As a 6 on the Enneagram, I really identify with that. That's kind of one of those core things. So I appreciate that that you say that.
Important. You're really you've got a lot of wisdom around tech, and I just appreciate that. We're just like in this, there's a moment when we all have to help each other, and I'm really about the funny part is Alikiko knew Rehan. Rehan connected me to people in Oakland. I brought Gaela to Oakland. She met all these people that Rehan met, and she knows Rehan from it's like, and now you're here. So then it's like, the web and the tapestry, and I connected her to her friend up in Sweden. So I actually introduced her to our friend in Sweden. So yeah, the one who was working a lot and did a lot of, she did her own work there, but we want to just send her light today and love. So yeah. So all right.
If you could hang on while I share my screen just to make sure, because I before. I'm gonna share. Let's see.
Yeah. You share it, and then it says application window, and you want to go to the application window.
Let's see. Oh, it says sharing is easiest with 2 monitors, which I don't have.
No, up at the top it has application window. It should, when you first press it.
Oh, application window, great.
Then you should see the screen you want to share.
Yes. I do.
Awesome.
Oh, hold on, where'd it go? Can you see it?
Not yet. It's not in yet.
Okay, so hold on just a minute.
No worries. So you go up, share it, and then I see.
What's so funny? Let me cancel and go back again because it was there and then it just keeps disappearing. So
that's okay. It'll happen. I think one of the things what I did is put one on Safari, and you're on Chrome. So if you open up a Safari window.
Well, it's actually on. It's like a PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, good. So it's a PowerPoint.
It's a keynote. It's a keynote.
Yeah.
But it's not showing up on applications, unfortunately.
It's not on application window?
It will pop up and it just immediately disappears. So
you didn't find the one for application window?
No, I'm in there. It just doesn't give that option for Keynote. So
hang on. Try it. So let's do this. We can do this. I've been sharing a lot of screens with everyone. So we're going to stop and put everything down.
Okay.
You're going to open your browser now to your PowerPoint while I'm here, just on open the whole PowerPoint.
Okay, my PowerPoint's open.
Good. Now you're going to keep that open. Now go to share screen.
Okay, hold on a second.
And now applications.
There it is. I've got it now. Thank you.
Sometimes slowing us down. Sometimes we just gotta move I'm gonna have to move your banner because it's gonna give us more room.
Okay.
If you need to move the ticker, I think the ticker's fine. So
okay.
Good. And then you can play it. You can play it, but it's hard. Let's see if do the play button.
Yeah, when I play it takes up the whole screen, so I can't see.
I know that's what happens. So you either have to read. We can still hear you when you play it, but you have to play it or not. And I think it looks gorgeous. I'm going to race back so I can see it. There we go. That's beautiful. That looks good. That looks good. Awesome. Okay, I'll be right there with you. Okay, just a minute. I'm watching from behind, so I'm listening.
Okay, thank you. All right, so today I'm just going to talk a little bit, just a really high level overview of neuroscience and the power of gentle, slow, mindful yoga. Very, very high level overview. And just a short introduction to myself, which I feel like we kind of covered that actually, but I'll just go through that again as I live in the San Francisco Bay Area near Mama Lynn. And although she's not old enough to be my mama, but I'm a leader, a yoga teacher, life coach, emotional freedom techniques practitioner, a healthy habits coach. I have a lot of interests, but what I find is that all of those things are all related to yoga. They're all in the system and the practices of yoga. So when I'm coaching someone or working with someone, it's all related on that path. I use that path as my guide in supporting people. And I'm most passionate about supporting women through the unique challenges that they face. And I love helping people experience greater health by moving more closely toward an organic, whole food, plant diet. But food is not the only thing that is related to health. So there's a lot of different things that you can do to improve your health that don't really even have anything to do with your diet. But of course, having a healthy, organic, as close to whole food plant diet as possible for you is what I love to encourage people toward. And I'm a person who's committed to women's equity, animal liberation, anti-racism, LGBTQ equality, human rights, environmental sustainability, and spiritual healing. And basically, when you look at those things, you can see kind of a thread for me. I always say that it's my swadharma is to help ease suffering in the world. And that started when I became a vegetarian when I was 7 years old, I think. I can see at least as far back as that point where I've always been someone that wants to stand up for other people, wants to support other people. And it's kind of earned me the label of mama bear, which I think, can be used positively or negatively, however you want to see that. But I take that as a positive thing. So let's go ahead and start talking about neuroscience. So isn't neuroscience for nerds? So it's not just for science nerds anymore. Neuroscience is actually for yoga nerds too. And I'm a total yoga nerd. I love to study yoga. I love to study all aspects of the traditions. It's a vast, vast system that would take a lifetime to study, which is good because I plan on continuing to study that and to practice. So what I've been studying recently is how to use what we know about neuroscience to create a better, I shouldn't say better, but maybe to make the yoga practices more accessible. So neuroscience is a study of the structures and functions in the nervous system, and it affects our bodies, our cognitive abilities, our thoughts, the way that our brain works and functions, and our behaviors. So the nervous system is we're looking at here with neuroscience has a lot to do with the nervous system. So the brain, the spinal cord, and then the nerves that come out from the spinal cord that kind of connect into the rest of the body so that the brain can communicate with the rest of the body. So understanding this allows us to develop yoga asanas and sequences that best support the brain function, nervous system resilience. So that's really important. That's your ability to cope with the unavoidable stresses in life. And sometimes we even get into avoidable stresses, right? But it allows us more capacity to manage that in our bodies. And then self-regulation. So that's the way that we may react or respond, or our behavior, things like that. Our emotions, emotional regulation is also included in that. So, using what we know about neuroscience to design yoga asana classes can help create a sense of calm in the nervous system, and therefore help us drop more deeply, more quickly into that meditative state, so that we can more easily attain that goal of yoga, that experience of the divine, of oneness, of deep unconditional love for all. So, isn't gentle yoga for beginners, seniors, and people with injuries? I hear this a lot. And, although the classes are suited for those populations, it's also suited for more seasoned people in the practice of yoga, right? So it's for anybody and everyone who maybe knows the benefits and wants them regardless of their age or ability. So keeping in mind that gentle does not mean easy. So some of the most challenging poses can be taught with a gentle, in a gentle method, with the gentle yoga methodology. So pose it, and considering a pose that is easy for one person may be really difficult for another person, and vice versa. And that's kind of related to this approach, which I'll talk about now. It's like, what is gentle yoga? So gentle yoga is an approach to asana. So that's the movement yoga, that's the physical exercise in yoga, that offers students different variations of the pose when it's being taught, and it allows the time and the space for each individual person to find the shape that best serves their unique body and mind. Because when we're in the postures in yoga, the intention is a particular function. So, for example, in a forward fold, I could go into a forward fold, and the function could be to help kind of elongate the spine, give a little bit of traction to the spine. So, in order to do that, I may have people soften the knees as far as they want. You can really bend the knees to bend all the way forward in a forward fold, and their hands are on the floor in front of them. So the knees are bent so that they can get that sensation in the spine. Or the function may be that we want to help create some mobility in the back of the legs. So we may have someone straighten the legs and just come down as far as they feel healthy in doing that for the back of their legs. They may not be able to come and put their hands on the floor if the legs are straight. So the concept around this is function over form. How do you help someone get to the purpose of the pose? And that may not look like the ultimate, yoga pose that you might be seeing or in other classes. So, so the goal is not necessarily to reach that particular shape, but to reap the benefits of the intention of the shape. And then I like to think of this gentle methodology or this philosophy in yoga class as a way of operating in the world. So how do we move through the world more gently? How can we be more gentle with ourselves, more compassionate with ourselves? How can we make the best decisions for ourselves, right? We build this discernment in yoga so that we can really hear and understand the body, and then make the decisions that best support us. And how can we take that off the mat and into our lives, right? How can we tread more gently through the world, right? So how can we maybe use less resources than maybe we do now? Are we over using resources. So that's another example. Are we not being gentle with ourselves? Are we not being gentle with others? Is there a way that we could be have a little bit more compassion or understanding? So I like to take this philosophy of the yoga asana and bring it into my life as much as possible. And it's a practice, you know. I don't think any of us are perfect at that, but that's the point. That's the whole point of this. It's not going into perfection, it's going in the direction of the intention. And then some teachers like me may also include intention setting, pranayama, chanting, meditation. So I try to bring in as much of the yoga practices as I can into my classes. All right, so why go slow? Why slow? Why gentle, slow yoga? So moving slowly during an asana practice actually helps to build resilience in the nervous system so that we can better cope with those unavoidable stressors in life. We talked a little bit about that before, right? That's that nervous system resilience. So moving more slowly typically activates the parasympathetic nervous system, while moving quickly triggers our sympathetic nervous system. So as you can imagine, as we're breathing in slowly, nice, long, elongated breaths, and then exhaling a nice, elongated breath, and maybe even a rhythmic breath like that, even breaths back and forth, or maybe elongating the exhale, and it triggers that calming, that parasympathetic response. And so can you imagine moving quickly, right? What happens? Then our breath speeds up. We're really breathing, we're inhaling quickly. We're exhaling maybe not even as much. There's a lot of inhale and less exhale, and that triggers the nervous system. That is kind of the opposite of calm. So that's one of the reasons why we go slow. And does mindfulness really matter? Yes, it does. Mindfulness is, especially in movement and also just other areas of your life. You don't even have to be moving to be mindful, but it helps us build awareness in the body and the mind. And when we're consistently mindful and aware on the yoga mat, we may find that we are more becoming more mindful and aware in our lives. And so that's including more mindful of ourselves, maybe our thoughts, maybe our beliefs, our emotions, our reactions. It could include our relationships with other people. So again, how are we perceiving them? When we're more mindful and we learn more about ourselves and we learn to have more compassion, I think that's just kind of often a natural response of that mindfulness, having a little bit more compassion, a little more understanding with ourselves, and we can really offer that to other people in our lives and our relationships. And also in the world, we'll talk about that again. What's my relationship with the animal kingdom? What's my relationship with the plant world? How am I contributing to that relationship? Am I doing the least harm, or am I really not being mindful about the impact that I'm having on the world? But will I work up a good sweat? So I have people who asking me this a lot because they really want a good workout. So in gentle yoga, you can definitely raise the energy. You can sweat. You can have, a pretty good exercise in the class, but it's not necessarily the focus. So it's, if not the same kind of sweat that you might expect to have in a power yoga class or vinyasa yoga or a hot yoga class. And I definitely don't have anything against any type of yoga. I think everyone's different and they need different things at different times in their lives. I started out doing hot yoga and I loved it, and I would love it now, but I've had a few injuries and I tend to I have to be really careful in a hot yoga class. But anyway, I love that sweat. But what we're doing in the gentle yoga classes, we're building energy, we're building strength and stamina and creating more mobility, developing balance, those types of things, which is, related to the exercise, but the attention is more on exercise than exercise. And, this may be a little bit different based on teacher, right? So I've had many different teachers, and what I've created is kind of a combination of what either worked best for me or that I fell in love with. So for me, we're really focused on what's happening internally, what's happening in the body. And a strong cardio workout is really super important for your health. So just keep in mind that the slow stuff is really important too. And it's best if you can make room in your life for both. Some of the benefits, just some of them, because I could give you a list a mile long, but I won't. We don't have that much time. But some of the benefits of a gentle, slow, mindful yoga practice based in neuroscience, and maybe even some that aren't. There are some of these benefits that may carry over into meditation. I consider that as that's actually, to me, my understanding, more yoga than the movement. Even though when we say yoga in the West, we think of the physical activity. But some of these benefits carry over into some of the areas of yoga. So lessening the risk of becoming injured. And I'd say that's very specific to the gentle, slow, mindful yoga practice. Same with developing better interoception. So interoception is that ability for you to feel what's going on inside the body. And that can really help us improve or even prevent chronic illness and pain, right? So if you think about it, again, it's another way of being mindful. And maybe the more you build that interoception, the more quickly you notice when something's wrong, or the more quickly maybe you notice that you're in a position that is going to cause you pain in the future, right? Sometimes we get in habits in our bodies, we sit in particular ways, and then we end up with a chronic illness or chronic pain, chronic injury due to that, where if we had better interoception, we would be able to identify that more quickly and make a change. Same thing with chronic illness, or even thinking of things like being able to really get in touch with, am I hungry right now? Or am I just wanting to eat because I need to feel something within emotionally? Right, so that's another example. And also thinking about how that relates to intuition, right? So being able to really sense, what's my body saying about this? What sense am I getting here about what's happening? And then being able to kind of put that together with your own wisdom and be able to have better intuition. It improves the respiratory functions of the body. And I was just reading recently how the function of the respiratory system and movement, how it's related to longevity. It has a really big impact. So really learning how to breathe. So in yoga, we have we often do like a elongated inhales and exhales, but we may also do some pranayama, some experiments, breathing techniques to breathe in particular areas of the body. So for example, when I'm teaching, I'll have to often have people breathe up into the ribs, imagining that there's a balloon underneath the rib cage. And as they breathe in, they're kind of holding the belly firm, and then imagine blowing up that balloon, really feeling into the sensation of those muscles between the ribs as the body expands and contracts, and also the other respiratory structures that are working during that time. So that's an example of the way that I approach the respiratory work in the classes. And then also cardiovascular function. So that's these are proven studies that has shown that these slow mindful yoga classes and meditation actually have a really positive impact on cardiovascular function, and thereby increasing longevity. And then it reduces symptoms of anxiety and depression. And I'll just say that I started yoga over a decade ago after an extremely years-long bout of anxiety and depression. I had gotten to the point of having anxiety attacks that evolved into full-blown panic attacks and deep depression. I was a kind of a mess, actually, and I was at a point of deciding whether or not to get on medication. And I didn't have anything against medication, but I felt like I understood. I now understand things a little bit differently, but that my problem was situational. What I was experiencing was situational. And so I didn't think the medication would help. I understand things again a little bit differently now. I may have done things differently. I may not have suffered for so long, but I got to that end point of something has to change. Something has to change. So I was very divinely led to a yoga studio. It was a hot yoga studio. And as I began the practice, I practiced very consistently 5 to 6 days a week. And the layers and layers and layers of emotional like effects of emotional trauma was just falling off of my body, along with the sweat and along with the extra weight and everything else that I was carrying. So I'm a wholehearted fan of yoga to help resolve the symptoms of, or at least help lessen the symptoms of anxiety and depression. And there are other things that you might want to be doing along with that, but it's an important component. It also improves self-regulation. Again, we talked a little bit about that, like emotional regulation, your reactions and responses.
Okay, I'm going to hold you up just for a minute. We just disconnected from Facebook, so I just want to reconnect and just hold on just 2 seconds. And I'll give you the okay. Sometimes happens. It just
okay.
I got to reconnect and then I'll give you the heads up. But you can just talk and keep going. But I just want you to know that we're streaming to the YouTube channel, but we're not streaming to Facebook right now. So just
great. We'll just take a little break here, and you can let me know when we're back up. That's fine. And people watching, on the YouTube channel can go get a drink. In fact, I'll take a drink. And then maybe when people come back later, they can just fast forward a little bit past this. And there isn't anything I can do on my end, is there?
I think we're good. I think we're back up. It just, I don't know why it happens. It might be my internet connection that just drops and then it kicks us off, but we're back in. Thank you so much, viewers. We just had to pop back out and pop back in. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. So was it on when I went through the symptoms of anxiety and depression?
Let's try it. You want to do it one more time? It's okay to double it up.
Yeah. Well, what I'll do is I'll shorten it, and then if people
one more slide, we're okay. Nobody's right after you, so we're okay. You can relax. If you can relax, then I can relax. We're just here.
I'm relaxed.
I feel it. I love the presentation. It's super important.
Oh, good. I'm so glad.
Oh, it's really, really cool. I really needed it because I taught at Kripalu Yoga Center. I didn't teach yoga, but I taught mindfulness and goddess work, and I cooked. I trained people in cooking and teaching. But what you're bringing up for me is this deeper patterning of how yoga, the four areas of your life. What is it? God, a relationship to God, a relationship to self, a relationship to people, and a relationship to community or greater whole, right?
Yes.
And that's really key. And I don't hear a lot of that in a yoga class sometimes. So this is super nurturing.
Yeah.
And
Great.
I do yoga again. So here I come.
That's awesome. All right. So I'll just kind of take it from the reducing symptoms of anxiety and depression. And I had just gone through it. I won't go through the whole story, but I'll just say quickly that that it was the case for me, that I had a long, years long bout with anxiety and depression that ended up going from anxiety attacks to panic attacks and also a deep, deep depression. It was very, I had gotten to the point where it was no longer manageable, right? I had been able to manage with the depression, and then I got to a point of where I was missing work. It wasn't working for me anymore. It wasn't good for my family. So anyway, I was divinely led to a yoga studio. It was a hot yoga studio, and it just transformed my life. I was just able to drop layers and layers and layers of emotional baggage and physical weight as well, and thoughts and ideas and beliefs about myself. I think that was one of the most important things, is I went from someone who was so self-loathing and just couldn't see myself in a positive light. That doesn't mean I never saw myself in that light, but most of the time it was just so dark and closed down, and I was really able to come out of that. And it was in the yoga class that I actually saw myself for the first time. I was in front of the mirror, and I had been just so judgmental in yoga, like, this fat's sticking out over here. When I move, my boob comes over this way, and something over here doesn't look right. And then one day in class, I got into this pose, and I saw myself from a distance, and I suddenly saw my own beauty, not because I'm beautiful, but because I'm a human being, and I was looking at my human form, and I just fell in love with myself. And and then it progressed to, there were mirrors in the class. I would stand as close to the mirror as I could, because I was just basking in this love for myself that I hadn't felt my whole life. And I started looking right into my own eyes, and I kind of transcended the body and fell in love with my soul. And it just completely changed everything for me. So, yoga is powerful. It is very, very powerful for me. It really worked in reducing my symptoms of anxiety and depression. There are a couple of other things that I did as well in conjunction with that. That was really helpful. But the yoga and the community. So when you're practicing yoga, take that yoga community seriously. Like, maybe if it feels good for you to be as involved as possible as you can with the community. And if not your yoga community, then maybe another community that's kind of on that same central path of transformation and growth. That was extremely helpful for me during that time, and this time too. So keep moving on. And we talked about self-regulation, the ability to regulate your emotional states, your reactivity, your behaviors. It also helps to decrease inflammation in the body, which we know that inflammation can lead to all kinds of health issues. It can help reduce insomnia and other disruptive sleep patterns. Anybody who's had insomnia or disruptive sleep patterns know it's just miserable. It's a miserable thing. And it doesn't only affect you at night when you're trying to sleep, it affects you throughout the whole day. And it affects other areas of the brain, your thinking, your ability to, again, manage those emotional states. All has to do, with also being very well rested. It can help increase empathy and compassion, something that is critical. Again, we talked a little bit about that earlier. developing that empathy and compassion for self makes it easier then to understand another person and offer more empathy and compassion for them as well. It can help improve brain function. So that will include memory, focus, attention, decision making, perspective taking, along with empathy and compassion. And then it can also just enhance your sense of overall well-being. So lots of really great things, lots of great benefits. Again, they're not all here, but to me, that's enough. I kind of picked the ones that were my favorites. So since this is a Torch Health, I thought I would, in addition to, like, everything we've been talking about has been health, right? We've been talking about our physical health. We've been talking about our emotional health. So we'll move on to, which interestingly, I'm going to back up here a minute because did we miss anything? Okay, I thought we missed something. Maybe we didn't. All right, so let's come back here to the healthy tips, healthy lifestyle tips. Mindfully eating a healthy diet with as many organic whole plant foods as possible. And it's one of the reasons I felt connected to this Torch Health when Lynn was talking to me about it. Is this is a passion of mine. And I know that the whole reason for hosting these talks with people and these trainings with people is to share, right? How can we be more peaceful? How can we be more healthy? But it's also to raise money to be able to purchase 10 million heirloom seeds to go to 1 million children across the globe. So it's really important. Lynn, I don't know if there's anything else you want to say about that right here in the moment, but you're welcome to chime in if you'd like.
Thank you. Yeah, we started in Pakistan. Did you see our video at all of the school?
I did.
Yeah. So I started with a little school up in Balochistan, working with them, and instead of giving resources, I gave my time. And that school grew from, starting with seeds, and it took off. And the kids all last year, this was a group of orphans that were living on the floor in the school. It was on the border of Afghanistan. There were no gardens around the school, none of the green fencing and all. If people looked at it, we'll play it after we're done with Lisa. But what happened is I saw that deeper witness of how kids became alive after they grew plants. And just that nurturing of nature itself, having to take care of it, nature and a plant and water it and take care of it. The kids were out doing huge events online. It was like doing prayers and doing exercise and doing leadership. And it was amazing what happened just from growing plants. And also my daughter was 15 and her daughter, their kids were 15. It was boys and they were connecting. And I was like, oh my gosh, we need to connect kids to kids through growing seeds. So we started this vision on Torch Environment on Earth Day, right after COVID started. My son said, Mom, let's do an online, work. And he's the one that coined Actions of Impact. He's a solar engineer. He's 39 and he has 4 kids. And he just said, Mom, you've been teaching eco-inspired living for all this life. And, he just really took it on. And he did this Torch Environment like Earth Day. And that's where this vision came from that weekend, because so many people were engaging with us and so many people were really sparking it. I had the vision already, but we said, okay, this year, this is what we're doing. We're going to try to get 1 million children some seeds into their hands so that they can learn from each other and get an app so that they can connect. So your kids can connect in Fairfax to kids in Pakistan and Africa and Nepal and India, like really recreate something. And we had a big win today. I don't know if you heard, but the Pakistan government, there's a senator that just became the first senator of digital awareness, that we need digital since COVID, right? We all had to go digital. And now the senator has become the first digital person and he's offered Torch a place in the Pakistan government, which is huge for us today. That's kind of like a big deal. I know. He said, we've got you. We'll get the people behind you. And I mean, that's just big because there's 55,000 kids that I impacted there in the 2 years that I went. And there's another 20,000 at another school. And there's, like schools, I should say. But it's been really beautiful. And there's 14,000 kids in Africa that we really want to send seeds to and start helping women with plant-based education. And what you would do is maybe be a Torch Academy teacher, and you'd go and teach, yoga at different places and different, for adults or children or whatever you'd want. But the goal is to build a really strong focus around peace, health, environment, and tech, the 4 problems of the world.
I love all of that. That's amazing. Yeah, that's really incredible. That's, that health is looking at health from all sides, right? So there's the healthy eating, the healthy food. And one of the things that I really liked about your videos as I was watching you with the kids in school is that conversation about organic, right? Versus Monsanto genetically modified seed, which requires a lot more chemicals.
That's
right. So, or, chemicals. I don't know how much chemicals are allowed for something to be organic, but it's not much, I don't think. So,
no, the organic standards in Pakistan, unfortunately, there aren't any standards. So I've been working with local farmers there. We have a farm school that's partnered with us, which called themselves organic. But I said, they're growing GMO seeds, and I've been in GMO and helping. I mean, I helped with the whole rice GMO back in the early 90s. And so I've been in this teaching natural foods for 30 years. And so it was so exciting. And then we had land donated up in the northern region of Pakistan. And so we want to start really pure seeds so that we can infiltrate. And in the northern regions, there's a lot of pure seed, but they really have to capture it because it's going to be gone otherwise. And it's really been sad. Actually, on Torch Environment, our good speaker from our local region, which you might know is Jeffrey Smith, he spoke at Torch Environment for us on GMOs.
Oh, right, Jeffrey Smith. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, so he's a really big, he's like the top speaker along with Shiva, Vedanta Shiva. And the two of them, I met Vedanta back in the early 90s. And, I've been working in this a lot. But I think when you're looking at what we've done in this short amount of time, it's been 3.5 years, we've impacted huge impact. I mean, Pakistan was not talking about organic. There were no health food stores across Pakistan. There were no, and now I've lectured in ag schools and universities and business schools. And, I don't know, God just set it up. I can't tell you why and how, but it just happened. And it's been really sweet because it's been organic. It hasn't grown. You can do yoga and you can go into the yoga studio and try to become the yogini, but it's really in a timing that is unique to your own consciousness and your own beingness, right? And so it takes that presence of being patient. And I've been really patient. I've put a lot of time, but we're in Nepal. We're in 9 countries right now.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And so you need funding in order to be able to continue that. And that's
exactly. We're at that. This is the first event we've ever charged for. So we've done a lot, and we're charging $25 per person. And if you can donate more, that would be great. But we really would appreciate donations to get the seeds bought, at least to get that moving. And then the curriculum is being, we've been in the curriculum mode for a while, but anybody in the United States that wants to help me as well, and local people here in the Bay Area, I really would love to get a local team and really work on this together, because it's huge for the kids here. They don't need all this online education. They need hands-on, let's grow seeds and let's do chemistry around your seed project. Let's do math around trading seeds, and let's do collaboration around social justice and collaboration around different ways of what you shared in the beginning of what you're passionate about. It's it's a big world. And I think in 20 years, if we did this and if we accomplished those 4 pillars, what I ask people is to pick one of the pillars. So which one would you pick? Peace, health, environment, or tech? If you're really going to pick one. I know we're all embody it. Trust me.
I know. I was like, oh gosh, you're talking my language here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, you got to have your health.
Good.
To be able to be peaceful, to be able to build tech, you know.
Good. So I'm gonna stretch you just for a moment, and I'm gonna ask, in Fairfax, you know, we've got a lot of things happening in Fairfax. We've got a great organic food store, you know, that was infiltrated by Mitra and Aveline, who I studied with when I was 27. I met them. And then I stayed in macrobiotics for, you know, many years. And Steve, that was the owner, co-owner with Good Earth, this whole relationship, when I came out here from the East Coast, they said, yeah, I'm a macrobiotic cook. He said, oh, he gave me all this food to teach at the Green Fest. It was so sweet. And he just gave me this huge box of macro. He knew exactly what I needed, you know, and gave me a big thing of, you know, all the good food that I needed for my cooking class. But when I think about you being a Torch Health Ambassador, okay, and I will just claim that because you already are. I'll tell you funny stories later. But anyway, I don't want to take too much time from your demonstration here. But if you're a health ambassador, I'm going to ask you to get a peace ambassador in Fairfax, environment ambassador, and a tech ambassador. And 4 of you build the project. So the torch is not about being a lone ranger. It's about building community around you in your local region. And our mission statement is a very simple mission statement. It's simple action for global change. That's it. So you pick one thing in Fairfax that's happening that you'd like to work on and build that project. And then you share it with other teams around the world.
Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, you and I definitely need to have a conversation about that. That sounds very interesting. Yeah, and when you look at those things too, you know, the environment, you got to have the environment before you can even have your health.
Exactly.
Right? So you got to be able to have an environment to grow the food, to have your health, to be able to, you know, create the technology to even be able to spread the peace at a larger place. So it's all interconnected, but
it is, but you can't do it alone. We're at a time now, the B2B business is not what COVID flattened it, you know, flattened that curve of B2B business and really said, this isn't working. Something's not working. And so many people have transformed and developed. And if we look at the C to C, the compassion to compassion business, the collaboration to collaboration business, the care to care business, and we really start looking C to C Earth instead of this B to B business.
Yeah.
Maybe with this local grassroots movement. I mean, we're so lucky to live in this region, but it's a big deal for, you know, having my daughter go to Drake as a 15-year-old and then talking to kids in Pakistan. I wondered what her dialogue was. I'll ask her someday when she gets a little bit older, but what was your dialogue inside? You know, when she went to Drake the next day after she was talking to these kids.
Right.
How they live and even in Bangladesh, we have a Bangladesh team, a real scholarly team in Bangladesh. They haven't done too much in this last, for about a year, but there's 15 feet of landmass being lost in Bangladesh every year.
Wow.
And we don't even know that here. And kids don't know that. And the consumer age, we should be knowing these type things to know if I'm talking to one of the kids saying, yeah, we lost all this, our environment this year, this is what we lost. And kids here seeing, oh, if I do consumerism and greed and pride just to gain for myself and not give back, we're going to be in trouble, So it's really beautiful to help kids help kids.
Yeah, well worth the $25 investment.
Thank you. Yay.
Yeah, for all the amazing, wonderful talks that you have going on.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate your contribution.
Yeah, maybe even, some people who can give more, right? Some people can give less.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. And we are going to try to have a different source up in the next couple days. I do have, I only had PayPal on there when I started. Just the tech situation is not easy for a torch right now. We have a tech team, but I think the Pakistan, they just offered their whole tech to us, the Pakistan government, which was pretty
Oh,
powerful.
that's fantastic. Oh, I can't wait to hear more about that. So exciting.
Yeah, so for sure.
Yeah.
But I feel blessed that you're here. Robin is one of the Torch members. He's from Canada, and he's an amazing entrepreneur. He wrote a book called You Are the Celebrity, and he's a yogini from India. And he is kind of the Torch member that I kind of highlighted this year because he has those 4 pillars as a really powerful part of himself. He ran 9 marathons, and
wow.
His peace activism around the world. He just talks to a lot of people and connects people and he's just a magical person in our field. But we have the 3rd top peace promoter in the world on the Torch team. He's walked his more steps than anyone. And Haji Khan Faroch, who made our torch flag. We even have a torch flag, and we want to go. I think we have 10 flags, and if anybody wants a donation, we'll get a torch flag to you, like a bigger donation. How about $100 for Haji Khan to ride his bike? I think if we could start moving some of those type things. Haji Khan rides his bike over into terrorist sites. We got 2.5 million views from that, and our flag became like it was on his bike. It's like, and then one of our other members put it on a motorcycle, the torch, and I said, why don't you do that as a fundraiser? Do a torch logo for every motorcycle in Pakistan, And it's not just Pakistan, but Pakistan is so open. It's an old goddess land, it's an old present goddess land. All the temples were there when India was there. So it's a really beautiful land, and unfortunately, it's it has a bad rap just because it has a bad rap. Human nature. But you can go to that link below to donate, and there's an Eventbrite there. So if you sign up and go to the Eventbrite, you can sign up right there to donate. Thank you for offering that. You were super sweet. You're the first one. Like I'm just gonna put that out there. That you're the first speaker that just said that. And I just want to say, yay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. I'm really behind what you're creating. So yeah, of course.
Really means a lot to me. I don't want to be alone in it because it's not an alone thing to do. It's
no, peace is not a one-woman job. It's not. It's everybody's responsible for that, right? Everybody's responsible for taking care of their own health. Everybody's responsible for stepping up to promote peace within themselves, right? That we're talking about that a lot with yoga, creating that peace within yourselves. Therefore, you can be more peaceful with others. When you really get the whole goal of yoga, that we are all one, that we are all connected, that can really help you develop a sense of understanding, compassion, love, and action.
Yeah,
that's what we need. So
yeah, I love what my son did about actions of impact, because we each have to be an action of impact right now. Every single person on the planet needs to be an action of impact. Yeah. I can only hope that we witness the kids for who they are. And I don't know if you saw our beautiful Raheen. She's 13, and Bari.
I really enjoyed her.
Yeah, Bari Ra too. She made our logo.
That's great.
So I brought both of them on with the senator, and I said, these are 2 of your kids that are doing amazing things, and the torch is highlighting them because they're doing amazing things, and they got recognition from the senator today.
That's amazing. That's so great.
So let's hope it just keeps going.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll go through these healthy lifestyle tips. Again, that's the first thing that I said, which has kind of got us into this conversation, was this mindfully eating a healthy diet, as much organic whole foods as possible. Hydrate. We used to say that all the time to each other in hot yoga. So you don't want to overhydrate, right? That's dangerous. But you want to, in most cases, I think people don't necessarily drink as much as they need to. I know I personally don't. A lot of people I know don't. So, you can do the research and see what does that really take, but it's important for your health to stay hydrated. So exercising in a way that's fun for you, right? Because if you're just lugging yourself to the gym and you're getting on these machines that you hate, right? What to me, there's just so much more benefit that can happen, and it can really encourage you to stick to it if you're doing exercise in a way that's fun for you, right? So for me, I do the yoga, and I also swim. And every time I get in a swimming pool, I feel like I did when I was a little kid. It just brings back these childlike, playful memories, just the smell of the pool water and the sun shining down on me. I just feel so good. So I'm a swimmer, and then I also love to hike out in nature. So those are the exercises that I do for fun. And then dance. Dance is something that I love to do as well. And it's just something I do in my living room with my housemate. I don't have to do anything fancy. You can just turn on some music and move the body, or you can find a dance teacher. There's plenty. Everything's online these days, so you can find it. So find a way.
Okay, we're getting up to dance because we've been sitting too long. Let's go. Come on. Come on, get up.
Where's the music?
Alexa, come on, we gotta get up and dance, Lisa. Let's go.
Shuffling songs by Bonnie Raitt.
Here we go. Just quick. Right now. Here we go. Woo! Let's go.
Music.
I got it. Woo! Let's move.
Oh, you gotta crank that up.
Oh, wherever you are.
Talking to people.
Woo!
You won't believe it. They thank the Lord. They're from the cover of this Lord. They keep saying they're just a little.
Come on, Robin, get up and dance.
Stand just a little close.
Woo!
Just stand just a little. Baby, you're saying something we don't have.
Let's get on something to talk about. Woo! Woo! Something to talk about. Woo! Let's give him something to talk about. Let's go.
Talking about porch.
Woo! Light it up.
To make me wonder, now I can miss that boy and looking back, thinking about you every day. Dreaming about you every night. I hope that you feel the same way. Now that we know it,
Let's really show it. Let's really show it. Let's really show it. Woo! Get up and dance. Come on. Let's give them something to talk about. Oh, I like that move. That's a good move. Woo! I like that one, Lisa.
let's give them something to talk about.
Let's give them something to talk about, Lisa. Let's go. Something to talk about. Love, love, Robin, love.
Yay! How fun!
Thank you. I did that.
What a great idea!
Alexa, stop.
That was a great idea. That's some fun. That's what we're talking about. We gotta have some fun.
I gotta get it. Woo! That's been
Yeah.
really right. Thanks for being offering.
Yeah, of course. Okay, can you start again?
Yes.
Great. So we did it. We have exercise in a way that's fun. Practice gratitude every day. So, right, a lot of people will do that in a lot of different ways through the day. It may be as simple as stopping to notice the food that's on your plate, right, before you eat it, and having gratitude that you have that food to eat. It can be journaling at the end of the day, everything that happened that you feel grateful for, that even the most basic things. If you can't think of one thing to be grateful for, be grateful for your breath. That's it. You can always find something. And I would challenge you to find at least 3 things a day to be grateful for. Study and live the principles and practices of yoga. Again, we talked a little bit about what that is. The bottom line through that divinity, that connection, that oneness with all is that unconditional love. That to me is the message of yoga, in that unconditional love. So, and then I also included a little recipe here for you, if you like.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's just, it's just something that I make all these breakfast bowls in all kinds of different ways. And as it got colder, I wanted to use the pumpkin. So I love that taste, and everybody's crazy about pumpkin right now. So a pumpkin pie breakfast bowl.
Nice.
Literally, bananas, apples, pumpkins. I put celery, raw celery chopped in there as well to get some greens going.
Good.
Just a tiny little sprinkle of rolled oats, not a lot, tiny sprinkle of that. And then some hemp seed for the protein, and some chia seed. I also like to put a little mushroom powder in there, some superfood powder, a little vanilla, give it a little bit of flavor, and then pumpkin pie mix. And that's things like, if you don't have a mix, it's just things like cinnamon and ginger and allspice. What else? Nutmeg. You can just kind of make your own. And then a plant milk that you want to use. So it could be soy, it could be almond, anything that you want to use. And you just stir it together and it's done. You can warm it if you like. I always encourage using organic ingredients, and get creative and replace whatever ingredients that you want. So I like to have a little greens in my bowl. Sometimes I have berries, sometimes I have apple, sometimes I have celery, or I might put some steamed herb in there. Like I just mix it up. So that is a recipe for you. And if you you can just do like maybe a quick screenshot of it here, or if Len wants me to handle this in some other way, I can do that. But
yeah, we can. Yeah, we definitely need a torch cookbook. There we go. We just started it.
Yeah. And then I'll end this presentation. Then I'll go into a little bit of movement and then a meditation. But I just love, these are 2 of my favorite quotes. And they came from a book called Yoga's Secret Love Song, The Inner Teachings on Love from the Bhagavad Gita. And it's every time we choose to connect more deeply with divinity, every time we move towards pure love, we are practicing yoga. Yoga then is living in love, being mindful of love, offering love unto love, sacrificing in love, acting in reverence of love.
Woo! You are aligning with us. You're totally aligning, because I read Thich Nhat Hanh, and that was the opening circle. And I have to read it because it's just exactly like this. It says, each of us can even learn the art of nourishing happiness and love. Everything needs food to live, even love. If we don't know how to nourish our love, it withers. When we feed to support when we feed and support our own happiness, we are nourishing our ability to love. That's why to love means to learn the art of nourishing our happiness.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thich Nhat Hanh is one of my teachers too. I just,
yeah,
anything that comes out of his mouth, I'm in very quiet, deep listening with him.
Definitely, me too. Me too.
He has such a beautiful voice that at night, if I have some kind of insomnia or kind of sleep disruption, I turn him on. I bought some
beautiful idea.
Yeah, I bought some of his talks from like Sounds True, something like that, and I can't remember the art of what is it? The Art of Living, I think it's called. And I just put it on.
Rock out. Awesome.
Yeah. And yeah, that's it. The last thing is just we'll go through. I just want to. It's not really going to be a movement practice, as in getting up and doing yoga, because that just doesn't. The situation technology doesn't allow for that. But I'll just show you some of the movements and how they're coordinated and why they might be a little bit different than what you're used to. And then we'll do a little meditation. It's actually a visualization. It's a tantra visualization. And I'm not going to try to say the word because I practice it and never comes out right. But
I get Pravin on here to say it.
There you go. But, it's a really good meditation for these times.
Good.
So yeah, we've got a lot going on in the world, a lot to let go of and release, and it supports.
Yeah. Do we ever?
Yeah. So I'll just show you a couple of things here. I'm gonna push this back a little bit. So I have a little bit more space.
Okay, I'll move back too.
Yeah, so we're just going to do some simple things here. We're just going to do it in a chair. And like I said, gentle yoga, there's not like some separate kind of yoga, right? It's all the same yoga poses. Now, the way that I teach is a combination between my 3 different teachers that I've had, and they're all very different, but they have the same thread, the same Krishnamacharya lineage. But in using the neuroscience, this is what makes it a little bit different. So we'll do things like, we'll kind of do things like crossing the midline. So let me explain. There's a way that crossing that center line in the body helps with this brain function optimization. So one of the things that we'll do is we'll repeat poses over and over again before we go into stillness. And then that again helps with neuroplasticity in the brain. And then we'll also, I'll introduce something new, right? So a little novelty. We'll do a pose, the same pose. I probably have 10, 15 different ways. Maybe that's a little exaggeration. Let's say 5 to 10 different ways of doing one particular pose. So in every class, there's a little bit of novelty, a little bit of difference here. So let's just start off just sitting in the chair, nice and tall, elongating the spine. Let's bring the hands to the belly. Let's start here with the hands around the sacral center. So if you're familiar with the chakras, we'll just bring our hands here to that second chakra here, sacral chakra. And just feel the energy from your hands moving into the body. We really have the capacity to heal so much of ourselves. We're quite powerful beings here. So just imagine that powerful energy coming from the hands into the body. And then the next time you inhale, we're going to open the hands into hands kind of like a cactus or W shape. We're going to pull those shoulder blades back together in the back, really squeezing them tight as if you're holding the stem of a beautiful flower between your shoulder blades and you don't want to drop the flower. We can look up a little bit here, but we don't want to like crank the neck back. Maybe bringing the eyes up, getting this nice bend in the upper back. And then as you exhale, we're going to bring those hands down, this time to the heart center. But notice which hand lands first, because we're going to start trading which hand lands first, right? And then inhale again, inhale back, bringing the shoulder blades back, looking up, this time we're kind of rounding forward a little, and we're going to change which hand lands first. We're going to come here to the third eye. Inhale. This time the arms go straight up. And then we'll exhale down over the crown of the head. Again, changing which hand lands first. Feeling that energy. We're pausing to feel that energy coming into the body. And then we'll inhale and hold. Now you can either hold with the arms up if that feels good for you, contracting the abdomen, sitting strong and tall. Or if that's a little too hard on the shoulders, you can bring those shoulder blades back and you can hold here if that feels nice. Or you could even bring them down into this W shape if that feels okay. Just where does that feel? And then relax the hands. So, and just take a moment now and just notice the sensation in the body. Do you feel some sensation in the shoulders? Do you feel any reverberation of sensation in any one of those areas where we were sending energy into those energy centers of the body? And next, let's take this is the left arm. Let's inhale the left arm up. Reaching up toward the sky, feeling the balloon. Remember that balloon we talked about a little bit earlier in the rib cage? We're imagining there's a balloon and we're keeping the lower belly firm, and really imagine we can send the breath here around the ribs. And then exhale the arm down. Let's inhale up the other side, other arm. Reaching up. Exhale down. This time, let's inhale the other side, but let's add the foot. So raise the foot and straighten the leg out in front of you. Inhale up, reach, reach, reach. Exhale down. Again, nice, long, elongated breath. See if you can time so that the hand and the foot lands at the same time. Same thing, going up, inhaling up. You're fully outstretched at the same time. And then you exhale, coming down at the same time. Foot touches the ground, arms down. And next time, let's integrate. Integrate. We're going to inhale up, both arms, both legs. Stretch, 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 stretch. Reach. And exhale down. Let's do that one more time. And this time, if it feels good in your body, you can stay here for a couple of counts, maybe 2, 3, 4 counts, what works for you. You may be feeling some sensation in the thighs or in the back of the legs or in the upper back of the body. You may be feeling your heart rate begin to accelerate, maybe feeling some prana, some energy starting to come through the body. And then let's lower down. So what we did there is we've started with a lateral movement. That's one side of the brain, right? We went on one side, and then we ended up, did we do both sides as contralateral? I might have skipped that. But so the contralateral movement was like the left arm and the right leg at the same time, right? And then the right arm and the left leg. So it's contralateral movement. It's creating, both sides of the brain are doing something different, right? Different parts of the body. And the trick is because it's being done mindfully and slowly. And this is creating that neuroplastic changes in the body. So let's do a little forward fold here. We're going to stimulate some proprioception. So I'm going to turn this down a little bit. So let's bring the left hand onto the left thigh, and the right arm can just kind of hang here at the side. Just take a nice inhale, really sitting up nice and tall. And then as you exhale, we'll slide that hand down the leg. So really feeling the sensation of the hand on the leg. So hand on the floor or the toes. And then as you inhale, we're going to contract the abdomen, elongate the spine. We're lifting the head and the chest so that the spine comes up in a neutral position and the hand is coming back up that thigh. As you're noticing this sensation, let's change to the other hand. we're noticing the sensation in the leg. We're stimulating that proprioception. That's our ability to understand where our body is in space. So inhaling up, a nice elongated spine, hand comes up, and then let's do both. So integrating both sides of the brain. Again, if you're somebody who maybe trips and falls a lot or bumps into things, or you may not have a really solid sense of where your body is in space. So as we're kind of stimulating these sensors in the skin, now we'll stop and really tune in. Can you feel any reverberations of that in the body? You may or may not feel it. And as you practice, you may or may not begin to feel it more. Proprioception there. So those are just some examples of how we use the body. We did the crossing the midline. We did the lateral movements. We did the contralateral, so they were opposite arm and leg, and then the integration of both sides of the brain.
Wow, beautiful.
Yeah, and we only have about 10 minutes here. Do you want to do just a really quick 10-minute meditation?
Sure.
Okay, so let's all just kind of drop in here with a little bit of movement. Let's take a moment and just really get grounded. Maybe feel your body against the chair that you're sitting on. Begin to notice the breath. Nothing to change or do, just notice. And this is going to be more of a visualization that I'm going to take you through. So in your mind's eye, just imagine this spirit of support materializing in front of you. This being, whatever that is for you, however that shows up for you. If there's some kind of a deity or God or a guru or something that makes you feel comfortable, you can imagine that being. And if not, you can just allow a new being to materialize in front of you. You know this being is there to support you. And then just bring to mind if there's been something that's been recurring in your mind over and over lately, a recurring thought, a recurring feeling, an image, an emotion, so maybe fear or sadness, anything that comes up for you that you don't feel is serving you at your highest good right now. And just kind of imagine where you might feel that in the body. And then imagine that image or thought has a color. And don't get wrapped up on what the color is or what it means, just the first color that comes to mind. And now imagine that color coming out into your hand. So imagine that your hands are in front of you, cupped, ready to receive this color from the body. Now imagine that color transforming into the most beautiful flower of this same color. And then taking this beautiful flower and laying it at the feet of this being of support for you. And let's check in. Is there anything else maybe that's been recurring, that's been bothering you, gnawing at you? Or just anything that you want to release right now? Imagine that in the body. Where might that live? Imagine what color that might be. And then imagine that color coming into your cupped hands and transforming into a beautiful flower. And then offering this flower at the feet of your being of support. And next, imagine that there's a white light right in the heart center of your body. Beautiful, luminous white light that represents the wholeness and the fullness and the completeness of you. And imagine that white light coming into your cupped hands and transforming into the absolute most beautiful representation of a flower, of your wholeness, of your completeness, of your divinity. And gently offer this flower to your being of support to hold with them, along with the things that maybe don't feel so good in the body. And this being is also holding, in the other hand, this beautiful white flower that represents all of you. Take just a moment to thank this being for supporting you, for being there for you, for taking on those things that don't best serve you in the moment and transforming it into such beauty. And again, holding that along with the fullness and the wholeness of you. And then imagine that being coming back in, maybe even entering into the heart space. And you're left with this knowing that this representation of the divine is here to support you at any point in time that you need them. And then just let go of any thought, let go of any tension in the body. Completely releasing. And just taking a couple of minutes to witness the breath. Just witnessing the body, allowing whatever thoughts to allowing whatever thoughts might arise to just pass through. No judgment, no need to try to stop thinking. Just witness and just let it go. No need to follow thoughts into any particular trails. Just notice them pass through, imagining your body is porous, your mind is porous. Just passing through. Be in silence for just 1 minute. You'll hear my voice in just a minute. And to slowly take a deeper breath. Reawakening the body, but allowing the mind to continue to rest. Maybe a little movement in the fingers and toes, opening the eyes, rubbing the face. That looks good. That looks like it feels good. I want to do that. That looks really good. And I'd love to just finish this out with just a round of Om. Can we just do one nice long Om? And I'll say a quick prayer. I say at the end of all of my classes. You're welcome to join me if you, well, you probably won't know it in its exact words. So we'll just have you tune in right now. May all living beings be free from suffering. May all living beings realize divine bliss. I commit myself to the liberation and awakening of all. We'll do a nice long Om and then Shanti, 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 meaning peace. Om. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Just allow the vibrations to move through your body as this prayer for peace ripples out into the universe through each and every person, animal, and plant on our. Thank you so much, Lynn.
Thank you
for having me. Lovely to spend time with you and all of your Torch family.
You are the Torch family. You just became one. No, you are one, but Pravin is Shanti.
Oh, thank you, Pravin. Lovely.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We have Jens. I don't know if you know Jens from Sebastopol, but he's going to play music at 7 tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and then tomorrow night, Sahar's going to play music at 7. So that'll be our closing circle.
Awesome.
So anyway, you're really welcome to come back in. I would love you to just, that was really good. I only slept a few hours last night because we started at 6 this morning. And so it was a late night getting things connected. And I really needed to drop in there. So thank you.
I'm glad. It felt really good because we covered a lot of ground.
We did.
It was really nice to.
We really did. You were amazing. Really nice drop in. Oh, I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. You know, it's a gift, and I just want to say I had a concussion 5 years ago. Somebody ran into the back of my car in Fairfax, and so it was about a year and a half before I could really move my body well. And so it's just getting back because every time I move, my head injury kind of comes up. There's some pain. And somebody ran into my car again last December. So I've had 2 bumps, and I'm like, wow, what is this? And I know it's all about slowing down, but I remember when you first did the chair yoga, there were definitely changes in the brain energy. So definitely hit the neuro. So I definitely need to do those more.
Yeah. I'd love to have you.
Yeah. Thank you.
With you.
So how do people reach you? I guess that's probably.
So you
have it on here, but
I'm a little embarrassed. My website is really old. It's in need of an update, but it has all the information that you need to reach me. So if you want to
get my glasses back on, I think you already put it up there, right?
Yeah, it's lisavincent.yoga.
Well, that's
where it is, and you can.
Whoops, we got all the way back here. Sorry.
You could also you could look at the website. You can message me there. I am going to update the website, so you could also you could also email me at lisavincentyoga at
Well,
gmail.
we should talk because I know you're pretty good, but my son has a platform that has everything encompassed with it. So we should just.
We should talk about that then.
Yeah, because you could probably do a lot more there than, and Torch members. I'm trying to get a Torch tech team together, but I think you're good at tech. So anyway,
I
maybe
used to be a support analyst, so yeah, I've got that in my history too.
well, I would love to partner up with you in some way soon. So thank you for everything. Come back to see us, be part of the Torch where we can put your, we need to have kind of something running, but we're doing Torch Tech in February again. So we did Torch Peace this summer, or the 1st of September, and then we did Torch Environment. And so this 10 million seeds is going till Earth Day. Hopefully we can do a big push again. And I'm pretty excited about it. I feel, every one of these, I said to the team this morning, it's just everyone just keeps pushing us to the next layer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really sweet to have the people join us. And it's so great to have you here.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You bring a really nice energy. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Have a beautiful day.
All right. You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Ah, very nice. Very nice. We'll leave Lisa's website up there for a few minutes. If you want to touch base with the Torch family and donate to the Torch Seeds Project for all these amazing teachers that have come to support the 10 million seeds for 1 million children, please donate. It's well worth what we've done. And it's pretty exciting to support 10 million seeds to 1 million kids. So we would love your support system there. We've got just such an amazing, that's so cute. Pravin, I love that one. I'm sorry she missed that one. Hopefully she's still seeing us. Lisa, you are today's Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa, love it. So we definitely have had a really beautiful day. We're gonna hop offline for a while. We've got a really great speaker coming in at 6 for our essential oils. That's Jamie. And she's not to be missed as well. And then at 7, we have music. So there we go. And who knows what might happen tonight? We just don't know. Life happens here on the Torch family. And I think it's going to be a wonderful time. And tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning, we had Chief Philip Scott that's going to come in. He's an amazing teacher of the indigenous cultures. We have Julie again at 10. So Sheila had to cancel. I'm kind of sad, the midwife. So I'm going to call Lori Marshall and see if she wants to do 2 hours there, because she has partnered with the Torch with the Singing Tree Project and with Unity Through Creativity. So we'll see if Lori wants to come in a little earlier, but she wants you to bring your pencils, your colored pencils, and some paper because it's an interactive art project. Then we have Michael Engstrom, which is going to be phenomenal. And we might have a couple more in the morning. We might have a couple more in the afternoon. You just never know. We're looking for that moment of cooking. I'm trying to get another cooking class, but I don't know if it'll be today. I think I just need to stop for a minute. But let's see what I feel like. It might get inspirational. I take a couple of hours, take a walk outside, get some fresh air. Gonna take a little rest. Loved being with you all through that morning. Whew, that was a full morning. Robin, you're an angel. Amazing. So really great. Pravin says, you are a star. Aw, you are a star. I love you too. I love you, brother. Love you, love you, love you. Yeah, this is, this is the star. There you go. This is the 5 transformations where I teach cooking. I go very deep with cooking. If you want to learn deeper cooking, you can go on lynchittick.com. My website's kind of manifesting, so go on lynchittick.com. You can find me. I think you've got to put in the HTTP, but check it out. I'm just trying to support. Thank you. I love you too. I love you a lot. Thank you. It's felt by you. And, you know, the compassion that we have for each other is just, I just love you. Yeah, you're in a magic. I hope Rayhan Alawala comes on. Let's get him on here. I asked him. He said he's traveling in Turkey, so I get why he's just busy doing his own thing. But I asked Amar Joffrey, I think Mohammed Sadiq, we could get on. Actions of Impact, there you go. Yeah, please donate to our cause, the 10 million seeds for 1 million kids. We really want that support right now. We really want to move some of the programs in such a powerful way. So teachers like Lisa, teachers like Pravin, teachers like Raheen and Barira, that they can come and they can inspire the kids in different schools. And we've got kids on computer programs now. We've got kids on, you know, that can connect. We've 2 of the schools, one with 700 kids and one with the 100 kids up in Balochistan. They both showed me that they had the computer lab. So we can start connecting with kids to kids if we can get going. I want to give a congratulations this year as we close out this year. I haven't quite done it yet, but there's a laundromat in Fairfax and San Anselmo that donated $500 last year to us. And I want to give a big shout out to them because it was the largest donation Torches had. It helped with the trip to Pakistan and get some things connected to Pakistan. We raised about $800 at that point for a trip to Pakistan, and we brought 100 packets of seed, and we brought programs to schools there. And we also have had donations from, you know, my trip paid this year. I want to give a shout out to Saeed Azimi. So, you know, that's a big donation. And then you look at the donation of time that every one of these teachers, that's probably worth at least all individual this week. We're probably a $2,000 program for $25. So you can go to this and donate, you know, all this valuable information. It's $25 donation and it goes towards our project, the 10 million seeds to 1 million kids. And it's really worth it. We made a video. There we go. Amen. I've been waiting for you. I kept saying, where are you? Come on, come on, come on, come on. I wanted you to dance with us. I wanted you to do chair yoga with us.
I did dance with you. I love it. I love it. Lisa is today's Mona Lisa, man. Wow. Wow. And mention about Om Shanti, Om, and the chanting and the yoga and simple instructions, but so deep. And wow, that's amazing. I know hydration. And wow, and definitely, yeah. Let's talk about the charity. Yes. We need money. Yes, because this is not for the toy. This is for 10 million heirloom seeds for 1 million children. This event is like 6 days non-stop. 6 days non-stop torch health. This is torch. You know, and to keep going torch. Yes, we needs finances. We needs money. We needs donation. You know, go to these events. And you know, register it actionsofimpact.com /slash torch health. Yeah, and yes, absolutely, because this is like $9.99 worth of value, $9.99 plus worth of value, 30 plus speakers from all over the world sharing their heart about peace. So definitely about health, how you can become healthy, you know, and wealthy, you know, and yes, absolutely. What do you say, Mama Lynn?
You know, it's so funny because I have a friend in Scotland that got a building. Somebody donated $2 million to her to build an eco village, and she got a building. This was in May, and we've been working on the eco village. She came to my house, her and her husband, 5 years ago. Because Oriya was little, there was no way, you know, I had to still raise my daughter and put her in schools, and I stopped working on the project and I found out about it, and they're a great organization, and teaching really great things. There's only 7 people living there right now, and it's a huge opportunity. It's right on the ocean in Denmark. It's a really cool possibility, and they want to partner up with the Torch. So we can really have a living space for people to visit and teach programs from there. So that's one of the goals. I'm definitely looking at it. And it wasn't quite timing for me to move there right now. But I think, when we start thinking about collaboration and community, we're in this COVID right now, and we just built a program this week it's been phenomenal, right? I mean, it's been, oh my gosh, the teachers, the people, it's amazing, right?
Amazing, right, Mama Lynn. Yes.
It really has been amazing.
I see like Torch got wings, Torch got wings, Torch is flying, we are in 9 countries, right? 9 countries. Right, Mama Lynn?
Yeah, we're they're not active. We need action. They are active. It's not negative. It's just, action-oriented people. We're really trying to get engagement. And I think when when you look at Pravin and you look at the 2 youngsters that came in and acted this week for us, that tells us there's a future. And I am so excited because I know if anything, Bari Ra could carry this, and Fatima and her brother and Miriam. Miriam wants to come on, so hopefully she'll be on tomorrow morning. She wanted to do, but their mom died this week, and Bari Ra's grandmother. And then Pravin's grandmother died this week. So we had 2 deaths in the Torch family, and we just want to put that grounded. Like, Pravin just showed up still the day his grandmother died. I'm like, oh, I didn't want you here, but I was like, your purpose, you stay on purpose. You stay on purpose. And I just want to honor you that. And the people in the Torch family stay on purpose. Everybody stays. They don't take off. They stay, but they're just kind of like looking, what are they doing? Because we're not building a business model that's already here. We don't have a business model that's already here in the United States or India or Canada, or we're very different than a regular organization. And it's a group of entrepreneurs supporting a group of entrepreneurs, and it's a shared leadership. Pravin knows it inside and out that there's no greater source than just what we've been up to. It's just been love, 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 right? Just
Torch is love, right? Absolutely, Torch is love. And I tell you, I'm really from bottom of my heart, Lynn. Thank you so much for discovering the Torch. Torch was already there. What you did, you discovered. The apple was falling down before even Newton came. Newton's grandfather, great grandfather, at that time also, apple was falling down. But what Newton did? Newton discovered it. Same thing. Torch was there already. Peace is there. Health is there. Environment is there, and technology is there. But what you did, Mama Lynn, is you discover it.
Yeah.
And the Newton said law of gravity. You came up with said law of torch.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, thank you. That's beautiful.
And yeah, torch gave me the strength, Lynn, to overcome the loss of my grandmom. Yeah. So I am like humble, and I am like grateful to Torch. If Torch wouldn't be there, I wouldn't be in depression for like months.
Yeah.
Because of loss of my grandmom.
Yeah,
but
I
even though,
wake up every day with the passion of the Torch, and I don't know what it's about, but it's just feeding my soul, and it feeds me to know that kids. I think in 20 years we could accomplish world peace. I do. If we could run these programs, and I could see the kids that are, Bari Ra, and by the time she's 27 or whatever, it would just be global all over the world. It'll just happen because it's too given to us. It's a given consciousness. And I just feel like with healthy food, healthy eating, healthy diet, healthy, programs, healthy relations to school programs, and really developing it to support kids to live from a passion, from wonder, from curiosity, and whatever everybody comes up with. I mean, I look at our beautiful Rabia. She had such beautiful words today. Just beautiful words, right? Just like so special. Iram, I don't know if you saw Iram, but Iram came on. They offered us Torch Health to really help us to take that program and move it to the next direction, which is we had funding. Torch had funding of $140,000, and I had a lawyer look at it. I paid a lawyer $500, and I did all this. And this was back in 2015. Well, the man wanted to steal our intellectual property and not let any of us use it. And I was like, no. It's not going to be that way. He wanted to kind of take on our whole. And so my lawyer didn't let me. And I went underground trying to figure it out. And the way it's come out now is it's just come out just so precious, because I've been very slow. And Rayon's always saying, I don't know what you're doing. And I said, I know what I'm doing. I'm doing what God told me to do. So, but I think, he's always wanted me to run it like a business, or Ahmad Jaffrey run it like a business, or, everybody wants me to run it like a male, the business that we have. And I'm not willing to do that. The structures need to have a new structure that people can have independence. There's a great organization. I want to put a shout out to Good of the Whole. And Good of the Whole, we might be going under them this year. They would put us under a DBA, but we would still have a nonprofit. My son and I have talked. He's got the LLC. So Renewable Dream Team, I think, is safe because he'll carry it into, he ran our Torch environment. But these are the type of people we need too. We need open global business people that people can really help with the internal structures, so it stays free. It stays free, that Torch doesn't have a membership. I don't want a membership. I don't know about you, Pravin, but I don't want a membership. Yeah, good. And I really want it to be shared. I want these kids to feel like it's their place. And sometimes I feel like I got to step back. And, even today when I brought it, I just knew there was a time limit with Rosie, and I had to stop you just because I knew Alikiko was coming, and I was like, okay, we got to keep the show moving. And, but it's those type moments where you second guess yourself. Am I trying to control? No, it was a time issue. I had to keep the time moving. It wasn't anything I did.
I feel you, Mangalin. I feel you. I totally agree with it. Because, we gotta respect the time. Absolutely. And that was amazing conversation. 100 millions women, empowering 100 million women and children. Man, wow.
Yeah, Rosie's doing amazing. I'm so glad she came into the Torch. And I think she's going to run with us. I really do. And I think Lisa's going to run with us. I think it's really precious. It's really precious. And I hope we can keep the academy in the forefront, that all of us can teach at the schools, and all of us can be on the academy, and we get this website finally up and running, so that Torch flags, what if we had those 10 flags? If Haji Khan could get $100 for each of his Torch flags, he could have $1,000 to go do his Torch ride for peace.
Wow.
And Pravin's going to climb the mountain. We're going to come up with a project and, really manifest that, and really let you get that mountain climb moving. We just have to come up with some Torch ideas. We need to torch the idea. We'll just keep praying. It'll come. But the motorcycle, I was so hoping Khalil came on this morning. I was so proud of him. He still hasn't, he keeps wanting to. So we even made a poster for him, and he was supposed to come on and he backed out. And he came on this morning with Mian Atik. And I wanted to ask you if you would share that right now. What happened this morning to the Torch? What happened with Mian Atik? Do you remember?
Yes.
I'm gonna get water. I'll be right there. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Sure. Wow. I've seen Mian Atik today at Torch for a short period of time. And that short period of time, by the way, Mian Atik is world's #1 digital senator. Yes, you heard that right. Mian is from Pakistan. He is world's #1 digital senator. He is like initiative force of digital Pakistan. I was I heard that one today, and then wow, man, Mian Atik, the number one digital senator of the world, he said, man, we would love to bring torch into the Senate of Pakistan, man, like Senate of Pakistan. Torch is already in the education of Pakistan. Like we have the torch school in Pakistan. Now we are in the Senate. That's what big changes come, because when now we are in the power, we are using the power the positively. Positively. That is it. That's it. So this is amazing. And thank you so much, Rabia, for bringing Mian Atik, world's number one senator, digital senator, in this torch platform, and that's amazing. Really, I just like that was such a powerful, short and sweet speech.
I don't even know if Rabia knew that he was going to do that, but he just like came in and said, we want you to go. Torch is going to be part of the parliament. Like we want your programs to be there. And I was like, thank you. And I called Joel during the break and I said, I'm going to need your support. And he said, well, let's just wait and see what happens. There's going to be human levels and human things, but the kids witnessed it. The kids will carry that. I'm sure Bari Ra and, I brought them up to the center stage there and witnessed them right there with him, because that's, I brought them right up and I said, these are the torch carriers, and let's do this for this generation. And, told them that Bari Ra made our logo. I mean, that's just phenomenal. Our logo is so beautiful.
Yeah.
Torch logo is like, it's so beautiful. And our Torch Peace one, we didn't get one for Torch environment, but the actions of impact came. And I do love what my son put together there, because we do have to take an action. That simple action for global change is the torch. And if you can take a simple action and you can really open that to the next generations with the 4 pillars, build that 4-person team in your town, you've got something really precious, because we've already manifested it all over, and you can connect with these people like Haji Khan, Pravin, Kazrat Rai. I mean, he went this year. We accomplished so much this year. We have to put before the end of the year, we have to have a celebration, and just share all the stuff we did. This year's phenomenal, really.
That's same thought came to me too right now, actually. Like torch celebration. That's it.
Yeah, but we have to share what's been done. He went to Kazrat Rai as the 3rd top peace promoter. He went all the way to New Zealand to the 1-year anniversary in New Zealand, from Pakistan to New Zealand, and walked for peace. Yeah.
He went from Pakistan to New Zealand.
Yeah, and walked Kazrat Rai. Yeah.
What?
It was the 1-year anniversary of the killing of the Muslims at the church. What's it called? New Church. Oh gosh, I should know the name. Church, the New Zealand town.
Yeah, I remember that incident. So crystal clear.
He went on the 1-year anniversary and walked for peace. And I held him the whole time. I did what I do for Kaji Khan. I just kept posting. I kept, So he went under the torch, and we have really good coverage there. So I think, he goes for himself. Haji Khan goes for himself. You go for yourself. It's not about doing it for the torch. It's for yourself being inspired, so the torch people can really help you with your dream. I mean, we need to live our dream. We need to live our personal dream. This celebrity here is living his dream. He stands for really helping people live, and he's one of the best coaches there is. I mean, I totally honor Pravin Patel and what he's done for me. Haji Khan Faroch, I really hope you come on. Where are you? It's 2:57. So Pakistan's sleeping. Our friends are coming on. We keep getting hearts and loves and hearts and loves. And thank you for coming. Please share this out. Please share this out. We've got one more impactful day. We've got an amazing speaker at 6 p.m. We've got an amazing person at 7 p.m. Jens is coming on for music. it's going to be magic. It's going to be more magic for the day. So it's a wonderful evening. And Pravin, you're going to stay on and open it up. What are you going to do right now? I'm going to step off and take a. I'm going to take.
Marlene, let's close it. I gotta go. I have also other commitment too. So yeah.
Good. So I hope you get on later. And tomorrow morning is Chief Philip Scott, and he's coming on tomorrow morning at 9 for an hour before Julie. And we've got some space before that, 7 and 8, 6, 7, and 8. We've got some space. A couple people canceled, and then we've got space at 11. So, because somebody canceled. So we've got a little bit of space. Michael Engstrom, he's an amazing speaker. He spoke for Torch Peace. He's from Sweden, Stockholm, Sweden, and he is a mover and a shaker. So he's coming on tomorrow. Lori Marshall's coming on with the singing tree. And then Sahar is going to close us out with amazing music tomorrow night. We're going to have a celebration tomorrow night. And, you know, we just need to be loving and kind and caring to say this week has been, woo! I want to give a shout out to everyone that said yes. I'm eternally grateful. It's been a packed full. Today's been amazing. Did you listen to Dr. Shahzad Salim? Dr. Shahzad?
Yes, I did. Yes.
He was
Amazing. Yes.
amazing today. He was really, really solid today. He spoke about so many things about, you know, the unity. What are we going to do to protect our spiritual health? What are we going to do to really open ourselves for our, you know, for this next, you know, wave and really protect each other? And I love what he does. He talked about moral debt. It's our moral debt to be morally well. He talked about self-accountability, protecting our spiritual health, and clearing our heart, vacuuming our heart often. I love this, vacuuming our heart. I mean, what a great image, vacuuming our heart. I mean, I've never heard this in my life. I love it because we're always having to clean ourselves, you know? And spiritual health. He said, have a spiritual gym in your house. Spiritual gym in your house. I love this.
Awesome. You know what? You mentioning about heart, very good. I love that, vacuuming the heart, very good. I'll tell you, heart, right? H-E, then A-R-T. Art of he. He means he. Right? He art, right? Art of him. Like, that's it. That's a beautiful art given by him. He art. Oh, beautiful. I love it. Mama Lynn.
Yeah, he gave the most thing, the best ideas: patience, selfless, graceful, humble, and helping others for a strong spiritual health. So he gave that information. So
wow.
It was quite a morning for him. And that self-accountability, moral debt, let's see. Rosie just gave us so many ideas. Can you bring anything up from Rosie today?
Yes, Rosie. Hydration was the one, right? Rosie one, hydration.
Yeah,
right?
No, that was Lisa.
Oh, that was Lisa. Okay, Rosie.
Rosie talk on abuse.
Yeah.
Self-care. We really talked about self-care and resilience.
Yeah.
Self-care. I mean, Iram came on earlier. We had a really packed day.
Yeah.
Sherry Brinks was wonderful. I don't know if you guys know Sherry.
Yeah. I was there too, yes.
She was great. She's you were there laughing. We were cracking up. I know, she's like so fluid. She's so beautiful. I really hope she comes back on. Any of you that have already spoken, if you want to come in again, you're welcome. You know, yeah, any of you. We've got some time slots. We're going to be busy until around 8:30 tonight, but I might be done by then. But I'm sure there's people. I think he's on 7 to 8. But so 9 p.m., 10 p.m. might be doable if I take a nap. I gotta take it out though. I don't really sleep, but I need to get off the screen for my eyes because the eyes get affected when you're on this long. You know, it's just a long screen time.
You know, one thing you do is,
Do this, right?
even though you're on the screen, but then like once in a while go off the screen, even though like, you know, like go look at the further off the camera, off the computer, you
Yeah.
know, and then come back, you know, like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's also one. Also, like, you know, put the cucumber is good, you know, cucumber around. Yeah,
I
yeah,
see. Yeah, it's a
yeah,
good idea. Yeah, I'm
yeah.
just gonna take a rest. I'm just gonna go outside and get some fresh air. Bring my dog out and get some sun on my body and then take a little rest. And we'll be back by 6 p.m. for Jamie Jean. Essential oils. Essential oils.
Oh yes, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm having right now. It's going on right now. Yeah, essential oil.
There we go. Look at that. Essential oils. He's got it going. Essential oils. The pack is $165, and this month's special is 25% off goes to Torch Seeds. So you can buy a pack for $165 and you can get 12 oils. And that 25% off, I'll give you 25% of our proceeds to the Torch Seeds. So you will.
Wow. This is huge.
Yeah.
This is huge.
Yeah. So I really hope somebody will take that on, and you get a free frankincense for if you
Oh
buy.
my God, that's
free frankincense.
oh
Yeah,
wow.
free frankincense if you 15 mils, the big one.
You know what? I've got two kids. Mama Lynn. I got two kids, two kids of essential oil.
Beautiful. And go to www.ecoinspiredoils.com and just put in the message that you were here at Torch Health. The special will go on until the 31st. So that's my gift to you. So $25 off.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so you just have to put the coupon, just make sure and tell us. So fill out this form underneath so we can send you what you need. And then what other special do we have? We have that special essential oils. We have the cooking pans. So yeah, so we have a special on cookware, and I'm hoping Isis will come on. I'm gonna hope that, you never know. I'm gonna check in right now as our weekly meeting, but it would be really cool for you guys to be part of that, to see that non-toxic cookware, and you can get a special, a really good special from us. So definitely, if you want that, just put it again in the notes on the back office. If you're interested in non-toxic cookware, our cookware has no regulations, and it's causing heavy metal toxicity. And I'm sure to this day, I'm positive that I got heavy metal poisoning from cooking on cast iron, and it causes Alzheimer's. It causes so many things. And they've done huge study. So I've partnered with FoodSure, which is ISIS's work. And I think some of you saw Katie yesterday at noon. She gave a beautiful demonstration, and she does a lot of Native American drumming and ideas. And Katie is also a chef. And so, it's if you're a chef, or if you want to buy something for somebody for the holidays, both these websites, both this time frame, get on board, message me. So you can message me in the messenger, and we'll donate to the Torch family. So
amazing. Wow, awesome. And congratulations. 5 days are almost over. 1 day, last day is left of Torch Health, and I can't wait. I can't wait to witness all the 6 days of Torch Health. Mama Lynn, thank you so much from bottom of my heart for discovering Torch and for bringing Torch for the world to make more than the dent in the universe.
Mm-hmm. We have to listen, and that's all it was. It was a dream. It's a dream.
Yeah, nice barking. Nice celebrity barking by the celebrity dog.
Celebrity dog? Are you the celebrity dog? No, come here. Come on, come say hi to Bobby. Got a new name? What a new name. Oh, she came out. The celebrity dog. Are you the celebrity dog? Oh, Here's our celebrity dog. She's so cute.
I know.
This dog, Lily. Oh, that's
I just wanna cuddle your dog, Mama Leni. I just wanna cuddle your dog.
We'll get there. We'll get there. We've got to get up to Canada. All right, friends, we're going to be off. We'll be back at 6 p.m. with Jamie, and we'll have a new link. I'm going to shut it down all the way. We'll have a new link, okay? Woo!